Back at the Queen's blessing, Rand threw himself against the front door frame, panting. He had run all the way, not caring if anyone saw that he wore the red, or even if they took his running as an excuse to chase him. He did not think even a fade could have caught him. Lamwyn was sitting on a bench by the door, a brindle cat in his arms, when he came running up. The man stood to look for trouble the way Rand had come, still calmly scratching behind the cat's ears. Seeing nothing, he sat back down again, careful not to disturb the animal. "Fools tried to steal some of the cats a while back," he said. He examined his knuckles before going back to his scratching. Good money in cats these days. The two men showing the white were still across the way. Rand saw, one with a black eye and a swollen jaw. That one wore a sour scowl and rubbed his sword hilt with a sullen eagerness as he watched the inn. "Where's Master Gil?" Rand asked. "Library," Lamwyn replied. The cat began purring, and he grinned. Nothing bothers a cat for long, not even somebody trying to stick him in a sack. Rand hurried inside, through the common room, now with its usual complement of men wearing the red and talking over their ale. About the false dragon, and whether the Whitecloaks would make trouble when he was taken north. No one cared what happened to Logain, but they all knew the daughter heir and Lord Goyen would be travelling in the party, and no man there would countenance any risk to them. He found Master Gil in the library, playing stones with Loial. A plump tabby sat on the table, feet tucked under her, watching their hands move over the cross-hatched board. The Ogier placed another stone with a touch oddly delicate for his thick fingers. Shaking his head, Master Gil took the excuse of Rand's appearance to turn from the table. Loial almost always won at stones. "I was beginning to worry where you were, lad. Thought you might have had trouble with some of those white-flashing traitors, or run into that beggar or something." For a minute, Rand stood there with his mouth open. He'd forgotten all about that bundle of rags of a man. "I saw him," he said finally, "but that's nothing. I saw the Queen too, and Elida. That's where the trouble is." Master Gil snorted a laugh. "The Queen, eh? You don't say. We had Gareth Bryan out in the common room an hour or so ago, arm-wrestling the Lord Captain Commander of the Children, but the Queen, now, and double. That's something." "Blood and ashes," Rand growled. "Everybody thinks I'm lying today." He tossed his cloak across the back of a chair and threw himself onto another. He was too wound up to sit back. He perched on the front edge, mopping his face with a handkerchief. "I saw the beggar, and he saw me, and I thought, and double. That's not important. I climbed up on a wall around a garden, where I could see the plaza in front of the palace, where they took Logan in. And I fell off, on the inside." "I almost believe you aren't making fun," the innkeeper said slowly. "Tarwin," Loial murmured. "Oh, it happened," Rand said. "Light helped me, it did." Master Gil's skepticism melted slowly as he went on, turning to quiet alarm. The innkeeper leaned more and more forward until he was perched on the edge of his chair, the same as Rand was. Loial listened impassively, except that every so often he rubbed his broad nose, and the tufts on his ears gave a little twitch. Rand told everything that had happened, everything except what Elida had whispered to him, and what Gawain had said at the palace gate. One he did not want to think about, the other had nothing to do with anything. "I'm Tamil Thor's son, even if I wasn't born in the Two Rivers." "I am. I'm Two Rivers blood, and Tam is my father." Abruptly he realized he had stopped talking, caught up in his thoughts, and they were looking at him. For one panicky moment he wondered if he had said too much. "Well," Master Gil said, "there's no more waiting for your friends for you. You will have to leave the city, and fast. 2 days at the most. Can you get Matt on his feet in that time, or should I send for Mother Grubb?" Rand gave him a perplexed look. 2 days. Elida is Queen Morghase's advisor, right next to Captain General Gareth Bryan himself, maybe ahead of him. If she sets the Queen's guards looking for you, Lord Gareth won't stop her unless she interferes with their other duties. Well, the guards can search every inn in Caemlyn in 2 days. And that's saying some ill chance doesn't bring them here the first day, or the first hour. Maybe there's a little time if they start over at the Crown and Lion, but none for dawdling. Rand nodded slowly. "If I can't get Matt out of that bed, you send for Mother Grubb. I have a little money left, maybe enough." "I'll take care of Mother Grubb," the innkeeper said gruffly. "And I suppose I can lend you a couple of horses." You try walking to Tarvalon, and you'll wear through what's left of your boots halfway there. You're a good friend, Rand said. It seems like we've brought you nothing but trouble, but you're still willing to help. A good friend. Master Gil seemed embarrassed. He shrugged his shoulders and cleared his throat and looked down. That brought his eyes to the stones board, and he jerked them away again. Loial was definitely winning. Well, Tom's always been a good friend to me. If he's willing to go out of his way for you, I can do a little bit too. I would like to go with you when you leave, Rand, Loial said suddenly. I thought that was settled, Loial. He hesitated. Master Gil still did not know the whole of the danger, then added, You know what waits for Matt and me, what's chasing us. Dark friends, the Ogier replied in a placid rumble, and Aes Sedai, and the light knows what else. Or the Dark One. You are going to Tarvalon, and there is a very fine grove there, which I have heard the Aes Sedai tend well. In any case, there is more to see in the world than the groves. You truly are Ta'veren, Rand. The pattern weaves itself around you, and you stand in the heart of it. This man stands at the heart of it. Rand felt a chill. I don't stand at the heart of anything, he said harshly. Master Gil blinked, and even Loial seemed taken aback at his anger. The innkeeper and the Ogier looked at each other, and then at the floor. Rand forced his expression smooth, drawing deep breaths. For a wonder he found the void that had eluded him so often of late, and calmness. They did not deserve his anger. You can come, Loial, he said. I don't know why you would want to, but I'd be grateful for the company. You, pillow, and double. You know how Matt is. I know, Loial said. I still cannot go into the streets without raising a mob shouting Trolloc after me. But Matt at least only uses words. He has not tried to kill me. Of course not, Rand said. Not Matt. He wouldn't go that far. Not Matt. A tap came at the door, and one of the serving maids, Gilda, stuck her head into the room. Her mouth was tight and her eyes worried. Master Gil, come quickly, please. There's Whitecloaks in the common room. Master Gil leaped up with an oath, sending the cat jumping from the table to stalk out of the room, tail stiff and offended. I'll come. Run, tell them I'm coming, then stay out of their way. You hear me, girl? Keep away from them. Gilda bobbed her head and vanished. You had best stay here, he told Loial. The Ogier snorted, a sound like sheets ripping. I have no desire for any more meetings with the Children of the Light. Master Gil's eye fell on the stone's board, and his mood seemed to lighten. It looks as if we'll have to start the game over later. No need for that. Loial stretched an arm to the shelves and took down a book. His hands dwarfed the cloth-bound volume. We can take up from where the board lies. It is your turn. Master Gil grimaced. If it isn't one thing, it's another, he muttered as he hurried from the room. Rand followed him, but slowly. He had no more desire than Loial to become involved with the children. This man stands at the heart of it. He stopped at the door to the common room where he could see what went on, but far enough back that he hoped he would not be noticed. Dead silence filled the room. 5 Whitecloaks stood in the middle of the floor, studiously being ignored by the folk at the tables. One of them had the silver lightning flash of an under-officer beneath the sunburst on his cloak. Lamwyn was lounging against the wall by the front door, intently cleaning his fingernails with a splinter. 4 more of the guards Master Gil had hired were spaced across the wall from him, all industriously paying no attention at all to the Whitecloaks. If the Children of the Light noticed anything, they gave no sign. Only the under-officer showed any emotion at all, impatiently tapping his steel-backed gauntlets against his palm as he waited for the innkeeper. Master Gil crossed the room to him quickly, a cautiously neutral look on his face. The light illumine you, he said with a careful bow, not too deep, but not slight enough to actually be insulting either, and our good Queen Morgaze. How may I help? I've no time for your drivel, innkeeper, the under-officer snapped. I've been to 20 inns already today, each a worse pigsty than the last, and I'll see 20 more before the sun sets. I'm looking for dark friends, a boy from the 2 rivers. Master Gil's face grew darker with every word. He puffed up as if he would explode, and finally he did, cutting the Whitecloak off in turn. There are no dark friends in my establishment. Every man here is a good Queen's man. Yes, and we all know where Morgaze stands. The under-officer twisted the Queen's name into a sneer. And her Tarvalon witch, don't we? The scrape of chair legs was loud. Suddenly every man in the room was on his feet. They stood still as statues, but everyone staring grimly at the Whitecloaks. The under-officer did not appear to notice, but the four behind him looked around uneasily. "It will go easier with you, innkeeper," the under-officer said, "if you cooperate. The temper of the times goes hard with those who shelter dark friends. I wouldn't think an inn with the dragon's fang on its door would get much custom. Might have trouble with fire with that on your door. You get out of here now," Master Gill said quietly, "or I'll send for the Queen's guards to cart what's left of you to the middens." Lamwin's sword rasped out of its sheath, and the coarse scrape of steel on leather was repeated throughout the room as swords and daggers filled hands. Serving maids scurried for the doors. The under-officer looked around in scornful disbelief. "The dragon's fang won't help you five," Master Gill finished for him. He held up a clenched fist and raised his forefinger. "1. You must be mad, innkeeper, threatening the children of the light. Whitecloaks hold no writ in Caemlyn. 2. Can you really believe this will end here? 3. We'll be back," the under-officer snapped, and then he was hastily turning his men around, trying to pretend he was leaving in good order and in his own time. He was hampered in this by the eagerness his men showed for the door, not running, but not making secret that they wanted to be outside. Lamwin stood across the door with his sword, only giving way in response to Master Gill's frantic waves. When the Whitecloaks were gone, the innkeeper dropped heavily onto a chair. He rubbed a hand across his forehead, then stared at it as if surprised that it was not covered with sweat. All over the room, men seated themselves again, laughing over what they had done. Some went over to clap Master Gill on the shoulder. When he saw Rand, the innkeeper tottered off the chair and over to him. "Who'd have thought I had it in me to be a hero?" he said wonderingly. The light illumined me. Abruptly he gave himself a shake, and his voice regained almost its normal tone. "You will have to stay out of sight until I can get you out of the city." With a careful look back into the common room, he pushed Rand deeper into the hall. "That lot will be back, or else a few spies wearing red for the day. After that little show I put on, I doubt they'll care whether you're here or not, but they'll act as though you are." "That's crazy," Rand protested. At the innkeeper's gesture, he lowered his voice. "The Whitecloaks don't have any reason to be after me. I don't know about reasons, lad, but they're after you and Matt for certain, sure. What have you been up to?" "Elida and the Whitecloaks." Rand raised his hands in protest, then let them fall. It made no sense, but he had heard the Whitecloak. "What about you?" "The Whitecloaks will make trouble for you, even when they don't find us. No worries about that, lad. The Queen's guards still uphold the law, even if they do let traitors strut around showing white. As for the night, and double. Well, Lamwin and his friends might not get much sleep, but I could almost pity anybody who tries to put a mark on my door." Gilda appeared beside them, dropping a curtsy to Master Gill. "Sir, there's double. There's a lady in the kitchens." She sounded scandalized at the combination. "She's asking for Master Rand, sir, and Master Matt by name." Rand exchanged a puzzled look with the innkeeper. "Lad," Master Gill said, "if you've actually managed to bring the Lady Elaine down from the palace to my inn, we'll all end up facing the headsman." Gilda squeaked at the mention of the daughter heir and gave Rand a round-eyed stare. "Off with you, girl," the innkeeper said sharply, "and keep quiet about what you've heard. It's nobody's business." Gilda bobbed again and darted down the hallway, flashing glances over her shoulder at Rand as she went. "In 5 minutes, Master Gill sighed. "She'll be telling the other women you're a prince in disguise. By nightfall, it will be all over the new city." "Master Gill," Rand said, "I never mentioned Matt to Elaine." "It can't be." Suddenly a huge smile lit up his face, and he ran for the kitchens. "Wait," the innkeeper called behind him. "Wait until you know." "Wait, you fool." Rand threw open the door to the kitchens, and there they were. Moiraine rested her serene eyes on him, unsurprised. Nynaeve and Egwene ran laughing to throw their arms around him, with Perrin crowding in behind them, all three patting his shoulders, as if they had to be convinced that he was really there. In the doorway leading to the stable-yard, Lan lounged with one boot up on the doorframe, dividing his attention between the kitchen and the yard outside. Rand tried to hug the two women and shake Perrin's hand all at the same time, and it was a tangle of arms and laughter complicated by Nynaeve trying to feel his face for fever. They looked somewhat the worse for wear-bruises on Perrin's face, and he had a way of keeping his eyes downcast that he had never had before, but they were alive and together again. His throat was so tight he could barely talk. "I was afraid I'd never see you again," he managed finally. "I was afraid you were all. And double. And double." "I knew you were alive," Egwene said against his chest. "I always knew it. Always." "I did not," Nynaeve said. Her voice was sharp for just that moment, but it softened in the next, and she smiled up at him. "You look well, Rand. Not overfed by any means, but, well, thank the light." "Well," Master Gil said behind him, "I guess you know these people after all." "Those friends you were looking for?" Rand nodded. "Yes, my friends." He made introductions all around. It still felt odd to be giving Lan and Moiraine their right names. They both eyed him sharply when he did. The innkeeper greeted everyone with an open smile, but he was properly impressed at meeting a warder, and especially at Moiraine. At her he gaped openly. It was one thing knowing an Aes Sedai had been helping the boys, quite something else having her appear in the kitchen, then bowed deeply. "You are welcome to the Queen's blessing, Aes Sedai, as my guest. Though I suppose you will be staying at the palace with Elaida Sedai and the Aes Sedai who came with the false dragon." Bowing again, he gave Rand a quick, worried look. It was all very well to say he did not speak ill of Aes Sedai, but that was not the same as saying he wanted one sleeping under his roof. Rand nodded encouragingly, trying to tell him silently that it was all right. Moiraine was not like Elaida, with a threat hidden behind every glance, under every word. "Are you sure? Even now, are you sure?" "I believe I will stay here," Moiraine said, "for the short time I remain in Caemlyn. And you must allow me to pay." A calico cat sauntered in from the hallway to strop the innkeeper's ankles. No sooner had the calico begun than a fuzzy grey sprang from under the table, arching its back and hissing. The calico crouched with a threatening growl, and the grey streaked past Lan into the stable yard. Master Gil began apologizing for the cats at the same time he protested that Moiraine would honor him by being his guest, and was she sure she would not prefer the palace, which he would quite understand, but he hoped she would accept his best room as a gift. It made a jumble to which Moiraine seemed to pay no attention at all. Instead, she bent down to scratch the orange and white cat. It promptly left Master Gil's ankles for hers. "I've seen 4 other cats here so far," she said. "You have a problem with mice." "Rats. Rats, Moiraine Sedai." The innkeeper sighed. "A terrible problem. Not that I don't keep a clean place, you understand. It's all the people. The whole city is full of people, and rats. But my cats take care of it. You'll not be troubled, I promise." Rand exchanged a fleeting look with Perrin, who put his eyes down again right away. There was something odd about Perrin's eyes. And he was so silent, Perrin was almost always slow to speak, but now he was saying nothing at all. "It could be all the people," he said. "With your permission, Master Gil," Moiraine said, as if she took it for granted. "It is a simple matter to keep rats away from this street. With luck, the rats will not even realize they are being kept away." Master Gil frowned at that last, but he bowed, accepting her offer. "If you are sure you don't want to stay at the palace, Aes Sedai." "Where is Mat?" Nynaeve said suddenly. "She said he was here too." "Upstairs," Rand said. "Please, and double, and double. Not feeling well." Nynaeve's head came up. "He's sick? I'll leave the rats to her, and I'll attend to him." "Take me to him now, Rand." "All of you go up," Moiraine said. "I will join you in a few minutes. We're crowding Master Gil's kitchen, and it would be best if we could all be somewhere quiet for a time." There was an undercurrent in her voice. "Stay out of sight. The hiding is not done yet." "Come on," Rand said. "We'll go up the back way." The Eamon's field folk crowded after him to the back staircase, leaving the Aes Sedai and the warder in the kitchen with Master Gil. He could not get over being back together. It was nearly as if he were home again. He could not stop grinning. The same relief, almost joyous, seemed to be affecting the others. They chuckled to themselves and kept reaching out to grip his arm. Perrin's voice seemed subdued and he still kept his head down, but he began to talk as they climbed. "Moiraine said she could find you and Mat, and she did. When we rode into the city, the rest of us couldn't stop staring. Well, all except Lan, of course. All the people, the buildings, everything." His thick curls swung as he shook his head in disbelief. "It's all so big." And so many people. Some of them kept staring at us too, shouting red or white, like it made some kind of sense. Egwene touched Rand's sword, fingering the red wrappings. "What does it mean?" "Nothing," he said. "Nothing important. We're leaving for Tar Valon, remember?" Egwene gave him a look, but she removed her hand from the sword and took up where Perrin had left off. Moiraine didn't look at anything any more than Lan did. She led us back and forth through all those streets so many times, like a dog hunting a scent, that I thought you couldn't be here. Then, all of a sudden, she took off down a street, and the next thing I knew, we were handing the horses to the stablemen and marching into the kitchen. She never even asked if you were here. Just told a woman who was mixing batter to go tell Randall Thor and Matt Cawthon that someone wanted to see them. And there you were! She grinned, like a ball popping into the Gleeman's hand out of nowhere. "Where is the Gleeman?" Perrin asked. "Is he with you?" Rand's stomach lurched, and the good feeling of having friends around him dimmed. "Tom's dead. I think he's dead." There was a fade, and double, and double. He could not say any more. Nynaeve shook her head, muttering under her breath. The silence thickened around them, stifling the little chuckles, flattening the joy, until they reached the head of the stairs. "Matt's not sick exactly," he said then. "It's and double, and double, and double. You'll see." He flung open the door to the room he shared with Matt. "Look who's here, Matt." Matt was still curled up in a ball on the bed, just as Rand had left him. He raised his head to stare at them. "How do you know they're really who they look like?" he said hoarsely. His face was flushed, the skin tight and slick with sweat. "How do I know you're who you look like? Not sick?" Nynaeve gave Rand a disdainful look as she pushed past him, already unslinging her bag from her shoulder. "Everybody changes," Matt rasped. "How can I be sure?" "Perrin, is that you? You've changed, haven't you?" His laugh sounded more like a cough. "Oh yes, you've changed." To Rand's surprise, Perrin dropped onto the edge of the other bed, with his head in hands, staring at the floor. Matt's hacking laughter seemed to pierce him. Nynaeve knelt beside Matt's bed and put a hand to his face, pushing up his headcloth. He jerked back from her with a scornful look. His eyes were bright and glazed. "You're burning," she said, "but you should not be sweating with this much fever." She could not keep the worry out of her voice. "Rand, you and Perrin fetch some clean cloths and as much cool water as you can carry. I'll bring your temperature down first, Matt, and—" "Pretty Nynaeve," Matt spat. "A wisdom isn't supposed to think of herself as a woman, is she? Not a pretty woman, but you do, don't you? Now, you can't make yourself forget that you're a pretty woman now, and it frightens you. Everybody changes." Nynaeve's face paled as he spoke. Whether with anger or something else, Rand could not tell. Matt gave a sly laugh, and his feverish eyes slid to Egwene. "Pretty, Egwene?" he croaked. "Pretty as Nynaeve. And you share other things now, don't you? Other dreams. What do you dream about now?" Egwene took a step back from the bed. "We are safe from the Dark One's eyes for the time being," Moiraine announced, as she walked into the room with Lan at her heels. Her eyes fell on Matt as she stepped through the doorway, and she hissed as if she had touched a hot stove. "Get away from him." Nynaeve did not move except for turning to stare at the Aes Sedai in surprise. In 2 quick steps, Moiraine seized the wisdom by the shoulders, hauling her across the floor like a sack of grain. Nynaeve struggled and protested, but Moiraine did not release her until she was well away from the bed. The wisdom continued her protests as she got to her feet, angrily straightening her clothes, but Moiraine ignored her completely. The Aes Sedai watched Matt to the exclusion of everything else, eyeing him the way she would a viper. "All of you stay away from him," she said, "and be quiet." Matt stared back as intently as she. He bared his teeth in a silent, snarling rictus and pulled himself into an ever tighter knot, but he never took his eyes from hers. Slowly she put one hand on him, lightly, on a knee drawn up to his chest. A convulsion shook him at her touch, a shudder of revulsion spasming through his entire body, and abruptly he pulled one hand out, slashing at her face with the ruby-hilted dagger. 1 minute Lan was in the doorway, the next he was at the bedside, as if he had not bothered with the intervening space. His hand caught Matt's wrist, stopping the slash as if it had struck stone. Still Matt held himself in that tight ball. Only the hand with the dagger tried to move, straining against the warder's implacable grip. Mat's eyes never left Moiraine, and they burned with hate. Moiraine also did not move. She did not flinch from the blade, only inches from her face, as she had not when he first struck. "How did ye come by this?" she asked in a steel voice. "I asked if Mordeth had given you anything." "I asked, and I warned you, and you said he had not." "He didn't," Rand said. "He, and double, and double, and double." Mat took it from the treasure room. Moiraine looked at him, her eyes seeming to burn as much as Mat's. He almost stepped back before she turned away again, back to the bed. "I didn't know until after we were separated." "I didn't know. You did not know." Moiraine studied Mat. He still lay with his knees pulled up to his chest, still snarled soundlessly at her, and his hand yet fought Lamb to reach her with the dagger. "It is a wonder you got this far, carrying this. I felt the evil of it when I laid eyes on him, the touch of Mashadar, but a Fade could sense it for miles. Even though he would not know exactly where, he would know it was near, and Mashadar would draw his spirit, while his bones remembered that this same evil swallowed an army. Dreadlords, Fades, Trollocs, and all. Some Dark Friends could probably feel it too, those who have truly given away their souls. There could not help but be those who would wonder at suddenly feeling this, as if the very air around them itched. They would be compelled to seek it. It should have drawn them to it as a magnet draws iron filings. There were Dark Friends, Rand said, more than once, but we got away from them. And of Fade the night before we reached Caemlyn, but he never saw us." He cleared his throat. "There are rumors of strange things in the night outside the city. It could be Trollocs." "Oh, it's Trollocs sheepherder," Lan said wryly. "And where Trollocs are, there are Fades." Tendons stood out on the back of his hand from the effort of holding Mat's wrist, but there was no strain in his voice. "They've tried to hide their passage, but I have seen sign for 2 days, and heard farmers and villagers mutter about things in the night. The Myrddraal managed to strike into the 2 rivers unseen somehow, but every day they come closer to those who can send soldiers to hunt them down." "Even so, they won't stop now, sheepherder." "But we're in Caemlyn," Egwene said. "They can't get to us as long as—" "They can't?" The warder cut her off. "The Fades are building their numbers in the countryside. That's plain enough from the sign if you know what to look for. Already there are more Trollocs than they need just to watch all the ways out of the city, a dozen fists at least. There can only be one reason. When the Fades have enough numbers, they will come into the city after you. That act may send half the armies of the south march into the Borderlands, but the evidence is that they're willing to take that risk. You 3 have escaped them too long. It looks as if you brought a new Trolloc war to Caemlyn, sheepherder." Egwene gave a gasping sob, and Perrin shook his head as though to deny it. Rand felt a sickness in his stomach at the thought of Trollocs in the streets of Caemlyn. All those people at one another's throats, never realizing the real threat waiting to come over the walls. What would they do when they suddenly found Trollocs and Fades in their midst, killing them? He could see the towers burning, flames breaking through the domes, Trollocs pillaging through the curving streets and vistas of the inner city. The palace itself in flames. Elaine and Gorwyn and Morgaze, and double, dead. "Not yet," Moiraine said absently. She was still intent on Mat. "If we can find a way out of Caemlyn, the half-men will have no more interest here. If. So many ifs." "Better we were all dead," Perrin said suddenly, and Rand jumped to the echo of his own thoughts. Perrin still sat staring at the floor, glaring at it now, and his voice was bitter. "Everywhere we go, we bring pain and suffering on our backs. It would be better for everyone if we were dead." Nynaeve rounded on him, her face half fury and half worried fear, but Moiraine forestalled her. "What do you think to gain for yourself or anyone else by dying?" the Aes Sedai asked. Her voice was level, yet sharp. "If the Lord of the Grave has gained as much freedom to touch the pattern as I fear, he can reach you dead more easily than alive now. Dead, you can help no one, not the people who have helped you, not your friends and family back in the 2 rivers. The shadow is falling over the world, and none of you can stop it dead." Perrin raised his head to look at her, and Rand gave a start. The irises of his friend's eyes were more yellow than brown. With his shaggy hair and the intensity of his gaze, there was something about him, and double. Rand could not grasp it enough to make it out. Perrin spoke with a soft flatness that gave his words more weight than if he had shouted. "We can't stop it alive either, now can we?" "I will have time to argue with you later," Moiraine said, "but your friend needs me now." She stepped aside so they could all see Mat clearly. His eyes still on her with a rage-filled stare, he had not moved or changed his position on the bed. Sweat stood out on his face, and his lips were bloodless in an unchanging snarl. All of his strength seemed to be pouring into the effort to reach Moiraine with the dagger Lan held motionless. "Or had you forgotten?" Perrin gave an embarrassed shrug and spread his hands wordlessly. "What's wrong with him?" Egwene asked, and Nynaeve added, "Is it catching?" "I can still treat him. I don't seem to catch sick, no matter what it is." "Oh, it is catching," Moiraine said, "and you're—" "And double. And double. Protection would not save you." She pointed to the ruby-hilted dagger, careful not to let her finger touch it. The blade trembled as Mat strained to reach her with it. "This is from Shadar-Logoth. There is not a pebble of that city that is not tainted and dangerous to bring outside the walls, and this is far more than a pebble. The evil that killed Shadar-Logoth is in it, and in Mat too now. Suspicion and hatred so strong that even those closest are seen as enemies, rooted so deep in the bone that eventually the only thought left is to kill. By carrying the dagger beyond the walls of Shadar-Logoth, he freed it, this seed of it, from what bound it to that place. It will have waxed and waned in him, what he is in the heart of him fighting what the contagion of Mashadar sought to make him. But now the battle inside him is almost done, and he almost defeated. Soon, if it does not kill him first, he will spread that evil like a plague wherever he goes. Just as one scratch from that blade is enough to infect and destroy, so soon, a few minutes with Mat will be just as deadly." Nynaeve's face had gone white. "Can you do anything?" she whispered. "I hope so," Moiraine sighed. "For the sake of the world, I hope I am not too late." A hand delved into the pouch at her belt and came out with a silk-shrouded angril. "Leave me. Stay together, and find somewhere you will not be seen, but leave me. I will do what I can for him." It was a subdued group that Rand led back down the stairs. None of them wanted to talk to him now or to one another. He did not feel much like talking either. The sun was far enough across the sky to dim the back stairwell, but the lamps had not yet been lit. Sunlight and shadow striped the stairs. Perrin's face was as closed as the others, but where worry creased everyone else's brow, his was smooth. Rand thought the look Perrin wore was resignation. He wondered why and wanted to ask, but whenever Perrin walked through a deeper patch of shadow, his eyes seemed to gather in what little light there was, glowing softly like polished amber. Rand shivered and tried to concentrate on his surroundings, on the walnut-panelled walls and the oak stair railing, on sturdy everyday things. He wiped his hands on his coat several times, but each time sweat sprang out on his palms anew. "It'll all be all right now. We're together again, and double, and double, and double. Light, Mat." He took them to the library by the back way that went by the kitchens, avoiding the common room. Not many travellers used the library. Most of those who could read stayed at more elegant inns in the inner city. Master Gil kept it more for his own enjoyment than for the handful of patrons who wanted a book now and then. Rand did not want to think why Moiraine wanted them to keep out of sight, but he kept remembering the Whitecloak under-officer saying he would be back and Elida's eyes when she asked where he was staying. Those were reasons enough, whatever Moiraine wanted. He took 5 steps into the library before he realized that everyone else had stopped, crowded together in the doorway, open-mouthed and goggling. A brisk blaze crackled in the fireplace, and Loial was sprawled on the long couch, reading, a small black cat with white feet curled and half asleep on his stomach. When they entered, he closed the book with a huge finger marking his place and gently set the cat on the floor, then stood to bow formally. Rand was so used to the Ogier that it took him a minute to realize that Loial was the object of the others' stares. "These are the friends I was waiting for, Loial," he said. "This is Nynaeve, the wisdom of my village, and Perrin. And this is Egwene." "Ah yes," Loial boomed. "Egwene. Rand has spoken of you a great deal." "Yes, I am Loial." "He's an Ogier," Rand explained, and watched their amazement change in kind. Even after Trollocs and fades in the flesh, it was still astonishing to meet a legend, walking and breathing. Remembering his own first reaction to Loial, he grinned ruefully. They were doing better than he had. Loial took their gaping in his stride. Rand supposed he hardly noticed it, compared with a mob shouting, "Trolloc!" "And the Aes Sedai, Rand?" Loial asked. "Upstairs with Mat." The Ogier raised one bushy eyebrow thoughtfully. "Then he is ill. I suggest we all be seated. She will be joining us." "Yes, then there's nothing to do but wait." The act of sitting seemed to loosen some catch inside the Emon's fieldfolk, as if being in a well-stuffed chair with a fire in the fireplace and a cat now curled up on the hearth made them feel at home. As soon as they were settled, they excitedly began asking the Ogier questions. To Rand's surprise, Perrin was the first to speak. "The steading, Loial. Are they really havens, the way the stories say?" His voice was intent, as if he had a particular reason for asking. Loial was glad to tell about the steading, and how he came to be at the Queen's blessing, and what he had seen in his travels. Rand soon leaned back, only partly listening. He had heard it all before, in detail. Loial liked to talk, and talk at length when he had the slightest chance, though he usually seemed to think a story needed 200 or 300 years of background to make it understood. His sense of time was very strange. To him, 300 years seemed a reasonable length of time for a story or explanation to cover. He always talked about leaving the steading as if it were just a few months before, but it had finally come out that he had been gone more than 3 years. Rand's thoughts drifted to Mat. A dagger. A bloody knife. And it might kill him just from carrying it. Light, I don't want any more adventure. If she can heal him, we should all go. And double. Not home. Can't go home. Somewhere. We'll all go somewhere they've never heard. Of Aes Sedai or the Dark One. Somewhere. The door opened, and for a moment Rand thought he was still imagining. Mat stood there, blinking, with his coat buttoned up and the dark scarf wrapped low around his forehead. Then Rand saw Moiraine with her hand on Mat's shoulder and land behind them. The Aes Sedai was watching Mat carefully, as one watches someone only lately out of a sickbed. As always, Lan was watching everything while appearing to watch nothing. Mat looked as if he had never been sick a day. His first, hesitant smile included everyone, though it slipped into an open-mouthed stare at the sight of Loial, as if he were seeing the Ogier for the first time. With a shrug and a shake, he turned his attention back to his friends. "Aye, Benny, and thenies, the Ben, and double, and double, and double, that is, and double. He took a deep breath. And double, and double, and double. It seems I've been acting, and double, and double, and double. Sort of oddly. I don't remember much of it really." He gave Moiraine an uneasy look. She smiled back confidently, and he went on. "Everything is hazy after Whitebridge, Tom, and the and double. He shivered and hurried on. "The further from Whitebridge, the hazier it gets. I don't really remember arriving in Caemlyn at all." He eyed Loial askance. "Not really. Moiraine Sedai says I and double. Upstairs I and double. And double. He grinned, and suddenly he truly was the old Mat. You can't hold a man to blame for what he does when he's crazy, can you? "You always were crazy," Perrin said, and for a moment he too sounded as of old. "No," Nynaeve said. Tears made her eyes bright, but she was smiling. "None of us blames you." Rand and Egwene began talking at once then, telling Mat how happy they were to see him well and how well he looked, with a few laughing comments thrown in about hoping that he was done with tricks now that one so ugly had been played on him. Mat met banter with banter as he found a chair with all of his old swagger. As he sat down, still grinning, he absent-mindedly touched his coat as if to make sure that something tucked behind his belt was still there, and Rand's breath caught. "Yes," Moiraine said quietly, "he still has the dagger." The laughter and talk was still going on among the rest of the Eamon's fieldfolk, but she had noticed his sudden intake of breath and had seen what had caused it. She moved closer to his chair, where she did not have to raise her voice for him to hear clearly. "I cannot take it away from him without killing him." The binding has lasted too long and grown too strong. That must be unknotted in Tarvalon. It is beyond me, or any lone Sedai, even with an angriel. But he doesn't look sick anymore. He had a thought and looked up at her. As long as he has the dagger, the Fades will know where we are. Dark friends too, some of them. You said so. I have contained that after a fashion. If they come close enough to sense it now, they will be on top of us anyway. I cleansed the taint from him, Rand, and did what I could to slow its return, but return it will in time, unless he receives help in Tarvalon. A good thing that's where we're going, isn't it? He thought maybe it was the resignation in his voice, and the hope for something else, that made her give him a sharp look before turning away. Loial was on his feet, bowing to her. I am Loial, son of Aron, son of Halan, Sedai. The steading offers sanctuary to the servants of the light. Thank you, Loial, son of Aron, Moiraine answered dryly, but I would not be too free with that greeting if I were you. There are perhaps 20 Sedai in Caemlyn at this moment, and everyone but I, of the Red Ogier. Loial nodded sagely, as if he understood. Rand could only shake his head in confusion. He would be light-blinded if he knew what she meant. It is strange to find you here, the Sedai went on. Few Ogier leave the steading in recent years. The old stories caught me, Sedai. The old books filled my unworthy head with pictures. I want to see the groves, and the cities we built too. There do not seem to be many of either still standing, but if buildings are a poor substitute for trees, they are still worth seeing. The elders think I'm odd, wanting to travel. I always have, and they always have. None of them believe there is anything worth seeing outside the steading. Perhaps when I return and tell them what I've seen, they would change their minds. I hope so. In time, perhaps they will, Moiraine said smoothly. Now, Loial, you must forgive me for being abrupt. It is a failing of humankind, I know. My companions and I have urgent need to plan our journey. If you could excuse us? It was Lyle's turn to look confused. Rand came to his rescue. He's coming with us. I promised him he could. Moiraine stood looking at the Ogier as if she had not heard, but finally she nodded. The wheel weaves as the wheel wheels, she murmured. Lan, see that we are not taken unaware. The warder vanished from the room silently, but for the click of the door shutting behind him. Lan's disappearance acted like a signal. All talk was cut off. Moiraine moved to the fireplace, and when she turned back to the room, every eye was on her. Slight of build as she was, her presence dominated. We cannot remain long in Caemlyn, nor are we safe here in the Queen's blessing. The Dark One's eyes are already in the city. They have not found what they are searching for, or they would not still be looking. That we have to our advantage. I have set wards to keep them away, and by the time the Dark One realizes that there is a part of the city the rats no longer enter, we will be gone. Any ward that will turn a man aside, though, would be as good as a beacon fire for the Myrddraal, and there are children of the light in Caemlyn also, looking for Perrin and Egwene. Rand made a sound, and Moiraine raised an eyebrow at him. I thought they were looking for Matt and me, he said. The explanation made both the Aes Sedai's eyebrows lift. Why would you think the Whitecloaks were looking for you? I heard one say they were looking for someone from the Two Rivers. Dark friends, he said. What else was I supposed to think? With everything that's been happening, I'm lucky I can think at all. It has been confusing, I know, Rand, Loial put in, but you can think more clearly than that. The children hate Aes Sedai. Elida would not? Elida? Moiraine cut in sharply. What has Elida Sedai to do with this? She was looking at Rand so hard that he wanted to lean back. She wanted to throw me in prison, he said slowly. All I wanted was a look at Loghain, but she wouldn't believe I was in the palace gardens with Elaine and Gawain just by chance. They were all staring at him as if he had suddenly sprouted a third eye, all except Loial. Queen Morghese let me go. She said there was no proof I meant any harm, and she was going to uphold the law no matter what Elida suspected. He shook his head, the memory of Morghese in all her radiance making him forget for a minute that anyone was looking at him. Can you imagine me meeting a queen? She's beautiful, like the queens in stories. So is Elaine, and Gawain, and Double, and Double. You'd like Gawain, Perrin, Matt. They were still staring. Blood and ashes, I just climbed up on the wall for a look at the false dragon. I didn't do anything wrong. That's what I always say, Matt said blandly, though he was suddenly grinning hard, and Egwene asked in a decidedly neutral voice, "Who's Elaine?" Moiraine muttered something crossly. "A queen," Perrin said, shaking his head. "You really have had adventures. All we met were tinkers and some Whitecloaks." He avoided looking at Moiraine so obviously that Rand saw the avoidance plain. Perrin touched the bruises on his face. On the whole, singing with the tinkers was more fun than the Whitecloaks. "The travelling people live for their songs," Loial said. "For all songs, for that matter. For the search for them, at least. I met some Tuatha a few years back, and they wanted to learn the songs we sing to trees. Actually, the trees won't listen to very many anymore, and so not many Ogier learn the songs. I have a scrap of that talent, so Elder Arendt insisted I learn. I taught the Tuatha what they could learn, but the trees never listened to humans. For the travelling people, they were only songs, and just as well received for that, since none was the song they seek. That's what they call the leader of each band, the seeker. They come to steading Shangtai sometimes. Few humans do." "If you please, Loial," Moiraine said, but he cleared his throat suddenly and went on in a quick rumble, as if afraid she might stop him. "I just remembered something, Sedai, something I have always wanted to ask an Sedai if ever I met one. Since you know many things and have great libraries in Tar Valon, and now I have, of course, and double. May I?" "If you make it brief," she said curtly. "Brief," he said, as though wondering what it meant. "Yes, well, brief. There was a man came to steading Shangtai a little time back. This was not unusual in itself at the time, since a great many refugees had come to the spine of the world, fleeing what you humans call the Isle War." Rand grinned. "A little time back, 20 years, near enough. He was at the point of death, though there was no wound or mark on him. The elders thought it might be something Sedai had done." Loial gave Moiraine an apologetic look, since as soon as he was within the steading, he quickly got well. "A few months. One night, he left without a word to anyone, simply sneaked away when the moon was down." He looked at Moiraine's face and cleared his throat again. "Yes, brief. Before he left, he told a curious tale, which he said he meant to carry to Tar Valon. He said the Dark One intended to blind the eye of the world and slay the great serpent, kill time itself. The elders said he was as sound in his mind as in his body, but that was what he said. What I have wanted to ask is, can the Dark One do such a thing? Kill time itself and the eye of the world? Can he blind the eye of the great serpent? What does it mean?" Rand expected almost anything from Moiraine except what he saw. Instead of giving Loial an answer, or telling him she had no time for it now, she stood there staring right through the Ogier, frowning in thought. "That's what the tinkers told us," Perrin said. "Yes," Egwene said, "the Aiel story." Moiraine turned her head slowly. No other part of her moved. "What story?" It was an expressionless look she gave them, but it made Perrin take a deep breath, though when he spoke he was as deliberate as ever. "Some tinkers crossing the waste, they said they could do that unharmed, found Aiel dying after a battle with Trollocs. Before the last Aiel died, they were all women apparently, told the tinkers what Loial just said. The Dark One, they called him Sight-Blinder, intends to blind the eye of the world. This was only 3 years ago, not 20. Does it mean something?" "Perhaps everything," Moiraine said. Her face was still, but Rand had the feeling her mind raced behind those dark eyes. "Baalzamon," Perrin said suddenly. The name cut off all sound in the room. No one appeared to breathe. Perrin looked at Rand, then at Matt, his eyes strangely calm and more yellow than ever. At the time I wondered where I'd heard that name before. And double. The eye of the world. Now I remember. Don't you? "I don't want to remember anything," Matt said stiffly. "We have to tell her," Perrin continued. "It's important now. We can't keep it secret any longer. You see it, don't you, Rand?" "Tell me what?" Moraine's voice was harsh, and she seemed to be bracing for a blow. Her gaze had settled on Rand. He did not want to answer. He did not want to remember any more than Matt, but he did remember, and he knew Perrin was right. 5 and double. He looked at his friends. Matt nodded reluctantly, Perrin decisively, but at least they had done it. He did not have to face her alone. We have had, and double, dreams. He rubbed the spot on his finger where the thorn had stuck him once, remembering the blood when he woke. Queasily remembering the sunburned feel of his face another time. Except maybe they weren't dreams exactly, but Ulzamon was in them. He knew why Perrin had used that name. It was easier than saying the Dark One had been in your dreams, inside your head. He said, and double. He said all sorts of things, but once he said the eye of the world would never serve me. For a minute his mouth was as dry as dust. He told me the same thing, Perrin said, and Matt sighed heavily, then nodded. Rand found he had spit in his mouth again. You aren't angry with us? Perrin asked, sounding surprised, and Rand realized that Moiraine did not seem angry. She was studying them, but her eyes were clear and calm, if intent. More with myself than you. But I did ask you to tell me if you had strange dreams. In the beginning, I asked. Though her voice remained level, a flash of anger crossed her eyes and was gone in an instant. Had I known after the first such, I might have been able to. And double. There has not been a dreamwalker in Tar Valon for nearly 1,000 years, but I could have tried. Now it is too late. Each time the Dark One touches you, he makes the next touching easier for him. Perhaps my presence can still shield you somewhat, but even then, and double. Remember the stories of the Forsaken binding men to them? Strong men who had fought the Dark One from the start. Those stories are true, and none of the Forsaken had 1/10 of the strength of their master, not Aginor or Lanfear, not Balthamel or Demandred, not even Ishamael, the betrayer of hope himself. Nynaeve and Egwene were looking at him, Rand saw, him and Matt and Perrin, all three. The women's faces were a blood-drained blend of fear and horror. Are they afraid for us, or afraid of us? What can we do? He asked. There has to be something. Staying close by me, Moiraine replied, will help. Oh, some. The protection from touching the true source extends around me a little, remember? But you cannot always remain close to me. You can defend yourself if you have the strength for it, but you must find the strength and will within yourself. I cannot give it to you. I think I've already found my protection, Perrin said, sounding resigned rather than happy. Yes, Moiraine said, I suppose you have. She looked at him until he dropped his eyes, and even then she stood considering. Finally, she turned to the others. There are limits to the Dark One's power inside you. Yield even for an instant, and he will have a string tied to your heart, a string you may never be able to cut. Surrender, and you will be his. Deny him, and his power fails. It is not easy when he touches your dreams, but it can be done. He can still send half-men against you, and Trollocs and Dragcar and other things, but he cannot make you his unless you let him. Fades are bad enough, Perrin said. I don't want him inside my head again, Matt growled. Isn't there any way to keep him out? Moiraine shook her head. Loial has nothing to fear, nor Egwene, nor Nynaeve. Out of the mass of humanity, the Dark One can touch an individual only by chance, unless that person seeks it. But for a time at least, you three are central to the pattern. A web of destiny is being woven, and every thread leads straight to you. What else did the Dark One say to you? I don't remember it all that well, Perrin said. There was something about one of us being chosen, something like that. I remember him laughing, he finished bleakly, about who we were chosen by. He said we could serve him or die. And then we'd still serve him. He said the Amelin seat would try to use us, Matt added, his voice fading as he remembered to whom he was speaking. He swallowed and went on. He said just like Tar Valon used, he had some names. Davian, I think. I can't remember very well either. Rowlin Darksbane, Perrin said. Yes, Rand said, frowning. He had tried to forget everything about those dreams. It was unpleasant bringing them back. Yorian Stonebow was another, and Gwer Amalassan. He stopped suddenly, hoping Moiraine had not noticed how suddenly. I don't recognize any of them, but he had recognized one now that he dredged them from the depths of memory. The name he had barely stopped himself from saying. Again, the false dragon. Blight. Tom said they were dangerous names. Is that what Ba'alzamon meant? Moiraine wants to use one of us as a false dragon? Aes Sedai hunt down false dragons. They don't use them. Or they... Light help me, do they? Moiraine was looking at him, but he could not read her face. Do you know them? He asked her. Do they mean anything? The Father of Lies is a good name for the Dark One, Moiraine replied. It was always his way to seed the worm of doubt wherever he could. It eats at men's minds like a canker. When you believe the Father of Lies, it is the first step towards surrender. Remember, if you surrender to the Dark One, he will make you his. An Aes Sedai never lies, but the truth she speaks may not be the truth you think you hear. That was what Tam had said, and she had not really answered his question. He kept his face expressionless and held his hands still on his knees, trying not to scrub the sweat off them on his breeches. Egwene was crying softly. Nynaeve had her arms around her, but she looked as if she wanted to cry, too. Rand almost wished he could. They are all Tarwin, Loial said abruptly. He seemed brightened by the prospect, looking forward to watching from close by as the pattern wove itself around them. Rand looked at him incredulously, and the Ogier gave an abashed shrug, but it was not enough to dim his eagerness. So they are, Moiraine said. 3 of them when I expected one. A great many things have happened that I did not expect. This news concerning the Eye of the World changes much. She paused, frowning. For a time, the pattern does seem to be swirling around all 3 of you, just as Loial says, and the swirl will grow greater before it becomes less. Sometimes being Tarwin means the pattern is forced to bend to you, and sometimes it means the pattern forces you to the needed path. The web can still be woven many ways, and some of those designs would be disastrous. For you, for the world. We cannot remain in Caemlyn, but by any road, Myrddraal and Trollocs will be on us before we have gone 10 miles. And just at this point we hear of a threat to the Eye of the World, not from one source, but 3, each seeming independent of the others. The pattern is forcing our path. The pattern still weaves itself around you 3, but what hand now sets the warp, and what hand controls the shuttle? Has the Dark One's prison weakened enough for him to exert that much control? There's no need for that kind of talk, Nynaeve said sharply. You'll only frighten them. But not you? Moiraine asked. It frightens me. Well, perhaps you're right. Fear cannot be allowed to affect our course. Whether this is a trap or a timely warning, we must do what we must, and that is to reach the Eye of the World quickly. The Green Man must know of this threat. Rand gave a start. The Green Man? The others stared too, all but Loial, whose broad face looked worried. I cannot even risk stopping in Tar Valon for help, Moiraine continued. Time traps us. Even if we could ride out of the city unhindered, it would take many weeks to reach the Blight, and I fear we no longer have weeks. The Blight, Rand heard himself echoed in a chorus, but Moiraine ignored them all. The pattern presents a crisis, and at the same time, a way to surmount it. If I did not know it was impossible, I could almost believe the Creator is taking a hand. There is a way. She smiled as if at a private joke, and turned to Loial. There was an Ogier grove here at Caemlyn, and a Waygate. The new city now spreads out over where the grove once stood, so the Waygate must be inside the walls. I know not many Ogier learn the ways now, but one who has a talent and learns the old songs of growing must be drawn to such knowledge, even if he believes it will never be used. Do you know the ways, Loial? The Ogier shifted his feet uneasily. I do, Aes Sedai, but can you find the path to Fal Dara along the ways? I've never heard of Fal Dara, Loial said, sounding relieved. In the days of the Trolloc Wars, it was known as Mafal Dadaranel. Do you know that name? I know it, Loial said reluctantly, but then you can find the path for us, Moiraine said. A curious turn indeed. When we can neither stay nor leave by any ordinary means, I learn of a threat to the Eye, and in the same place there is one who can take us there in days. Whether it is the Creator, or Fate, or even the Dark One, the pattern has chosen our path for us. No, Loial said, an emphatic rumble like thunder. Everyone turned to look at him, and he blinked under the attention, but there was nothing hesitant about his words. If we enter the ways, we will all die or be swallowed by the shadow. The Aes Sedai appeared to know what Loial meant, but she said nothing. Loial peered at the floor, rubbing under his nose with a thick finger, as if he was abashed by his outburst. No one wanted to speak. Why? Rand asked at last. Why would we die? What are the ways? Loial glanced at Moiraine. She turned away to take a chair in front of the fireplace. The little cat stretched, its claws scratching on the hearthstone, and languidly walked over to butt its head against her ankles. She rubbed behind its ears with one finger. The cat's purring was a strange counterpoint to the Aes Sedai's level voice. It is your knowledge, Loial. The ways are the only path to safety for us, the only path to forestalling the Dark One, if only for a time, but the telling is yours. The Ogier did not appear comforted by her speech. He shifted awkwardly on his chair before beginning. During the time of madness, while the world was still being broken, the earth was in upheaval, and humankind was being scattered like dust on the wind. We, Ogier, were scattered too, driven from the steading into the exile and the long wandering, when the longing was graven on our hearts. He gave Moiraine another sidelong look. His long eyebrows drew down into 2 points. I will try to be brief, but this is not a thing that can be told too briefly. It is of the others I must speak now, those few Ogier who held in their steading while around them the world was tearing apart. And of the Aes Sedai he avoided looking at Moiraine now, the male Aes Sedai who were dying even as they destroyed the world in their madness. It was to those Aes Sedai, those who had so far managed to avoid the madness, that the steading first made the offer of sanctuary. Many accepted, for in the steading they were protected from the taint of the Dark One that was killing their kind. But they were cut off from the true source. It was not just that they could not wield the one power, or touch the source, they could no longer even sense that the source existed. In the end, none could accept that isolation, and one by one they left the steading, hoping that by that time the taint was gone. It never was. Some in Tar Valon, Moiraine said quietly, claim that Ogier's sanctuary prolonged the breaking and made it worse. Others say that if all of those men had been allowed to go mad at once, there would have been nothing left of the world. I am of the blue Ajar, Loial. Unlike the red Ajar, we hold to the second view. Sanctuary helped to save what could be saved. Continue, please. Loial nodded gratefully. Relieved of a concern, Rand realized. As I was saying, the Ogier went on, the Aes Sedai, the male Sedai, left. But before they went, they gave a gift to the Ogier in thanks for our sanctuary, the ways. Enter a Waygate, walk for a day, and you may depart through another Waygate 100 miles from where you started, or 500. Time and distance are strange in the ways. Different paths, different bridges lead to different places, and how long it takes to get there depends on which path you take. It was a marvelous gift, made more so by the times, for the ways are not part of the world we see around us, nor perhaps of any world outside themselves. Not only did the Ogier, so gifted, not have to travel through the world, where even after the breaking men fought like animals to live, in order to reach another steading, but within the ways there was no breaking. The land between two steading might split open into deep canyons or rise in mountain ranges, but in the way between them there was no change. When the last Aes Sedai left the steading, they gave to the elders a key, a talisman, that could be used for growing more. They are a living thing in some fashion, the ways and the Waygates. I do not understand it, no Ogier ever has, and even the Aes Sedai have forgotten, I am told. Over the years the exile ended for us. As those Ogier who had been gifted by the Aes Sedai found a steading where Ogier had returned from the long wandering, they grew away to it. With the stonework we learned during the exile, we built cities for men, and planted the groves to comfort the Ogier who did the building, so the longing would not overcome them. To those groves, ways were grown. There was a grove and a Waygate at Mafal Dadaranal, but that city was razed during the Trolloc Wars, no stone left standing on another, and the grove was chopped down and burned for Trolloc fires. He left no doubt which had been the greater crime. Waygates are all but impossible to destroy, Moiraine said, and humankind not much less so. There are people at Dara still, though not the great city the Ogier built, and the Waygate yet stands. How did they make them? Egwene asked. Her puzzled look took in Moiraine and Loial both. The Aes Sedai, the men. If they couldn't use the one power in a steading, how could they make the ways? Or did they use the power at all? Their part of the true source was tainted. is tainted. I don't know much about what a Sedai can do yet. Maybe it's a silly question, Loial explained. Each steading has a waygate on its border, but outside. Your question is not silly. You found the seed of why we do not dare travel the ways. No Ogier has used the ways in my lifetime, and before. By edict of the elders of all the steading, none may, human or Ogier. The ways were made by men wielding power fouled by the Dark One. About 1,000 years ago, during what you humans call the War of the 100 Years, the ways began to change. So slowly in the beginning that none really noticed, they grew dank and dim. Then darkness fell along the bridges. Some who went in were never seen again. Travelers spoke of being watched from the dark. The numbers who vanished grew, and some who came out had gone mad, raving about Machin, the Black Wind. Aes Sedai healers could aid some, but even with Aes Sedai help, they were never the same, and they never remembered anything of what had occurred. Yet it was as if the darkness had sunken into their bones. They never laughed again, and they feared the sound of the wind. For a moment there was silence, but for the cat purring beside Moiraine's chair and the snap and crackle of the fire, popping out sparks. Then Nynaeve burst out angrily, "And you expect us to follow you into that? You must be mad." "Which would you choose instead?" Moiraine asked quietly. "The Whitecloaks within Caemlyn, or the Trollocs without? Remember that my presence in itself gives some protection from the Dark One's works." Nynaeve settled back with an exasperated sigh. "You still have not explained to me," Loial said, "why I should break the edict of the elders, and I have no desire to enter the ways. Muddy as they often are, the roads men make have served me well enough since I left steading Shangtai. Humankind and Ogier, everything that lives, we are at war with the Dark One," Moiraine said. "The greater part of the world does not even know it yet, and most of the few who do fight skirmishes and believe they are battles. While the world refuses to believe, the Dark One may be at the brink of victory. There is enough power in the eye of the world to undo his prison. If the Dark One has found some way to bend the eye of the world to his use, and double, Rand wished the lamps in the room were lit. Evening was creeping over Caemlyn, and the fire in the fireplace did not give enough light. He wanted no shadows in the room. "What can we do?" Mat burst out. "Why are we so important? Why do we have to go to the Blight? The Blight!" Moiraine did not raise her voice, but it filled the room, compelling. Her chair by the fire suddenly seemed like a throne. Suddenly even Morgaze would have paled in her presence. "One thing we can do. We can try. What seems like chance is often the pattern. 3 threads have come together here, each giving a warning. The eye. It cannot be chance. It is the pattern. You 3 did not choose. You were chosen by the pattern. And you are here, where the danger is known. You can step aside and perhaps doom the world. Running, hiding, will not save you from the weaving of the pattern. Or you can try. You can go to the eye of the world, 3 to Varen, 3 center points of the web, placed where the danger lies. Let the pattern be woven around you there, and you may save the world from the shadow. The choice is yours. I cannot make you go." "I'll go," Rand said, trying to sound resolute. However hard he sought the void, images kept flashing through his head. Tam, and the farmhouse, and the flock in the pasture. It had been a good life. He had never really wanted anything more. There was comfort, a small comfort, hearing Perrin and Mat add their agreement to his. They sounded as dry-mouthed as he. "I suppose there isn't any choice for Egwene or me either," Nynaeve said. Moiraine nodded. "You are part of the pattern too, both of you in some fashion. Perhaps not Tavel, perhaps, but strong even so. I've known it since Baerlon, and no doubt by this time the Phage know it too, and Baalsamon. Yet you have as much choice as the young men. You could remain here, proceed to Tar Valon once the rest of us have gone." "Stay behind," Egwene exclaimed. "Let the rest of you go off into danger while we hide under the covers." "I won't do it." She caught the Aes Sedai's eye and drew back a little, but not all of her defiance vanished. "I won't do it," she muttered stubbornly. "I suppose that means both of us will accompany you." Nynaeve sounded resigned, but her eyes flashed when she added, "You still need my herbs, Aes Sedai, unless you suddenly gain some ability I don't know about." Her voice held a challenge. Rand did not understand, but Moiraine merely nodded and turned to the Ogier. "Well, Loial, son of Aront, son of Halan." Loial opened his mouth twice, his tufted ears twitching before he spoke. "Yes, well, the Green Man, the Eye of the World. They're mentioned in the books, of course, but I don't think any Ogier has actually seen them in, quite a long time. Suppose, and double, and double, and double. But must it be the ways?" Moiraine nodded, and his long eyebrows sagged till the ends brushed his cheeks. "Very well then, I suppose I must guide you. Elder Haman would say it's no less than I deserve for being so hasty all the time." "Our choices are made then," Moiraine said. "And now that they are made, we must decide what to do about them and how." Long into the night they planned. Moiraine did most of it, with Loial's advice concerning the ways, but she listened to questions and suggestions from everyone. Once dark fell, Lan joined them, adding his comments in that iron-cored drawl. Nynaeve made a list of what supplies they needed, dipping her pen in the inkwell with a steady hand, despite the way she kept muttering under her breath. Rand wished he could be as matter-of-fact as the wisdom. He could not stop pacing up and down, as if he had energy to burn or burst from it. He knew his decision was made, knew it was the only one he could make with the knowledge he had, but that did not make him like it. The Blight. Sheol Ghul was somewhere in the Blight, beyond the blasted lands. He could see the same worry in Mat's eyes, the same fear he knew was in his own. Mat sat with his hands clasped, knuckles white. If he let go, Rand thought, he would be clutching the dagger from Shadar Logoth instead. There was no worry on Perrin's face at all, but what was there was worse, a mask of weary resignation. Perrin looked as though he had fought something until he could fight it no longer and was waiting for it to finish him. Yet sometimes, and double, and double, and double, "We do what we must, Rand," he said. "The Blight, and double, and double." For an instant, those yellow eyes lit with eagerness, flashing in the fixed tiredness of his face, as if they had a life of their own, apart from the big blacksmith's apprentice. "There's good hunting along the Blight," he whispered. Then he shuddered, as if he had just heard what he had said, and once more his face was resigned. And Egwene. Rand drew her apart at one point, over by the fireplace where those planning around the table could not hear. Egwene, I.S.T. And double. Her eyes, like big dark pools drawing him in, made him stop and swallow. "It's me the Dark One's after, Egwene. Me and Mat and Perrin. I don't care what Moiraine Sedai says. In the morning you and Nynaeve could start for home, or Tar Valon, or anywhere you want to go, and nobody will try to stop you. Not the Trollocs, not the Fades, not anybody. As long as you aren't with us. Go home, Egwene, or go to Tar Valon. But go." He waited for her to tell him she had as much right to go where she wanted as he did, that he had no right to tell her what to do. To his surprise, she smiled and touched his cheek. "Thank you, Rand," she said softly. He blinked and closed his mouth as she went on. "You know I can't, though. Moiraine Sedai told us what Min saw in Baerlon. You should have told me who Min was." I thought. And double, and double, and double. "Well, Min says I am part of this too. And Nynaeve. Maybe I'm not Taveran," she stumbled over the word, "but the pattern sends me to the Eye of the World too, it seems. Whatever involves you involves me. But, Egwene, who is Elaine?" For a minute he stared at her, then told the simple truth. "She's the daughter heir to the throne of Andor." Her eyes seemed to catch fire. "If you can't be serious for more than a minute, Randall Thor, I do not want to talk to you." Incredulous, he watched her stiff back return to the table, where she leaned on her elbows next to Moiraine to listen to what the warder was saying. "I need to talk to Perrin," he thought. "He knows how to deal with women." Master Gil entered several times, first to light the lamps, then to bring food with his own hands, and later to report on what was happening outside. Whitecloaks were watching the inn from down the street in both directions. There had been a riot at the gates to the inner city, with the Queen's guards arresting white cockades and red alike. Someone had tried to scratch the dragon's fang on the front door, and been sent on his way by Langwyn's boot. If the innkeeper found it odd that Loial was with them, he gave no sign of it. He answered the few questions Moiraine put to him without trying to discover what they were planning, and each time he came, he knocked at the door and waited till Lan opened it for him, just as if it were not his inn and his library. On his last visit, Moiraine gave him the sheet of parchment covered in Nynaeve's neat hand. "It would be easy this time of night," he said, shaking his head as he perused the list, "but I'll arrange it all." Moiraine added a small wash-leather bag that clinked as she handed it to him by the drawstrings. Dubbed, "Good. And see that we are wakened before daybreak. The watchers will be at their least alert then. We'll leave them watching an empty box, Sedai." Master Gil grinned. Rand was yawning by the time he shuffled out of the room with the rest in search of baths and beds. As he scrubbed himself, with a coarse cloth in one hand and a big yellow cake of soap in the other, his eyes drifted to the stool beside Mat's tub. The golden-sheathed tip of the dagger from Shadar Logoth peeked from under the edge of Mat's neatly folded coat. Lamb glanced at it from time to time too. Rand wondered if it was really as safe to have around as Moiraine claimed. "Do you think my doll ever believe it?" Mat laughed, scrubbing his back with a long-handled brush. "Me? Saving the world? My sisters won't know whether to laugh or cry." He sounded like the old Mat. Rand wished he could forget the dagger. It was pitch black when he and Mat finally got up to their room under the eaves, the stars obscured by clouds. For the first time in a long while, Mat undressed before getting into bed, but he casually tucked the dagger under his pillow too. Rand blew out the candle and crawled into his own bed. He could feel the wrongness from the other bed, not from Mat, but from beneath his pillow. He was still worrying about it when sleep came. From the first, he knew it was a dream, one of those dreams that was not entirely dream. He stood staring at the wooden door, its surface dark and cracked and rough with splinters. The air was cold and dank, thick with the smell of decay. In the distance, water dripped, the splashes hollow echoes down stone corridors. Deny it. Deny him, and his power fails. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the Queen's blessing, on his bed, on himself asleep in his bed. When he opened his eyes, the door was still there. The echoing splashes came on his heartbeat, as if his pulse counted time for them. He sought the flame and the void, as Tam had taught him, and found inner calm, but nothing outside of him changed. Slowly he opened the door and went in. Everything was as he remembered it in the room that seemed burned out of the living rock. Tall, arched windows led onto an unrailed balcony, and beyond it the layered clouds streamed like a river in flood. The black metal lamps, their flames too bright to look at, gleamed, black yet somehow as bright as silver. The fire roared but gave no heat in the fearsome fireplace, each stone still vaguely like a face in torment. All was the same, but one thing was different. On the polished tabletop stood three small figures, the rough, featureless shapes of men, as if the sculptor had been hasty with his clay. Beside one stood a wolf, its clear detail emphasized by the crudeness of the man-shape, and another clutched a tiny dagger, a point of red on the hilt glittering in the light. The last held a sword. The hair stirring on the back of his neck, he moved close enough to see the heron in exquisite detail on that small blade. His head jerked up in panic, and he stared directly into the lone mirror. His reflection was still a blur, but not so misty as before. He could almost make out his own features. If he imagined he was squinting, he could nearly tell who it was. "You've hidden from me too long." He whirled from the table, breath rasping his throat. A moment before he had been alone, but now Baalzamon stood before the windows. When he spoke, caverns of flame replaced his eyes and mouth. "Too long, but not much longer." "I deny you," Rand said hoarsely. "I deny that you hold any power over me. I deny that you are." Baalzamon laughed, a rich sound rolling from fire. "Do you think it is that easy? But then you always did. Each time we have stood like this, you have thought you could defy me. What do mean each time? I deny you, you always do, in the beginning. This contest between us has taken place countless times before. Each time your face is different and your name, but each time it is you. I deny you." It was a desperate whisper. "Each time you throw your puny strength against me, and each time, in the end, you know which of us is the master. Age after age you kneel to me, or die wishing you still had strength to kneel. Poor fool, you can never win against me. Liar," he shouted. Father of lies. Father of fools, if you can't do better than that. Men found you in the last age, in the age of legends, and bound you back where you belong. Ba'alzamon laughed again, peal after mocking peal, until Rand wanted to cover his ears to shut it out. He forced his hands to stay at his sides. Void or no, they were trembling when the laughter finally stopped. You worm, you know nothing at all. As ignorant as a beetle under a rock, and as easily crushed. This struggle has gone on since the moment of creation. Always men think it a new war, but it is just the same war discovered anew. Only now change blows on the winds of time. Change. This time there will be no drifting back. Those proud Aes Sedai who think to stand you up against me. I will dress them in chains and send them running naked to do my bidding, or stuff their souls into the pit of doom to scream for eternity. All but those who already serve me. They will stand but a step beneath me. You can choose to stand with them, with the world groveling at your feet. I offer it one more time, one last time. You can stand above them, above every power and dominion but mine. There have been times when you made that choice, times when you lived long enough to know your power. Deny him. Rand grabbed hold to what he could deny. No Aes Sedai serve you. Another lie. Is that what they told you? 2,000 years ago, I took my Trollocs across the world, and even among Aes Sedai, I found those who knew despair, who knew the world could not stand before Shaitan. For 2,000 years, the Black Ajar has dwelt among the others, unseen in the shadows. Perhaps even those who claimed to help you. Rand shook his head, trying to shake away the doubts that came welling up in him, all the doubts he had had about Moiraine, about what the Aes Sedai wanted with him, about what she planned for him. "What do you want from me?" he cried. "Deny him. Light help me deny him. Kneel." Ba'alzamon pointed to the floor at his feet. "Kneel and acknowledge me your master. In the end, you will. You will be my creature, or you will die." The last word echoed through the room, reverberating back on itself, doubling and redoubling, till Rand threw up his arms as if to shield his head from a blow. Staggering back until he thumped into the table, he shouted, trying to drown the sound in his ears. "No!" As he cried out, he spun, sweeping the figures to the floor. Something stabbed his hand, but he ignored it, stomping the clay to shapeless smears underfoot. But when his shout failed, the echo was still there, and growing stronger. Die, 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 die. The sound pulled on him like a whirlpool, drawing him in, ripping the void in his mind to shreds. The light dimmed, and his vision narrowed down to a tunnel with Ba'alzamon standing tall in the last spot of brightness at the end, dwindling until it was the size of his hand, a fingernail, nothing. Around and around the echo whirled him, down into blackness and death. The thump as he hit the floor woke him, still struggling to swim up out of that darkness. The room was dark, but not so dark as that. Frantically he tried to center on the flame, to shovel fear into it, but the calm of the void eluded him. Tremors ran down his arms and legs, but he held the image of the single flame until the blood stopped pounding in his ears. Matt was tossing and twisting on his bed, groaning in his sleep. And double, and double. Deny you, deny you, deny you, and double, and double. It faded off into unintelligible moans. Rand reached out to shake him awake, and at the first touch, Matt sat up with a strangled grunt. For a minute Matt stared around wildly, then drew a long, shuddering breath and dropped his head into his hands. Abruptly he twisted around, digging under his pillow, then sank back, clutching the ruby-hilted dagger in both hands on his chest. He turned his head to look at Rand, his face hidden in shadow. "He's back, Rand." "I know," Matt nodded. There were these 3 figures. And double, and double. I saw them too. "He knows who I am, Rand." I picked up the one with the dagger, and he said, "So that's who you are." And when I looked again, the figure had my face. My face, Rand. It looked like flesh. It felt like flesh. Light helped me. I could feel my own hand gripping me, like I was the figure. Rand was silent for a moment. "You have to keep denying him, Matt." I did, and he laughed. He kept talking about some eternal war, and saying we'd met like that 1,000 times before, and double, and double, and double. Light, Rand, the Dark One knows me. He said the same thing to me. I don't think he does, he added slowly. I don't think he knows which of us. And double, and double. Which of us what? As he levered himself up, pain stabbed his hand. Making his way to the table, he managed to get the candle lit after 3 tries, then spread his hand open in the light. Driven into his palm was a thick splinter of dark wood, smooth and polished on one side. He stared at it, not breathing. Abruptly he was panting, plucking at the splinter, fumbling with haste. "What's the matter?" Matt asked. "Nothing." Finally he had it, and a sharp yank pulled it free. With a grunt of disgust he dropped it, but the grunt froze in his throat. As soon as the splinter left his fingers, it vanished. The wound was still there in his hand, though, bleeding. There was water in the stoneware pitcher. He filled the basin, his hands shaking so that he splashed water onto the table. Hurriedly he washed his hands, kneading his palm till his thumb brought more blood, then washed them again. The thought of the smallest sliver remaining in his flesh terrified him. "Light," Matt said. "He made me feel dirty too." But he still lay where he was, holding the dagger in both hands. "Yes," Rand said. "Dirty." He fumbled a towel from the stack beside the basin. There was a knock at the door, and he jumped. It came again. "Yes," he said. Moiraine put her head into the room. "You are awake already. Good. Dress quickly and come down. We must be away before first light." "Now?" Matt groaned. "We haven't had an hour's sleep yet." "An hour?" she said. "You have had 4. Now hurry, we do not have much time." Rand shared a confused look with Matt. He could remember every second of the dream clearly. It had begun as soon as he closed his eyes, and lasted only minutes. Something in that exchange must have communicated itself to Moiraine. She gave them a penetrating look, and came all the way in. "What has happened?" "The dreams? He knows who I am," Matt said. "The Dark One knows my face." Rand held up his hand wordlessly, palm toward her. Even in the shadowed light from the one candle, the blood was plain. The Aes Sedai stepped forward and grasped his upheld hand, her thumb across his palm covering the wound. Cold pierced him to the bone, so chill that his fingers cramped and he had to fight to keep them open. When she took her fingers away, the chill went too. He turned his hand, then, stunned, scrubbed the thin smear of blood away. The wound was gone. Slowly he raised his eyes to meet those of the Aes Sedai. "Hurry," she said softly. "Time grows very short." He knew she was not speaking of the time for their leaving any more. In the darkness just before dawn, Rand followed Moiraine down to the back hall, where Master Gil and the others were waiting, Nynaeve and Egwene as anxiously as Loial, Perrin almost as calm as the warder. Matt stayed on Rand's heels as if he were afraid to be even a little alone now, even as much as a few feet away. The cook and her helpers straightened, staring as the party passed silently into the kitchen, already brightly lit and hot with preparations for breakfast. It was not usual for patrons of the inn to be up and out at that hour. At Master Gil's soothing words, the cook gave a loud sniff and slapped her dough down hard. They were all back to tending griddles and kneading dough before Rand reached the stable-yard door. Outside, the night was still pitch black. To Rand, everyone else was only a darker shadow at best. He followed the innkeeper and Lan blindly, blind in truth, hoping Master Gil's knowledge of his own stable-yard and the warder's instincts would get them across it without someone breaking a leg. Loial stumbled more than once. "I don't see why we can't have just one light," the Ogier grumbled. "We don't go running about in the dark in the steading. I'm an Ogier, not a cat." Rand had a sudden image of Loial's tufted ears twitching irritably. The stable loomed up suddenly out of the night, a threatening mass, until the stable door creaked open, spilling a narrow stream of light into the yard. The innkeeper only opened it wide enough for them to go in one at a time, and hastily pulled it to behind Perrin, almost clipping his heels. Rand blinked in the sudden light inside. The stablemen were not surprised by their appearance, as the cook had been. Their horses were saddled and waiting. Mandab stood arrogantly, ignoring everyone but Lan, but Aldib stretched her nose out to nuzzle Moiraine's hand. There was a pack horse, bulky with wicker panniers, and a huge animal with hairy fetlocks, taller even than the warder's stallion for Loial. It looked big enough to pull a loaded haywain by itself, but compared with the Ogier, it seemed a pony. Loial eyed the big horse and muttered doubtfully, "My own feet have always been good enough." Master Gil motioned to Rand. The innkeeper was lending him a bay, almost the colour of his own hair, tall and deep of chest, but with none of the fire in his step that Cloud had had, Rand was glad to see. Master Gil said his name was Red. Egwene went straight to Bella, and Nynaeve to her long-legged mare. Matt brought his dun-coloured horse over by Rand. "Perrin's making me nervous," he muttered. Rand looked at him sharply. "Well, he's acting strange. Don't you see it too? I swear it's not my imagination. Or, and double, and double, or, and double, and double." Rand nodded. "Not the dagger taking hold of him again, thank the light." "He is, Matt, but just be easy. Moiraine knows about, and double, whatever it is. Perrin's fine." He wished he could believe it, but it seemed to satisfy Matt a little at least. "Of course," Matt said hastily, still watching Perrin out of the corner of his eye. "I never said he wasn't." Master Gil conferred with the head groom. That leathery-skinned man, with a face like one of the horses, knuckled his forehead and hurried to the back of the stable. The innkeeper turned to Moiraine with a satisfied smile on his round face. "Rami says the way is clear, Sedai." The rear wall of the stable appeared solid and stout, lined with heavy racks of tools. Rami and another stableman cleared away the hayforks, rakes and shovels, then reached behind the racks to manipulate hidden latches. Abruptly, a section of the wall swung inward on hinges so well concealed that Rand was not sure he could find them, even with the disguised door standing open. Light from the stable illuminated a brick wall only a few feet away. "It's only a narrow run between buildings," the innkeeper said, "but nobody outside this stable knows there's a way into it from here. Whitecloaks or white cockades, there'll not be any watchers to see where you come out." The Sedai nodded. "Remember, good innkeeper, if you fear any trouble from this, write to Sheriam Sedai of the Blue Arja in Tar Valon, and she will help. I fear my sisters and I have a good deal to put right already for those who have helped me." Master Gil laughed, not the laugh of a worried man. "Why, Aes Sedai, you've already given me the only inn in all of Caemlyn without any rats. What more could I ask for? I can double my custom on that alone." His grin faded into seriousness. "Whatever you're up to, the Queen holds with Tar Valon, and I hold with the Queen, so I wish you well. The light illumine you, Aes Sedai. The light illumine you all." "The light illumine you also, Master Gil," Moiraine replied with a bow of her head. "But if the light is to shine on any of us, we must be quick." Briskly she turned to Loial. "Are you ready?" With a wary look at its teeth, the Ogier took the reins of the big horse. Trying to keep that mouth the length of the reins from his hand, he led the animal to the opening at the back of the stable. Rami hopped from one foot to the other, impatient to close it again. For a moment Loial paused with his head cocked as if feeling a breeze on his cheek. "This way," he said, and turned down the narrow alley. Moiraine followed right behind Loial's horse, then Rand and Matt. Rand had the first term, leading the pack horse. Nynaeve and Egwene made the middle of the column with Perrin behind them and Lan bringing up the rear. The hidden door swung hastily shut as soon as Mandab stepped into the dirt alleyway. The snick-snick of latches locking, shutting them off, sounded unnaturally loud to Rand. The run, as Master Gil had called it, was very narrow indeed, and even darker than the stable-yard, if that was possible. Tall, blank walls of brick or wood lined both sides, with only a narrow strip of black sky overhead. The big, woven baskets slung on the pack-horse scraped the buildings on both sides. The panniers bulged with supplies for the journey, most of it clay jars filled with oil. A bundle of poles was lashed lengthwise down the horse's back, and each had a lantern swinging at the end of it. In the ways, Loial said, it was darker than the darkest night. The partially filled lanterns sloshed with the motion of the horse and clinked against each other with a tinny sound. It was not a very loud noise, but in the hour before dawn, Caemlyn was quiet, silent. The dull metallic clinks sounded as if they could be heard a mile away. When the run let out into a street, Loial chose his direction without a pause. He seemed to know exactly where he was going now, as if the route he needed to follow was becoming clearer. Rand did not understand how the Ogier could find the Waygate, and Loial had not been able to explain very well. He just knew, he said, he could feel it. Loial claimed it was like trying to explain how to breathe. As they hurried up the street, Rand looked back toward the corner where the Queen's blessing lay. According to Lamgwin, there were still half a dozen Whitecloaks not far down from that corner. Their interest was all on the inn, but a noise would surely bring them. No one was out at this hour for a reputable reason. The horseshoes seemed to ring on the paving stones like bells. The lanterns clattered as if the packhorse were shaking them deliberately. Not until they had rounded another corner did he stop looking over his shoulder. He heard relieved sighs from the other Emansfielders as they came round it too. Loial appeared to be following the most direct path to the Waygate, wherever it took them. Sometimes they trotted down broad avenues, empty, save for an occasional dog skulking in the dark. Sometimes they hurried along alleys as narrow as the stable run, where things squished under an unwary step. Nynaeve complained softly about the resulting smells, but no one slowed down. The darkness began to lessen, fading toward a dark grey. Faint glimmers of dawn pearled the sky above the eastern rooftops. A few people appeared on the streets, bundled up against the early cold, heads down while they yet dreamed of their beds. Most paid no mind to anyone else. Only a handful even glanced at the line of people and horses with Loial at its head, and only one of those truly saw them. That one man flicked his eyes at them just like the others, already sinking back into his own thoughts, when suddenly he stumbled and almost fell, turning himself back around to stare. There was only light enough to see shapes, but that was too much. Seen at a distance by himself, the Ogier could have passed for a tall man leading an ordinary horse, or for an ordinary man leading an undersized horse. With the others in a line behind him to give perspective, Loial looked exactly as big as he was, half again as tall as any man should be. The man took one look and, with a strangled cry, set off running, his cloak flapping behind him. There would be more people in the streets soon, very soon. Rand eyed a woman hurrying past on the other side of the street, seeing nothing but the pavement in front of her feet. More people to notice soon. The eastern sky grew lighter. "There," Loial announced at last. "It is under there." It was a shop he pointed to, still closed for the night. The tables out front were bare, the awnings over them rolled up tight, the door stoutly shuttered. The windows above, where the shopkeeper lived, were still dark. "Under?" Matt exclaimed incredulously. "How in the light can we?" Moiraine raised a hand that cut him off and motioned for them to follow her into the alley beside the shop. Horses and people together, they crowded the opening between the two buildings. Shaded by the walls, it was darker there than on the street, near to full night again. "There must be a cellar door," Moiraine muttered. Ah, yes. Abruptly light blossomed. A coolly glowing ball the size of a man's fist hung suspended over the Aes Sedai's palm, moving as she moved her hand. Rand thought that it was a measure of what they had been through, that everyone seemed to take it as a matter of course. She put it close to the doors she had found, slanted almost flat to the ground, with a hasp held by thick bolts and an iron lock bigger than Rand's hand and thick with old rust. Loial gave the lock a tug. "I can pull it off, hasp and all, but it will make enough noise to wake the whole neighborhood. Let us not damage the goodman's property if we can avoid it." Moiraine studied the lock intently for a moment. Suddenly she gave the rusty iron a tap with her staff, and the lock fell open neatly. Hastily Loial undid the lock and swung the doors up, propping them back. Moiraine went down the ramp thus revealed, lighting her way with the glowing ball. Aldeeb stepped delicately behind her. "Light the lanterns and come down," she called softly. "There is plenty of room. Hurry, it will be light out soon." Rand hurriedly untied the poled lanterns off the packhorse, but even before the first was lit he realized he could see Matt's features. People would be filling the streets in minutes, and the shopkeeper would be coming down to open up for business, all wondering why the alleyway was crammed full of horses. Matt muttered something nervously about taking horses indoors, but Rand was glad to lead his down the ramp. Matt followed, grumbling but no less quickly. Rand's lantern swung on the end of its pole, bumping the ceiling if he was not careful, and neither Red nor the packhorse liked the ramp. Then he was down and getting out of Matt's way. Moiraine let her floating light die, but as the rest joined them, the added lanterns lit the open space. The cellar was as long and as wide as the building above, much of the space taken up by brick columns, flaring up from narrow bases to 5 times as big at the ceiling. The place seemed made up from a series of arches. There was plenty of room, but Rand still felt crowded. Loial's head brushed the ceiling. As the rusted lock had foretold, the cellar had not been used in a long time. The floor was bare except for a few broken barrels filled with odds and ends, and a thick layer of dust. Motes, stirred up by so many feet, sparkled in the lantern light. Lan was last in, and as soon as he had Mandab down the ramp, he climbed back to pull the doors shut. Blood and ashes, Matt growled. Why would they build one of these gates in a place like this? It was not always like this, Loial said. His rumbling voice echoed in the cavernous space. Not always. No. The Ogier was angry, Rand realized with a shock. Once trees stood here. Every kind of tree that would grow in this place, every kind of tree that Ogier could coax to grow here. The great trees, 100 spans high. Shade a branch, and cool breezes to catch the smell of leaf and flower and hold the memory of the peace of the steading. All that murdered for this. His fist thumped a column. The column seemed to shake under that blow. Rand was certain he heard bricks crack. Waterfalls of dry mortar slid down the column. What is already woven cannot be undone, Moiraine said gently. It will not make the trees grow again for you to bring the building down on our heads. Loial's drooping eyebrows made him look more abashed than a human face could have managed. With your help, Loial, perhaps we can keep the groves that still stand from falling under the shadow. You have brought us to what we seek. As she moved to one of the walls, Rand realized that that wall was different from the others. They were ordinary brick. This was intricately worked stone, fanciful swirls of leaves and vines, pale even under its coat of dust. The brick and mortar were old, but something about the stone said it had stood there long, long before the brick was fired. Later builders, themselves centuries gone, had incorporated what already stood, and still later, men had made it part of a cellar. One part of the carved stone wall, right in the center, was more elaborate than the rest. As well done as the rest was, it appeared a crude copy in comparison. Worked in hard stone, those leaves seemed soft, caught in one frozen moment as a gentle summer breeze stirred them. For all of that, they had the feel of age, as much greater than the rest of the stone as the rest was older than the brick. That old and more. Loial looked at them as if he would rather be anywhere else but there, even out in the streets with another mob. "Avendesora," Moiraine murmured, resting her hand on a trefoil leaf in the stonework. Rand scanned the carving. That was the only leaf of its kind he could find. "The leaf of the Tree of Life is the key," the Sedai said, and the leaf came away in her hand. Rand blinked. From behind him he heard gasps. That leaf had seemed no less a part of the wall than any other. Just as simply, the Sedai set it against the pattern a handspan lower. The 3-pointed leaf fit there as if the space had been intended for it, and once more it was a part of the whole. As soon as it was in place, the entire nature of the central stonework changed. He was sure now that he could see the leaves ruffled by some unfelt breeze. He almost thought they were verdant under the dust, a tapestry of thick spring greenery there in the lantern-lit cellar. Almost imperceptibly at first, a split opened up in the middle of the ancient carving, widening as the two halves slowly swung into the cellar until they stood straight out. The backs of the gates were worked as the fronts, the same profusion of vines and leaves, almost alive. Behind, where should have been dirt or the cellar of the next building, a dull, reflective shimmering faintly caught their images. "I have heard," Loial said, half mourning, half fearful, "that once the Waygates shone like mirrors. Once who entered the ways walked through the sun and the sky. Once." "We have no time for waiting," Moiraine said. Lan went past her, leading Mandab, poled lantern in hand. His shadowy reflection approached him, leading a shadowy horse. Man and reflection seemed to step into each other at the shimmering surface, and both were gone. For a moment, the black stallion balked, an apparently continuous rein connecting him to the dim shape of his own image. The rein tightened, and the warhorse, too, vanished. For a minute, everyone in the cellar stood staring at the Waygate. "Hurry," Moiraine urged. I must be the last through. We cannot leave this open for anyone to find by chance. Hurry." With a heavy sigh, Loial strode into the shimmer. Tossing its head, his big horse tried to hold back from the surface and was hauled through. They were gone as completely as the warder and Mandab. Hesitantly, Rand poked his lantern at the Waygate. The lantern sank into its reflection, the two merging until both were gone. He made himself keep on walking forward, watching the pole disappear into itself inch by inch, and then he was stepping into himself, entering the gate. His mouth fell open. Something icy slid along his skin, as if he were passing through a wall of cold water. Time stretched out. The cold enveloped one hair at a time, shivered over his clothes, thread by thread. Abruptly the chill burst like a bubble, and he paused to catch his breath. He was inside the ways. Just ahead, Lan and Loial waited patiently by their horses. All around them was blackness that seemed to stretch on forever. Their lanterns made a small pool of light around them, too small, as if something pressed back the light, or ate it. Of a sudden, anxious, he jerked at his reins. Red and the pack horse came leaping through, nearly knocking him down. Stumbling, he caught himself and hurried to the warder and the Ogier, pulling the nervous horses behind him. The animals whickered softly. Even Mandab appeared to take some comfort from the presence of other horses. "Go easy when you pass through a Waygate, Rand," Loial cautioned. "Things are, and double, different inside the ways, them out. Look." He looked back the way the Ogier pointed, thinking to see the same dull shimmer. Instead, he could see into the cellar, as if through a large piece of smoked glass set in the blackness. Disturbingly, the darkness around the window into the cellar gave a sense of depth, as though the opening stood alone with nothing around or behind it but the dark. He said as much with a shaky laugh, but Loial took him seriously. "You could walk all the way around it, and you would not see a thing from the other side. I would not advise it, though. The books aren't very clear about what lies behind the Waygates. I think you could become lost there and never find your way out." Rand shook his head and tried to concentrate on the Waygate itself rather than what lay behind it, but that was just as disturbing in its own fashion. If there had been anything to look at in the darkness besides the Waygate, he would have looked at it. In the cellar, through the smoky dimness, Moiraine and the others were plain enough, but they moved as if in a dream. Every blink of an eye seemed a deliberate, exaggerated gesture. Matt was making his way to the Waygate as though walking through clear jelly, his legs seeming to swim forward. "The wheel turns faster in the ways," Loial explained. He looked at the darkness surrounding them, and his head sunk in between his shoulders. "None alive, no more than fragments. I fear what I don't know about the ways, Rand. The Dark One," Lan said, "cannot be defeated without chancing risks. But we are alive at this moment, and before us is the hope of remaining alive. Do not surrender before you are beaten, Ogier. You would not speak so confidently if you had ever been in the ways." The normal, distant thunder of Loial's voice was muted. He stared at the blackness as if he saw things there. "I never have before either, but I've seen Ogier who have been through a Waygate and come out again. You would not speak so if you had." Matt stepped through the gate and regained normal speed. For an instant he stared at the seemingly endless darkness, then came running to join them, his lantern bobbing on its pole, his horse leaping behind him, almost sending him sprawling. One by one the others passed through, Perrin and Egwene and Nynaeve, each pausing in shocked silence before hurrying to join the rest. Each lantern enlarged the pool of light, but not as much as it should have. It was as if the dark became denser, the more light there was, thickening as it fought against being diminished. That was not a line of reasoning Rand wanted to follow. It was bad enough just being there without giving the darkness a will of its own. Everyone seemed to feel the oppressiveness, though. There were no wry comments from Matt here, and Egwene looked as if she wished she could rethink her decision to come. They all silently watched the Waygate, that last window into the world they knew. Finally, only Moiraine was left in the cellar, dimly lit by the lantern she had taken. The Aes Sedai still moved in that dreamlike way. Her hand crept as it found the leaf of Avendesora. It was located lower in the stonework on this side, Rand saw, just where she had placed it on the other. Plucking it free, she put it back in the original position. He wondered suddenly if the leaf on the other side had moved back too. The Sedai came through, leading Audiobook, as the stone gate slowly began closing behind her. She came to join them, the light of her lantern leaving the gates before they were shut. Blackness swallowed the narrowing view of the cellar. In the constrained light of their lanterns, blackness surrounded them totally. Suddenly it seemed as if the lanterns were the only light left in the world. Rand realized that he was jammed shoulder to shoulder in between Perrin and Egwene. Egwene gave him a wide-eyed look and pressed closer, and Perrin made no move to give him room. There was something comforting about touching another human being when the whole world had just been swallowed up by dark. Even the horses seemed to feel the ways pushing them into a tighter and tighter knot. Outwardly unconcerned, Moiraine and Lamb swung into their saddles, and the Aes Sedai leaned forward, arms resting on her carved staff across the high pommel of her saddle. "We must be on our way, Loial." Loial gave a start and nodded vigorously. "Yes, Aes Sedai, you are right. Not a minute longer than need be." He pointed to a broad strip of white running under their feet, and Rand stepped away from it hastily. All the Two Rivers folk did. Rand thought the floor had been smooth once, but the smoothness was pitted now, as if the stone had the pox. The white line was broken in several places. This leads from the Waygate to the first guiding. From there, and double, and double. Loial looked around anxiously, then scrambled onto his horse with none of the reluctance he had shown earlier. The horse wore the biggest saddle the head groom had been able to find, but Loial filled it from pommel to cantle. His feet hung down on either side, almost to the animal's knees. "Not a minute longer than need be," he muttered. Reluctantly, the others mounted. Moiraine and Lan rode on either side of the Ogier, following the white line through the dark. Everyone else crowded in behind as close as they could get, the lanterns bobbing over their heads. The lanterns should have given enough light to fill a house, but 10 feet away from them, it stopped. The blackness stopped it as if it had struck a wall. The creak of saddles and click of horseshoes on stone seemed to travel only to the edge of light. Rand's hand kept drifting to his sword. It was not that he thought there was anything out there against which he could use the sword to defend himself. It did not seem as if there was anywhere for something to be. The bubble of light around them could as well have been a cave surrounded by stone, completely surrounded, with no way out. The horses might have been walking a treadmill for the change around them. He gripped the hilt, as if the pressure of his hand there could press away the stone he felt weighing down on him. Touching the sword, he could remember Tam's teaching. For a little while he could find the calm of the void. But the weight always returned, compressing the void until it was only a cavern inside his mind, and he had to start over again, touching Tam's sword to remember. It was a relief when something did change, even if it was only a tall slab of stone standing on end that appeared out of the dark before them, the broad white line stopping at its base. Sinuous curves of metal inlaid the wide surface, graceful lines that vaguely reminded Rand of vines and leaves. Discolored pox marked stone and metal alike. "The guiding," Loial said, and leaned out of his saddle to frown at the cursive metal inlays. "Ogier script," Moiraine said, "but so broken I can barely make out what it says." "I hardly can either," Loial said, "but enough to know we go this way." He turned his horse aside from the guiding. The edges of their light caught other stoneworks, what appeared to be stone-walled bridges arcing off into the darkness, and gently sloping ramps without railings of any kind, leading up and down. Between the bridges and the ramps ran a chest-high balustrade, however, as though falling was a danger there at any rate. Plain white stone made the balustrade, in simple curves and rounds, fitted together in complex patterns. Something about all of it seemed almost familiar to Rand, but he knew it had to be his imagination groping for anything familiar where everything was strange. At the foot of one of the bridges, Loial paused to read the single line on the narrow column stone there. Nodding, he rode up onto the bridge. "This is the first bridge of our path," he said over his shoulder. Rand wondered what held the bridge up. The horse's hooves made a gritty sound, as if bits of stone flaked off at every step. Everything he could see was covered with shallow holes, some tiny pinpricks, others shallow, rough-edged craters astride across, as if there had been a rain of acid or the stone was rotting. The guard wall showed cracks and holes too. In places it was gone altogether, for as much as a span. For all he knew, the bridge could be solid stone all the way to the center of the earth, but what he saw made him hope it would stand long enough for them to reach the other end. Wherever that is, the bridge did end eventually in a place that looked no different from its beginning. All Rand could see was what their little pool of light touched, but he had the impression that it was a large space, like a flat-topped hill, with bridges and ramps leaving all around it. An island, Loial called it. There was another script, covered, guiding. Rand placed it in the middle of the island, with no way of knowing if he was right or not. Loial read, then took them up one of the ramps, curving up and up. After an interminable climb, curving continuously, the ramp let off onto another island, just like the one where it had begun. Rand tried to imagine the curve of the ramp and gave up. This island can't be right on top of the other one. It can't be. Loial consulted yet another slab filled with Ogier script, found another signpost column, led them onto another bridge. Rand no longer had any idea in what direction they were traveling. In their huddle of light in the dark, one bridge was exactly like another, except that some had breaks in the guard walls and some did not. Only the degree of damage to the guidings gave any difference to the islands. Rand lost track of time. He was not even sure how many bridges they had crossed, or how many ramps they had travelled. The warder must have had a clock in his head, though. Just when Rand felt the first stir of hunger, Lan announced quietly that it was midday and dismounted to parcel out bread and cheese and dried meat from the pack horse. Perrin was leading the animal by that time. They were on an island, and Loial was busily deciphering the directions on the guiding. Matt started to climb down from his saddle, but Moiraine said, "Time is too valuable in the ways to waste. For us, much too valuable. We will stop when it is time to sleep." Lan was already back on Mandab. Rand's appetite slipped at the thought of sleeping in the ways. It was always night there, but not the kind of night for sleeping. He ate while he rode, though, like everyone else. It was an awkward affair, trying to juggle his food, the lantern pole, and his reins. But for all of his imagined lack of appetite, he licked the last crumbs of bread and cheese off his hands when he was done, and thought fondly of more. He even began to think the ways were not so bad, not nearly as bad as Loial made out. They might have the heavy fear of the hour before a storm, but nothing changed. Nothing happened. The ways were almost boring. Then the silence was broken by a startled grunt from Loial. Rand stood in his stirrups to peer past the Ogier and swallowed hard at what he saw. They were in the middle of a bridge, and only a few feet ahead of Loial. The bridge ended in a jagged gap. The light of their lanterns stretched just far enough to touch the other side, thrusting out of the dark like a giant's broken teeth. Loial's horse stamped a hoof nervously, and a loose stone fell away into the dead black below. If there was any sound of it striking bottom, Rand never heard it. He edged Red closer to the gap. As far down as he could thrust his lantern on its pole, there was nothing. Blackness below as blackness above, shearing off the light. If there was a bottom, it could be 1,000 feet down, or never. But on the other side, he could see what was under the bridge, holding it up. Nothing. Less than a span in thickness, and absolutely nothing underneath. Abruptly, the stone under his feet seemed as thin as paper, and the endless drop over the edge pulled at him. The lantern and pole seemed suddenly heavy enough to pull him right out of the saddle. Head spinning, he backed the bay away from the abyss as cautiously as he had approached. "Is it to this you brought us, Sedai?" Nynaeve said. "All this, just to find out we have to go back to Caemlyn after all?" "We do not have to go back," Moiraine said. "Not all the way to Caemlyn. There are many paths along the ways to any place. We need only go back far enough for Loial to find another path that will lead to Fal Dara." "Loial? Loial?" The Ogier pulled himself away from staring at the gap with a visible effort. "What? Oh. Yes, Sedai. I can find another path. I had." His eyes drifted back to the chasm, and his ears twitched. "I had not dreamed the decay had gone so far. If the bridges themselves are breaking, it may be that I cannot find the path you want. It may be that I cannot find a path back either. The bridges could be falling behind us even now. There has to be a way," Perrin said, his voice flat. His eyes seemed to gather the light, to glow golden. "A wolf at bay," Rand thought, startled. "That's what he looks like." "It will be as the wheel weaves," Moiraine said, "but I do not believe the decay is as fast as you fear. Look at the stone, Loial. Even I can tell that this is an old break. Yes, Loial said slowly. Yes, Sedai, I can see it. There is no rain or wind here, but that stone has been in the air for 10 years at least. He nodded with a relieved grin, so happy with the discovery that for a moment he seemed to forget his fear. Then he looked around and shrugged uncomfortably. I could find other paths more easily than Mafal da Daranel, Tar Valon, for instance, or Steading Shangtai. It's only 3 bridges to Steading Shangtai from the last island. I suppose the elders want to talk to me by this time. Fal Dara, Loial, Moiraine said firmly. The eye of the world lies beyond Fal Dara, and we must reach the eye. Fal Dara, the Ogier agreed reluctantly. Back at the island, Loial pored over the script-covered slab intently, drooping eyebrows drawn down as he muttered half to himself. Soon he was talking completely to himself, for he dropped into the Ogier language. That inflected tongue sounded like deep-voiced birds singing. It seemed odd to Rand that a people so big had such a musical language. Finally the Ogier nodded. As he led them to the chosen bridge, he turned to peer forlornly at the signpost beside another. 3 crossings to Steading Shangtai, he sighed. But he took them on past without stopping and turned onto the 3rd bridge beyond. He looked back regretfully as they started across, though the bridge to his home was hidden in the dark. Rand took the bay up beside the Ogier. When this is over, Loial, you show me your Steading, and I'll show you Emond's Field. No ways, though. We'll walk or ride if it takes all summer. You believe it will ever be over, Rand? He frowned at the Ogier. You said it would take 2 days to reach Fal Dara. Not the ways, Rand. All the rest. Loial looked over his shoulder at the Aes Sedai, talking softly with Lan as they rode side by side. What makes you believe it will ever be over? The bridges and ramps led up and down and across. Sometimes a white line ran off into the dark from the guiding, just like the line they had followed from the Waygate in Caemlyn. Rand saw that he was not the only one who eyed those lines curiously and a little wistfully. Nynaeve, Perrin, Mat, and even Egwene left the lines reluctantly. There was a Waygate at the other end of each of them, a gate back into the world where there was sky and sun and wind. Even the wind would have been welcome. Leave them they did, under the Aes Sedai's sharp eye. But Rand was not the only one to look back even after Dark-Swallowed Island and guiding and line. Rand was yawning by the time Moiraine announced that they would stop for the night on one of the islands. Mat looked at the blackness all around them and snickered loudly, but he got down as quickly as anyone else. Lan and the boys unsaddled and hobbled the horses, while Nynaeve and Egwene set up a small oil stove to make tea. Looking like the base of a lantern, it was what Lan said warders used in the Blight, where the wood could be dangerous to burn. The warder produced tripod legs from the baskets they took off the packhorse, so the lantern poles could be set in a circle around their campsite. Loial examined the guiding for a moment, then dropped down cross-legged and rubbed a hand across the dusty, pockmarked stone. Once things grew on the islands, he said sadly. All the books tell of it. There was green grass to sleep on, soft as any feather bed. Fruit trees to spice the food you'd brought with an apple or a pear or a bellfruit, sweet and crisp and juicy, whatever the time of year outside. Nothing to hunt, Perrin growled, then looked surprised that he had spoken. Egwene handed Loial a cup of tea. He held it without drinking, staring at it as if he could find the fruit trees in its depths. Aren't you going to set wards? Nynaeve asked Moiraine. Surely there must be worse than rats in this. Even if I haven't seen anything, I can still feel. The Aes Sedai rubbed her fingers against her palms distastefully. You feel the taint, the corruption of the power that made the ways. I will not use the one power in the ways, unless I must. The taint is so strong that whatever I tried to do would surely be corrupted. That made everyone as silent as Loial. Lan settled down to his meal methodically, as if he was stoking a fire, the food less important than fueling his body. Moiraine ate well too, and as tidily as if they were not squatting on bare stone, quite literally in the middle of nowhere, but Rand only picked at his food. The tiny flame of the oil stove gave just enough heat to boil water, but he crouched toward it as if he could soak up warmth. His shoulders brushed Mat and Perrin. They all made a tight circle around the stove. Matt held his bread and meat and cheese forgotten in his hands, and Perrin set his tin plate down after only a few bites. The mood became more and more glum, and everyone looked down, avoiding the dark around them. Moiraine studied them as she ate. Finally, she put her plate aside and patted her lips with a napkin. "I can tell you one cheerful thing. I do not think Tom Merrilin is dead." Rand looked at her sharply. "But the Fade. Matt told me what happened in Whitebridge," the Sedai said. "People there mentioned a gleeman, but they said nothing of him dying. They would have, I think, if a gleeman had been killed. Whitebridge is not so big as for a gleeman to be a small thing. And Tom is a part of the pattern that weaves itself around you three. Too important a part, I believe, to be cut off yet. Too important." Rand thought. How could Moiraine know? Min? She saw something about Tom. She saw a great deal, Moiraine said wryly. "About all of you. I wish I could understand half of what she saw, but even she does not. Old barriers fail, but whether what Min does is old or new, she sees true. Your fates are bound together. Tom Merrilin's too." Nynaeve gave a dismissive sniff and poured herself another cup of tea. "I don't see how she saw anything about any of us," Matt said with a grin. "As I remember it, she spent most of her time looking at Rand." Egwene raised an eyebrow. "Go? You didn't tell me that, Moiraine Sedai." Rand glanced at her. She was not looking at him, but her tone had been too carefully neutral. "I talked to her once," he said. "She dresses like a boy, and her hair is as short as mine." "You talked to her? Once?" Egwene nodded slowly. Still not looking at him, she raised her cup to her lips. "Min was just somebody who worked at the inn in Baerlon," Perrin said. "Not like Aram." Egwene choked on her tea. "Too hot," she muttered. "Who's Aram?" Rand asked. Perrin smiled, much like Matt's smile in the old days when he was up to mischief, and hid behind his cup. "One of the travelling people," Egwene said casually, but red spots bloomed in her cheeks. "One of the travelling people," Perrin said blandly. "He dances. Like a bird. Wasn't that what you said, Egwene?" "It was like flying with a bird." Egwene set her cup down deliberately. "I don't know if anyone else is tired, but I'm going to sleep." As she rolled herself up in her blankets, Perrin reached over to nudge Rand in the ribs and winked. Rand found himself grinning back. "Burn me if I didn't come out best for a change. I wish I knew as much about women as Perrin." "Maybe, Rand," Matt said slyly, "you ought to tell Egwene about Farmer Grinwell's daughter, else." Egwene lifted her head to stare first at Matt, then at him. He hastily got up to fetch his own blankets. "Sleep sounds good to me right now." All the Emansfield people began seeking their blankets then, and Loial too. Moiraine sat sipping her tea. And Lan? The warder did not look as if he ever intended to sleep or needed to. Even rolled up for sleep, no one wanted to get very far from the others. They made a small circle of blanket-covered mounds right around the stove, almost touching one another. "Rand," Matt whispered, "was there anything between you and Min?" "I barely got a look at her. She was pretty, but she must be nearly as old as Nynaeve." "What about this? Else?" Perrin added from the other side of him. "She pretty. Blood and ashes," he mumbled. "Can't I even talk to a girl?" "You two are as bad as Egwene." "As the wisdom would say," Matt chided mockingly, "watch your tongue." "Well, if you won't talk about it, I'm going to get some sleep." "Good," Rand grumbled. "That's the first decent thing you've said." Sleep was not easily come by, though. The stone was hard, however Rand lay, and he could feel the pits through his blanket. There was no way to imagine he was anywhere but in the ways, made by the men who had broken the world, tainted by the Dark One. He kept picturing the broken bridge, and the nothing under it. When he turned one way, he found Matt looking at him, looking through him really. Mocking was forgotten when the dark around them was remembered. He rolled the other way, and Perrin had his eyes open too. Perrin's face was less afraid than Matt's, but he had his hands on his chest, tapping his thumbs together worriedly. Moiraine made a circuit of them, kneeling by each person's head and bending down to speak softly. Rand could not hear what she said to Perrin, but it made his thumbs stop. When she bent over Rand, her face almost touching his, she said in a low, comforting voice, "Even here, your destiny protects you. Not even the Dark One can change the pattern completely. You are safe from him so long as I am close. Your dreams are safe. For a time, yet they are safe. As she passed from him to Mat, he wondered if she thought it was that simple, that she could tell him he was safe and he would believe it. But somehow he did feel safe, safer at least. Thinking that, he drifted into sleep and did not dream. Lan woke them. Rand wondered if the warder had slept. He did not look tired, not even as tired as those who had laid some hours on the hard stone. Moiraine allowed enough time to make tea, but only 1 cup apiece. They ate breakfast in the saddle, Loial and the warder leading. It was the same meal as the others, bread and meat and cheese. Rand thought it would be easy to get tired of bread and meat and cheese. Not long after the last crumb was licked off a finger, Lan said quietly, "Someone is following us." Or something. They were in the middle of a bridge, both ends of it hidden. Mat jerked an arrow from his quiver and, before anyone could stop him, loosed it in the dark behind them. "I knew I shouldn't have done this," Loial muttered. "Never deal with an Aes Sedai except in a steading." Lan pushed the bow down before Mat could knock another. "Stop that, you village idiot. There's no way to tell who it is." "That's the only place they're safe," the Ogier went on. "What else would be in a place like this besides something evil?" Mat demanded. "That's what the elders say, and I should have listened to them." "We are, for one," the warder said dryly. "Maybe it's another traveller," Egwene said hopefully. "An Ogier, perhaps. Ogier have more sense than to use the ways," Loial growled. "All but Loial, who has no sense at all. Elder Hamman always said it, and it's true." "What do you feel, Lan?" Moiraine asked. "Is it something that serves the Dark One?" The warder shook his head slowly. "I don't know," he said, as if that surprised him. "I cannot tell. Perhaps it's the ways and the taint. It all feels wrong. But whoever it is, or whatever, he's not trying to catch us." He almost caught up at the last island and scampered back across the bridge so as not to. "If I fall behind, I might surprise him, though, and see who or what he is." "If you fall behind, warder," Loial said firmly, "you'll spend the rest of your life in the ways. Even if you can read Ogier, I have never heard or read of a human who could find his path off the first island, lacking an Ogier guide. Can you read Ogier?" Lan shook his head again, and Moiraine said, "So long as he does not trouble us, we will not trouble him. We have no time. No time." As they rode off the bridge onto the next island, Loial said, "If I remember the last guiding correctly, there is a path from here that leads toward Tar Valon. Half a day's journey at most. Not quite as long as it will take us to reach Mafal Dadaranel. I'm sure that." He cut off as the light of their lanterns reached the guiding. Near the top of the slab, deeply chiseled lines, sharp and angular, made wounds in the stone. Suddenly, Lan's alertness was no longer hidden. He remained easily erect in his saddle, but Rand had the sudden impression that the warder could feel everything around him, even feel the rest of them breathing. Lan began circling his stallion around the guiding, spiraling outward. He rode as if he were ready to be attacked, or to attack himself. "This explains much," Moiraine said softly, "and it makes me afraid. So much. I should have guessed. The taint, the decay, I should have guessed." "Guessed what?" Nynaeve demanded, just as Loial asked, "What is it?" "Who did this? I've never seen or heard of anything like it." The Aes Sedai faced them calmly. Trollocs. She ignored their frightened gasps. Or fades. Those are Trolloc runes. The Trollocs have discovered how to enter the ways. That must be how they got to the 2 rivers undiscovered, through the Waygate at Manetheren. There is at least 1 Waygate in the Blight. She glanced toward Lan before continuing. The warder was far enough away that only the faint light of his lantern could be seen. Manetheren was destroyed, but almost nothing can destroy a Waygate. That is how the Fades could gather a small army around Caemlyn without raising an alarm in every nation between the Blight and Andor. Pausing, she touched her lips thoughtfully. "But they cannot know all the paths yet, else they would have been pouring into Caemlyn through the gate we used." "Yes," Rand shivered. Walking through the Waygate to find Trollocs waiting in the dark, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, twisted giants with half-animal faces snarling as they leap forward in the blackness to kill. Or worse. "They don't use the ways easily," Lan called. His lantern was no more than 20 spans off, but the light of it was only a dim, fuzzy ball that seemed very distant to those around the guiding. Moiraine led the way to him. Rand wished his stomach were empty when he saw what the warder had found. At the foot of one of the bridges, the frozen shapes of Trollocs reared, caught flailing about them with hooked axes and scythe-like swords. Grey and pitted like the stone, the huge bodies were half sunken in the swollen, bubbled surface. Some of the bubbles had burst, revealing more snouted faces, forever snarling with fear. Rand heard someone retching behind him, and swallowed hard to keep from joining whoever it was. Even for Trollocs, it had been a horrible way to die. A few feet beyond the Trollocs, the bridge ended. The signpost lay shattered into 1,000 shards. Loial got down from his horse gingerly, eyeing the Trollocs as if he thought they might come back to life. He examined the remains of the signpost hurriedly, picking out the metal script that had been inlaid in the stone, then scrambled back into his saddle. "This was the first bridge of the path from here to Tar Valon," he said. Matt was scrubbing the back of his hand across his mouth, with his head turned away from the Trollocs. Egwene hid her face in her hands. Rand moved his horse close to Baela and touched her shoulder. She twisted around and clutched him, shuddering. He wanted to shudder too. Her holding him was the only thing that kept him from it. "As well we are not going to Tar Valon yet," Moiraine said. Nynaeve rounded on the Sedai. "How can you take it so calmly?" "The same could happen to us." "Perhaps," Moiraine said serenely, and Nynaeve ground her teeth so hard Rand could hear them grate. "It is more likely, though," Moiraine went on, unruffled, "that the men, the Aes Sedai, who made the ways, protected them, building in traps for creatures of the Dark One. It is something they must have feared then, before the Halfmen and Trollocs had been driven into the Blight. In any case, we cannot tarry here, and whatever way we choose, back or ahead, is as likely to have a trap as any other. Loial, do you know the next bridge?" "Yes." Yes, they did not ruin that part of the guiding, thank the light. For the first time, Loial seemed as eager to go on as Moiraine did. He had his big horse moving before he finished speaking. Egwene clung to Rand's arm for 2 more bridges. He regretted it when she finally let go with a murmured apology and a forced laugh, and not just because it had felt good having her hold on to him that way. It was easier to be brave, he discovered, when someone needed your protection. Moiraine might not have believed a trap could be set for them, but for all the haste she spoke of, she made them travel more slowly than before, pausing before letting them onto any bridge or off one onto an island. She would step Aldib forward, feeling the air in front of her with an outstretched hand, and not even Loial or Lan was allowed to go ahead until she gave permission. Rand had to trust her judgment about traps, but he peered into the darkness around them, as if he could actually see anything more than 10 feet away, and strained his ears listening. If Trollocs could use the ways, then whatever was following them could be another creature of the Dark One, or more than one. Lan had said he could not tell in the ways. But as they crossed bridge after bridge, ate a midday meal riding, and crossed still more bridges, all he could hear were their own saddles creaking, and the horses' hooves, and sometimes one of the others coughing or muttering to himself. Later there was a distant wind too, off in the black somewhere. He could not say in which direction. At first he thought it was his imagination, but with time he became sure. It'll be good to feel the wind again, even if it's cold. Suddenly he blinked. "Loial, didn't you say there isn't any wind in the ways?" Loial pulled his horse up just short of the next island and cocked his head to listen. Slowly his face paled and he licked his lips. "Machin Shin," he whispered hoarsely. "The black wind. The light illumine and protect us. It's the black wind." "How many more bridges?" Moiraine asked sharply. "Loial, how many more bridges?" "2. I think 2. "Quickly then," she said, trotting Aldib onto the island. "Find it quickly," Loial talked to himself, or to anyone who was listening, while he read the guiding. They came out mad, screaming about Machin Shin. "Light help us. Even those Aes Sedai could heal." He scanned the stone hastily and galloped toward the chosen bridge with a shouted, "This way!" This time Moiraine did not wait to check. She urged them on to a gallop, the bridge trembling beneath the horses, lanterns swinging wildly overhead. Loial ran his eyes over the next guiding and wheeled his big mount around like a racer almost before it had stopped. The sound of the wind became louder. Rand could hear it even over the pounding of hooves on stone. Behind them, and gusting closer, they did not bother with the last guiding. As soon as the light of the lanterns caught the white line running from it, they swung in that direction, still galloping. The island vanished behind, and there was only the pitted grey stone underfoot and the white line. Rand was breathing so hard he was no longer sure if he could hear the wind. Out of the darkness the gates appeared, vine-carved and standing alone in the black like a tiny piece of wall in the night. Moiraine leaned out of her saddle, reaching toward the carvings, and suddenly pulled back. "The Avendisora leaf is not here," she said. "The key is gone." "Light!" Mat shouted. "Bloody light!" Loial threw back his head and gave a mournful cry, like a howl of dying. Egwene touched Rand's arm. Her lips trembled, but she only looked at him. He put his hand on top of hers, hoping he did not look more frightened than she did. He felt it. Back toward the guiding, the wind howled. He almost thought he could hear voices in it, voices screaming vileness that, even half understood, brought bile up in his throat. Moiraine raised her staff and flame lanced from the end of it. It was not the pure white flame that Rand remembered from Emond's Field and the battle before Shadar Logoth. Sickly yellow streaked through the fire, and slow drifting flecks of black like soot. A thin, acrid smoke drifted from the flame, setting Loial coughing and the horses dancing nervously, but Moiraine thrust it at the gates. The smoke rasped Rand's throat and burned his nose. Stone melted like butter, leaf and vine withering in the flame and vanishing. The Aes Sedai moved the fire as fast as she could, but cutting an opening big enough for everyone to get through was no quick task. To Rand, it seemed as if the line of melted stone crept along its arc at a snail's pace. His cloak stirred, as if caught by the edge of a breeze, and his heart froze. "I can feel it," Mat said, his voice quavering. "Light, I can bloody feel it." The flame winked out, and Moiraine lowered her staff. "Done," she said. "Half done." A thin line ran across the stone carving. Rand thought he could see light, dim, but still light through the crack. But despite the cutting, the two big, curved wedges of stone still stood there, half an arc out of each door. The opening would be big enough for everyone to ride through, though Loial might have to lie flat on his horse's back. Once the two wedges of stone were gone, it would be big enough. He wondered how much each weighed. 1,000 pounds? More? Maybe if we all get down and push. Maybe we can push one of them over before the wind gets here. A gust tugged at his cloak. He tried not to listen to what the voices cried. As Moiraine stepped back, Mandab leaped forward, straight toward the gates, Lan crouched in the saddle. At the last instant the warhorse twisted to catch the stone with his shoulder, just as he had been taught to catch other horses in battle. With a crash, the stone toppled outward, and the warder and his horse were carried by their momentum through the smoky shimmer of a waygate. The light that came through was mid-morning light, pale and thin, but it seemed to Rand as if the noonday summer sun blazed in his face. On the far side of the gate, Lan and Mandab slowed to a crawl, stumbling in slow motion as the warder reined back around toward the gate. Rand did not wait. Pushing Bella's head toward the opening, he slapped the shaggy mare hard on the croup. Egwene had just enough time to throw a startled look over her shoulder at him before Bela carried her out of the ways. "All of you, out!" Moiraine directed. Quickly. "Go!" As she spoke, the Aes Sedai thrust her staff out at arm's length, pointed back toward the guiding. Something leaped from the end of the staff, like liquid light rendered to a syrup of fire, a blazing spear of white and red and yellow, streaking into the black, exploding, coruscating like shattered diamonds. The wind shrieked in agony. It screamed in rage. The 1,000 murmurs that hid in the wind roared like thunder, roars of madness, half-heard voices cackling and howling, promises that twisted Rand's stomach as much by the pleasure in them as by what he almost understood them to say. He booted Red forward, crowding into the opening, squeezing after the others, all forcing through the smoky glistening at once. The icy chill ran through him again, the peculiar sensation of being slowly lowered face down into a winter pond, the cold water crawling across his skin by infinitesimal increments. Just as before, it seemed to go on forever, while his mind raced, wondering if the wind could catch them while they were held like that. As suddenly as a pricked bubble, the chill vanished, and he was outside. His horse, for one abrupt instant moving twice as fast as he had been, stumbled and almost pitched him over his head. He threw both arms around the bay's neck and hung on for dear life. While he got back into the saddle, Red shook himself, then trotted over to join the others as calmly as if nothing at all odd had happened. It was cold, not the chill of the Waygate, but welcome, natural winter cold that slowly, steadily burrowed into flesh. He pulled his cloak around him, his eyes on the dull glimmer of the Waygate. Beside him, Lan leaned forward in his saddle, one hand on his sword. Man and horse were tensed, as if on the point of charging back through if Moiraine did not appear. The Waygate stood in a jumble of stones at the base of a hill, hidden by bushes except where the falling pieces had broken down the bare, brown branches. Alongside the carvings on the remains of the gates, the brush looked more lifeless than the stone. Slowly, the murky surface bulged, like some strange, long bubble rising to the surface of a pond. Moiraine's back broke through the bubble. Inchmeal, the Aes Sedai, and her dim reflection backed out of each other. She still held her staff out in front of her, and she kept it there as she drew Aldib out of the Waygate after her, the white mare dancing with fear, eyes rolling. Still watching the Waygate, Moiraine backed away. The Waygate darkened. The hazy shimmer became murkier, sinking through grey to charcoal, then to black as deep as the heart of the ways. As if from a great distance the wind howled at them, hidden voices filled with an unquenchable thirst for living things, filled with a hunger for pain, filled with frustration. The voices seemed to whisper in Rand's ears, right at the brink of understanding and within it. Flesh so fine to tear, to gash the skin, skin to strip, to plate, so nice to plate the strips, so nice, so red, the drops that fall, blood so red, so sweet, sweet screams, pretty screams, singing screams, scream your song, sing your screams. The whispers drifted, the blackness lessened, faded, and the Waygate was again a murky shimmer seen through an arch of carved stone. Rand let out a long, shuddering breath. He was not the only one. He heard other relieved exhalations. Egwene had Baela alongside Nynaeve's horse, and the two women had their arms around each other, their heads on each other's shoulders. Even Lan seemed relieved, though the hard planes of his face showed nothing. It was more in the way he sat Mandarb, a loosening of the shoulders as he looked at Moiraine, a tilt of the head. "It could not pass," Moiraine said. "I thought it could not. I hoped it could not." "For..." She tossed her staff on the ground and scrubbed her hand on her cloak. Char, thick and black, marked the staff for over half its length. "The taint corrupts everything in that place." "What was that?" Nynaeve demanded. "What was it?" Loial appeared confused. "Why, Machin Shin, of course. The black wind that steals souls." "But what is it?" Nynaeve persisted. "Even with a Trolloc, you can look at it, touch it, if you have a strong stomach. But that..." She gave a convulsive shiver. "Something left from the time of madness, perhaps," Moiraine replied. "Or even from the War of the Shadow, the War of Power. Something hiding in the ways so long it can no longer get out. No one, not even among the Ogier, knows how far the ways run, or how deep. It could even be something of the ways themselves. As Loial said, the ways are living things, and all living things have parasites. Perhaps even a creature of the corruption itself, something born of the decay, something that hates life and light." "Stop!" Egwene cried. "I don't want to hear any more." I could hear it saying. She cut off, shivering. "There is worse to be faced yet," Moiraine said softly. Rand did not think she meant it to be heard. The Aes Sedai climbed into her saddle wearily and settled there with a grateful sigh. "This is dangerous," she said, looking at the broken gates. Her charred staff received only a glance. "The thing cannot get out, but anyone could wander in. Agelmar must send men to wall it up, once we reach Dara." She pointed to the north, to towers in the misty distance above the barren treetops. The country around the Waygate was rolling, forested hills, but aside from the gates themselves there was no sign of any Ogier grove. Most of the trees were grey skeletons clawing at the sky. Fewer evergreens than Rand was used to dotted the forest, and of them, dead brown needles and leaves covered many. Loial made no comment beyond a sad shaking of his head. "As dead as the blasted lands," Nynaeve said, frowning. Egwene pulled her cloak around her and shivered. "At least we're out," Perrin said, and Mat added, "Out where?" "Shianar," Lan told them. "We're in the Borderlands." In his hard voice was a note that said, home almost. Rand gathered his cloak against the cold. The Borderlands. Then the Blight was close by. The Blight, the eye of the world. And what they had come to do. "We are close to Fal Dara," Moiraine said. "Only a few miles." Across the treetops, towers rose to the north and east of them, dark against the morning sky. Between the hills and the woods, the towers often vanished as they rode, only to reappear again when they topped a particularly tall rise. Rand noticed trees split open, as if struck by lightning. "The cold," Lan answered when he asked. "Sometimes the winter is so cold here the sap freezes and trees burst. There are nights when you can hear them cracking like fireworks, and the air is so sharp you think that might shatter too. There are more than usual this winter past." Rand shook his head. Trees bursting? And that was during an ordinary winter. What must this winter have been like? Surely like nothing he could imagine. "Who says winter's past?" Mat said, his teeth chattering. "Why this, a fine spring, sheepherder," Lan said. "A fine spring to be alive. But if you want warm, well, it will be warm in the Blight." Softly Mat muttered, "Blood and ashes. Blood and bloody ashes." Rand barely heard him, but it sounded heartfelt. They began to pass farms, but though it was the hour for midday meals to be cooking, no smoke rose from the high stone chimneys. The fields were empty of men and livestock, both, though sometimes a plough or a wagon stood abandoned, as if the owner meant to be back any minute. At one farm close by the road, a lone chicken scratched in the yard. One barn door swung freely with the wind, the other had broken off the bottom hinge and hung at an angle. The tall house, odd to Rand's Two Rivers eyes, with its sharp peaked roof of big wooden shingles running almost to the ground, was still and silent. No dog came out to bark at them. A scythe lay in the middle of the barnyard. Buckets were overturned in a heap beside the well. Moiraine frowned at the farmhouse as they rode by. She lifted Aldib's reins, and the white mare quickened her pace. The Eamon's fielders were clustered with, Loial a little behind the Aes Sedai and the warder. Rand shook his head. He could not imagine anything growing there ever. But then he could not really imagine the ways either. Even now that he was past them, he could not. "I don't think she expected this," Nynaeve said quietly, with a gesture that took in all the empty farms they had seen. "Where did they all go?" Egwene said. "Why? They can't have been gone very long." "What makes you say that?" Mat asked. "From the look of that barn door, they could have been gone all winter." Nynaeve and Egwene both looked at him as if he were slow-witted. "The curtains in the windows," Egwene said patiently. "They look too light for winter curtains, even here. As cold as it is here, no woman would have had those up more than a week or two, maybe less." The wisdom nodded. "Curtains," Perrin chuckled. He immediately wiped the smile off his face when the two women raised their eyebrows at him. "Oh, I agree with you. There wasn't enough rust on that scythe for any more than a week in the open. You should have seen that, Mat, even if you missed the curtains." Rand glanced sideways at Perrin, trying not to stare. His eyes were sharper than Perrin's, or had been when they used to hunt rabbits together. But he had not been able to see that scythe blade well enough to make out any rust. "I really don't care where they went," Mat grumbled. "I just want to find some place with a fire. Soon." "But why did they go?" Ram said under his breath. "The Blight was not far off here. The Blight, where all the Fades and Trollocs were, those not down in Andor chasing them. The Blight, where they were going." He raised his voice enough to be heard by those close to him. "Nynaeve, maybe you and Egwene don't have to go to the Eye with us." The two women looked at him as if he were speaking gibberish, but with the Blight so close he had to make one last try. "Maybe it's enough for you to be close. Moiraine didn't say you have to go, or you, Loial. You could stay at Fal Dara until we come back, or you could start for Tar Valon. Maybe there'll be a merchant train, or I'll bet Moiraine would even hire a coach. We will meet in Tarwin when it's all over. Tarwin. Loial's sigh was a rumble like thunder on the horizon. You swirl lives around you, Randall Thor, you and your friends. Your fate chooses ours. The Ogier shrugged, and suddenly a broad grin split his face. Besides, it will be something to meet the Green Man. Elder Haman always talks about his meeting with the Green Man, and so does my father and most of the elders.
So many,
Perrin said. The stories say the Green Man is hard to find, and no one can find him twice. Not twice, no, Loial agreed. But then I have never met him, and neither have you. He doesn't seem to avoid Ogier quite the way he does you humans. He knows so much about trees. Even the tree songs, Rand said. The point I was trying to make is... The wisdom cut him off. She says Egwene and I are part of the pattern too, all woven in with you three. If she is to be believed, there's something about the way that piece of the pattern is woven that might stop the Dark One. And I'm afraid I do believe her. Too much has happened not to. But if Egwene and I go away, what might we change about the pattern? I was only trying to... Again, Nynaeve interrupted sharply. I know what you were trying to do. She looked at him until he shifted uneasily in his saddle, then her face softened. I know what you were trying to do, Rand. I have little liking for any Aes Sedai, and this one least of all, I think. I have less for going into the Blight, but least of all is the liking I have for the Father of Lies. If you boys, topping tight, and you men, can do what has to be done when you'd rather do almost anything else, why do you think I will do less? Or Egwene? She did not appear to expect an answer. Gathering her reins, she frowned toward the Aes Sedai up ahead. I wonder if we're going to reach this Dara place soon, or does she mean us to spend the night out in this? As she trotted toward Moiraine, Mat said, she called us men. It seems like only yesterday she was saying we shouldn't be off leading strings, and now she calls us men. You still shouldn't be off your mother's apron strings, Egwene said, but Rand did not think her heart was in it. She moved Bella close to his bay and lowered her voice so none of the others could hear, although Mat at least tried. I only danced with Aram, Rand, she said softly, not looking at him. You wouldn't hold it against me, dancing with somebody I will never see again, would you? No, he told her. What had made her bring it up now? Of course not. But suddenly he remembered something Min had said in Baerlon, what seemed 100 years ago. She's not for you, nor you for her at least, not in the way you both want. The town of Dara was built on hills higher than the surrounding country. It was nowhere near as big as Caemlyn, but the wall around it was as high as Caemlyn's. For a full mile outside that wall in every direction, the ground was clear of anything taller than grass, and that cut low. Nothing could come close without being seen from one of the many tall towers topped by wooden hoardings. Where the walls of Caemlyn had a beauty about them, the builders of Dara seemed not to have cared if anyone found their wall beautiful. The grey stone was grimly implacable, proclaiming that it existed for one purpose alone, to hold. Pennants atop the hoardings whipped in the wind, making the stooping black hawk of Shi'Nar seem to fly all along the walls. Lan tossed back the hood of his cloak and, despite the cold, motioned for the others to do the same. Moiraine had already lowered hers. It's the law in Shi'Nar, the warder said. In all the Borderlands, no one may hide his face inside a town's walls. Are they all that good-looking? Mat laughed. A halfman can't hide with his face exposed, the warder said in a flat voice. Rand's grin slid off his face. Hastily, Mat pushed back his hood. The gates stood open, tall and covered with dark iron, but a dozen armoured men stood guard in golden-yellow surcoats bearing the Black Hawk. The hilts of long swords on their backs peeked over their shoulders, and broadsword or mace or axe hung at every waist. Their horses were tethered nearby, made grotesque by the steel bardings covering chests and necks and heads, with lances to stirrup, all ready to ride at an instant. The guards made no move to stop Lan and Moiraine and the others. Indeed, they waved and called out happily. Daishan, one cried, shaking steel-gauntleted fists over his head as they rode past. Daishan, a number of others shouted, Glory to the Builders, and Kisarai Tiwansho. Loial looked surprised. Then a broad smile split his face and he waved to the guards. One man ran alongside Lan's horse a little way, unhampered by the armor he wore. "Will the golden crane fly again, Daishan?" "Peace, Regan," was all the warder said, and the man fell away. He returned the guard's waves, but his face was suddenly even more grim. As they rode through stone-paved streets crowded with people and wagons, Rand frowned worriedly. Dara was bulging at the seams, but the people were neither the eager crowds of Caemlyn, enjoying the grandeur of the city even as they squabbled, nor the milling throngs of Baerlon. Packed cheek by jowl, these folk watched their party ride by with leaden eyes and faces blanked of emotion. Carts and wagons jammed every alleyway and half the streets, piled high with jumbled household furnishings and carved chests packed so tight that clothes spilled. On top sat the children. Adults kept the younglings up where they could be seen and did not let them stray even to play. The children were even more silent than their elders, their eyes bigger, more haunting in their stares. The nooks and crannies between the wagons were filled with shaggy cattle and black-spotted pigs in makeshift pens. Crates of chickens and ducks and geese fitfully made up for the silence of the people. He knew now where all the farmers had gone. Lan led the way to the fortress in the middle of the town, a massive stone pile atop the highest hill. A dry moat, deep and wide, its bottom a forest of sharp steel spikes, razor-edged and as tall as a man, surrounded the towered walls of the keep. A place for a last defense if the rest of the town fell. From one of the gate towers an armored man called down, "Welcome, Daishan." Another shouted to the inside of the fortress, "The golden crane." The golden crane! Their hooves drummed on the heavy timbers of the lowered drawbridge as they crossed the moat and rode under the sharp points of the stout portcullis. Once through the gates, Lam swung down out of his saddle to lead Mandab, signalling the others to dismount. The first courtyard was a huge square paved with big stone blocks and surrounded by towers and battlements as fierce as those on the outside of the walls. As big as it was, the courtyard appeared just as crowded as the streets, and as much in turmoil, though there was an order to the crowding here. Everywhere were armoured men and armoured horses. At half a dozen smithies around the court, hammers clanged, and big bellows, tugged by two leather-aproned men apiece, made the forge fires roar. A steady stream of boys ran with new-made horseshoes for the farriers. Fletchers sat making arrows, and every time a basket was filled it was whisked away and replaced with an empty one. Liveried grooms appeared on the run, eager and smiling in black and gold. Rand hastily untied his belongings from behind the saddle and gave the bay up to one of the grooms as a man in plate, and mail and leather bowed formally. He wore a bright yellow cloak, edged in red over his armour, with the black hawk on the breast, and a yellow surcoat bearing a grey owl. He wore no helmet and was bareheaded truly, for his hair had all been shaved except for a top-knot tied with a leather cord. "It has been long, Moiraine Sedai. It is good to see you, Daishan." "Very good." He bowed again to Loial and murmured, "Glory to the builders. Kisaraiti Wanshel." "I am unworthy," Loial replied formally, "and the work small." "Chingu Machoba." "You honor us, builder," the man said. "Kisaraiti Wanshel." He turned back to Lan. "Word was sent to Lord Agelmar, Daishan, as soon as you were seen coming. He is waiting for you. This way, please." As they followed him into the fortress, along draughty stone corridors hung with colourful tapestries and long silk screens of hunting scenes and battles, he continued, "I am glad the call reached you, Daishan. Will you raise the golden crane banner once more?" The halls were stark except for the wall hangings, and even they used the fewest figures made with the fewest lines necessary to convey meaning, though in bright colours. "Are things really as bad as they appear, Ingtar?" Lan asked quietly. Rand wondered if his own ears were twitching like Loial's. The man's top-knot swayed as he shook his head, but he hesitated before putting on a grin. "Things are never as bad as they appear, Daishan. A little worse than usual this year, that is all. The raids continued through the winter, even in the hardest of it. But the raiding was no worse than anywhere else along the border. They still come in the night, but what else can be expected in the spring, if this can be called spring? Scouts return from the Blight, those who do come back with news of Trolloc camps, always fresh news of more camps. But we will meet them at Tarwin's Gap, Daishan, and turn them back, as we always have." "Of course," Lan said, but he did not sound certain. Ingtar's grin slipped, but came back immediately. Silently, he showed them into Lord Agelmar's study, then claimed the press of his duties and left. It was a room as purpose, made as all the rest of the fortress, with arrow slits in the outer wall and a heavy bar for the thick door, which had its own arrow piercings and was bound by iron straps. Only one tapestry hung here. It covered an entire wall and showed men, armoured like the men of Dara, fighting Myrddraul and Trollocs in a mountain pass. A table, one chest and a few chairs were the only furnishings except for 2 racks on the wall, and they caught Rand's eye as much as the tapestry. One held a 2-handed sword, taller than a man, a more ordinary broadsword, and below them a studded mace and a long, kite-shaped shield bearing 3 foxes. From the other hung a suit of armour, complete and arranged as one would wear it, crested helmet with its barred face-guard over a double mail camail. Mail hauberk, spit for riding, and leather undercoat, polished from wear. Breastplate, steel gauntlets, knee and elbow cops, and half-plate for shoulders and arms and legs. Even here, in the heart of the keep, weapons and armour seemed ready to be donned at any moment. Like the furniture, they were simply and severely decorated with gold. Agelmar himself rose at their entrance and came around the table, littered with maps and sheafs of paper and pens standing in ink pots. He seemed at first glance too peaceful for the room in his blue velvet coat with its tall, wide collar and soft leather boots, but a second look showed Rand differently. Like all the fighting men he had seen, Agelmar's head was shaved except for a topknot, and that pure white. His face was as hard as Lan's, the only lines creases at the corners of his eyes, and those eyes like brown stone, though they bore a smile now. "Peace, but it is good to see you, Daishan," the Lord of Dara said. "And you, Moiraine Aes Sedai, perhaps even more." "Your presence warms me, Aes Sedai. Ninte Kalishni no Domashita Egelmar Daishan," Moiraine replied formally, but with a note in her voice that said they were old friends. "Your welcome warms me, Lord Agelmar. Kodome Kalishnie Gani Aes Sedai Hei. Here is always a welcome for Aes Sedai." He turned to Loial. "You are far from the steading Ogier, but you honour Dara. Always glory to the builders. Kisarai Tiwan Shohai." "I am unworthy," Loial said, bowing. "It is you who do me honour." He glanced at the stark stone walls and seemed to struggle with himself. Rand was glad the Ogier managed to refrain from adding further comment. Servants in black and gold appeared on silent, soft-slippered feet. Some brought folded cloths, damp and hot, on silver trays for wiping the dust from faces and hands. Others bore mulled wine and silver bowls of dried plums and apricots. Lord Agelmar gave orders for rooms to be prepared, and baths. "A long journey from Tar Valon," he said. "You must be tired." "A short journey the path we came," Lan told him, "but more tiring than the long way." Agelmar looked puzzled when the warder said no more, but he merely said, "A few days' rest will put you all in fine fettle." "I ask one night's shelter, Lord Agelmar," Moiraine said, "for ourselves and our horses. And fresh supplies in the morning, if you can spare them. We must leave you early, I'm afraid." Agelmar frowned, but I thought, topping tight, end, topping tight, end, topping tight, end. "Moiraine Sedai, I have no right to ask it of you, but you would be worth 1,000 lances in Tarwin's Gap. And you, Daishan, 1,000 men will come when they hear the golden crane flies once more." "The 7 towers are broken," Lan said harshly, "and Malkia is dead, the few of her people left, scattered across the face of the earth. I am a warder, Agelmar, sworn to the flame of Tar Valon, and I am bound into the Blight." "Of course, Daishla, of course. But surely a few days' delay, a few weeks at most, will make no difference. You are needed. You and Moiraine Sedai." Moiraine took a silver goblet from one of the servants. "Ingtar seems to believe you will defeat this threat, as you have defeated many others across the years." "Aes Sedai," Agelmar said wryly. "If Ingtar had to ride alone to Tarwin's Gap, he would ride the whole way, proclaiming that the Trollocs would be turned back once more. He has almost pride enough to believe he could do it alone. He is not as confident as you think this time, Agelmar." The warder held a cup, but he did not drink. "How bad is it?" Agelmar hesitated, pulling a map from the tangle on the table. He stared unseeing at the map for a moment, then tossed it back. "When we ride to the gap," he said quietly, "the people will be sent south to Fal Moran. Perhaps the capital can hold. Peace it must. Something must hold." "That bad?" Lan said, and Agelmar nodded wearily. Rand exchanged worried looks with Mat and Perrin. It was easy to believe the Trollocs gathering in the Blight were after him, after them. Agelmar went on grimly. Kandor, Arafel, Saldea, the Trollocs raided them all straight through the winter. Nothing like that has happened since the Trolloc Wars. The raids have never been so fierce, or so large, or pressed home so hard. Every king and council is sure a great thrust is coming out of the Blight, and every one of the Borderlands believes it is coming at them. None of their scouts and none of the warders report Trolloc massing above their borders, as we have here, but they believe, and each is afraid to send fighting men elsewhere. People whisper that the world is ending, that the Dark One is loose again. Shienar will ride to Tarwin's Gap alone, and we will be outnumbered at least 10 to 1. At least. It may be the lasting gathering of the lances. Lan no. Daishan, for you are a diademed battle lord of Malkir, whatever you say. Daishan, the golden crane banner in the van, would put heart into men who know they are riding north to die. The word will spread like wildfire, and though their kings have told them to hold where they are, lances will come from Arafel and Kandor, and even from Saldea. Though they cannot come in time to stand with us in the gap, they may save Shienar. Lan peered into his wine. His face did not change, but wine slopped over his hand. The silver goblet crumpled in his grip. A servant took the ruined cup and wiped the warder's hand with a cloth. A second put a fresh goblet in his hand, while the other was whisked away. Lamb did not seem to notice. "I cannot," he whispered hoarsely. When he raised his head, his blue eyes burned with a fierce light, but his voice was calm again, and flat. "I am a warder, Agelmar." His sharp gaze slid across Rand and Mat and Perrin to Moiraine. "At first light, I ride to the Blight." Agelmar sighed heavily. "Moiraine, Sedai, will you not come, at least? An Aes Sedai could make the difference." "I cannot, Lord Agelmar." Moiraine seemed troubled. "There is indeed a battle to be fought, and it is not chance that the Trollocs gather above Shienar, but our battle, the true battle with the Dark One, will take place in the Blight at the eye of the world. You must fight your battle, and we ours. You cannot be saying he is loose." Rock-like Agelmar sounded shaken, and Moiraine quickly shook her head. "Not yet. If we win at the eye of the world, perhaps not ever again." "Can you even find the eye, Aes Sedai? If holding the Dark One depends on that, we might as well be dead. Many have tried and failed." "I can find it, Lord Agelmar. Hope is not lost yet." Agelmar studied her, and then the others. He appeared puzzled by Nynaeve and Egwene. Their farm clothes contrasted sharply with Moiraine's silk dress, though all were travel-stained. "They are Aes Sedai too?" he asked doubtfully. When Moiraine shook her head, he seemed even more confused. His gaze ran over the young men from Eamon's Field, settling on Rand, brushing the red-wrapped sword at his waist. "A strange guard you take with you, Aes Sedai. Only one fighting man." He glanced at Perrin and at the axe hanging from his belt. "Perhaps 2, but both barely more than lads. Let me send men with you. 100 lances, more or less, will make no difference in the gap, but you will need more than 1 warder and 3 youths, and 2 women will not help, unless they are Aiel in disguise. The Blight is worse than usual this year. It stirs." 100 lances would be too many, Lan said, "and 1,000 not enough. The larger the party we take into the Blight, the more chance we will attract attention. We must reach the eye without fighting if we can. You know the outcome is all but foretold when Trollocs force battle inside the Blight." Agelmar nodded grimly, but he refused to give up. "Fewer then. Even 10 good men would give you a better chance of escorting Moiraine Sedai and the other 2 women to the Green Man than will just these young fellows." Rand abruptly realized the Lord of Faldara assumed it was Nynaeve and Egwene who with Moiraine would fight against the Dark One. It was natural. Natural. That sort of struggle meant using the one power, and that meant women. That sort of struggle means using the power. He tucked his thumbs behind his sword belt and gripped the buckle hard to keep his hands from shaking. "No men," Moiraine said. Agelmar opened his mouth again, and she went on before he could speak. It is the nature of the eye, and the nature of the green man. How many from Dara have ever found the green man and the eye? Ever? Agelmar shrugged. Since the War of the 100 Years, you could count them on the fingers of one hand. No more than 1 in 5 years from all the Borderlands together. No one finds the eye of the world, Moiraine said, unless the green man wants them to find it. Need is the key, and intention. I know where to go. I have been there before. Rand's head whipped around in surprise. His was not the only one among the Eamon's fielders, but the Aes Sedai did not seem to notice. But one among us seeking Dory, seeking to add his name to those 4, and we may never find it, though I take us straight to the spot I remember. You have seen the green man, Moiraine Sedai? The Lord of Dara sounded impressed, but in the next breath he frowned. But if you have already met him once, topping tight, and need is the key, Moiraine said softly, and there can be no greater need than mine, than ours. And I have something those other seekers have not. Her eyes barely stirred from Agelmar's face, but Rand was sure they had drifted toward Loial just for an instant before the Aes Sedai pulled them back. Rand met the Ogier's eyes, and Loial shrugged. Tarwin, the Ogier said softly. Agelmar threw up his hands. It will be as you say, Aes Sedai, peace. If the real battle is to be at the eye of the world, I am tempted to take the Black Hawk banner after you instead of to the Gap. I could cut a path for you. That would be disaster, Lord Agelmar, both at Tarwin's Gap and at the Eye. You have your battle, and we ours. Peace. As you say, Aes Sedai. Having reached a decision, however much he disliked it, the shaven-headed Lord of Dara seemed to put it out of his mind. He invited them to table with him, all the while making conversation about hawks and horses and dogs, but with never a mention of Trollocs, or Tarwin's Gap, or the Eye of the World. The chamber where they ate was as stark and plain as Lord Agelmar's study had been, with little more furnishing it than the table and chairs themselves, and they were severe in line and form. Beautiful, but severe. A big fireplace warmed the room, but not so much that a man called out hurriedly would be stunned by the cold outside. Liveried servants brought soup and bread and cheese, and the talk was of books and music, until Lord Agelmar realized the Eamon's field folk were not talking. Like a good host, he asked gently probing questions designed to bring them out of their quiet. Ram soon found himself competing to tell about Emond's field and the 2 rivers. It was an effort not to say too much. He helped the others regarding their tongues, Mat especially. Nynaeve alone held herself back, eating and drinking silently. There's a song in the 2 rivers, Mat said, coming home from Tarwin's Gap. He finished hesitantly, as if suddenly realizing that he was bringing up what they had been avoiding, but Agelmar handled it smoothly. Little wonder. Few lands have not sent men to hold back the Blight over the years. Rand looked at Mat and Perrin. Mat silently formed the word Manetheren. Agelmar whispered to one of the servants, and while others cleared the table, that man vanished and returned with a canister and clay pipes for Lan, Loial, and Lord Agelmar. 2 rivers, Tabach, the Lord of Dara said as they filled their pipes. Hard to come by here, but worth the cost. When Loial and the 2 older men were puffing contentedly, Agelmar glanced at the Ogier. You seem troubled, Builder. Not beset by the longing, I hope. How long have you been away from the steading? It is not the longing, I have not been gone such a time as that. Loial shrugged, and the blue-grey streamer rising from his pipe made a spiral above the table as he gestured. I hoped that the grove would still be here. Some remnant of Mafol Dadaranel at least. Kaiser It-1 show, Agelmar murmured. The Trolloc Wars left nothing but memories, loyal, son of Aron, and people to build on them. They could not duplicate the builder's work, any more than could I. Those intricate curves and patterns your people create are beyond human eyes and hands to make. Perhaps we wished to avoid a poor imitation that would only have been an ever-present reminder to us of what we had lost. There is a different beauty in simplicity, in a single line placed just so, a single flower among the rocks. The harshness of the stone makes the flower more precious. We try not to dwell too much on what is gone. The strongest heart will break under that strain. The rose petal floats on water, Lan recited softly. The kingfisher flashes above the pond. Life and beauty swirl in the midst of death. Yes, Agelmar said. Yes. That one has always symbolized the whole of it to me, too. The two men bowed their heads to one another. Poetry out of Larn? The man was like an onion. Every time Rand thought he knew something about the warder, he discovered another layer underneath. Loial nodded slowly. Perhaps I also dwell too much on what is gone. And yet, the groves were beautiful. But he was looking at the stark room as if seeing it anew, and suddenly finding things worth seeing. Ingtar appeared and bowed to Lord Agelmar. Your pardon, Lord, but you wanted to know of anything out of the ordinary, however small. Yes, what is it? A small thing, Lord. A stranger tried to enter the town. Not of Shienar, by his accent, a Lugarder. Sometimes, at least. When the Southgate guards attempted to question him, he ran away. He was seen to enter the forest, but only a short time later he was found scaling the wall. A small thing! Agelmar's chair scraped across the floor as he stood. Peace. The tower watch is so negligent a man can reach the walls unseen, and you call it a small thing? He is a madman, Lord. Awe touched Ingtar's voice. The light shields madmen. Perhaps the light cloaked the tower watch's eyes and allowed him to reach the walls. Surely one poor madman could do no harm. Has he been brought to the keep yet? Good. Bring him to me here. Now. Ingtar bowed and left, and Agelmar turned to Moiraine. Your pardon, Sedai, but I must see to this. Perhaps he's only a pitiful wretch with his mind blinded by the light, but topping tight, end, topping tight, end, topping tight, end. 2 days gone, 5 of our own people were found in the night trying to saw through the hinges of a horse gate. Small, but enough to let Trollocs in, he grimaced. Dark friends, I suppose, though I hate to think it of any Shienaran. They were torn to pieces by the people before the guards could take them, so I'll never know. If Shienarans can be dark friends, I must be especially careful of outlanders in these days. If you wish to withdraw, I will have you shown to your rooms. Dark friends know neither border nor blood, Moiraine said. They are found in every land, and are of none. I, too, am interested in seeing this man. The pattern is forming a web, Lord Agelmar, but the final shape of the web is not yet set. It may yet entangle the world, or unravel and set the wheel to a new weaving. At this point, even small things can change the shape of the web. At this point, I am wary of small things out of the ordinary. Agelmar glanced at Nynaeve and Egwene. As you wish, Sedai. Ingtar returned with 2 guards carrying long bills and escorting a man who looked like a ragbag turned inside out. Grime layered his face and matted his scraggly uncut hair and beard. He hunched into the room, sunken eyes darting this way and that. A rancid smell wafted ahead of him. Rand sat forward intently, trying to see through all the dirt. You've no cause to be holding me like this, the filthy man whined. I'm only a poor destitute, abandoned by the light and seeking a place, like everyone else, to shelter from the shadow. The Borderlands are a strange place to seek, Agelmar began, when Matt cut him off. The peddler, Padan Fain, Perrin agreed, nodding. The beggar, Rand said, suddenly hoarse. He sat back at the sudden hatred that flared in Fain's eyes. He's the man who was asking about us in Caemlyn. He has to be. So this concerns you after all, Moiraine Sedai, Agelmar said slowly. Moiraine nodded. I greatly fear that it does. I didn't want to. Fain began to cry. Fat tears cut rummels in the dirt on his cheeks, but they were unable to reach the bottom layer. He made me, him and his burning eyes. Rand flinched. Matt had his hand under his coat, no doubt clutching the dagger from Shadar Logoth again. He made me his hound to hunt and follow with never a bit of rest. Only his hound, even after he threw me away. It does concern us all, Moiraine said grimly. Is there a place where I can talk with him alone, Lord Agelmar? Her mouth tightened with distaste. And wash him first. I may need to touch him. Agelmar nodded and spoke softly to Ingtar, who bowed and disappeared through the door. I will not be compelled. The voice was Fain's, but he was no longer crying, and an arrogant snap had replaced the whine. He stood upright, not crouching at all. Throwing back his head, he shouted at the ceiling. Never again. I will not. He faced Agelmar as if the men flanking him were his own bodyguard and the Lord of Dara his equal rather than his captor. His tone became sleek and oily. "There is a misunderstanding here, great lord. I am sometimes taken by spells, but that will pass soon. Yes, soon I will be rid of them." Contemptuously, he flicked his fingers against the rags he wore. "Do not be misled by these, great lord. I have had to disguise myself against those who have tried to stop me, and my journey has been long and hard. But at last I have reached lands where men still know the dangers of Baalzamon, where men still fight the Dark One." Rand stared, goggling. It was Fain's voice, but the words did not sound like the peddler at all. "So you've come here because we fight Trollocs," Agelmar said. "And you are so important that someone wants to stop you. These people say you are a peddler called Padan Fain, and that you are following them." Fain hesitated. He glanced at Moiraine and hurriedly pulled his eyes away from the Aes Sedai. His gaze ran across the Eamon's fielders, then jerked back to Agelmar. Rand felt the hate in that look, and the fear. When Fain spoke again, though, his voice was unruffled. "Padan Fain is simply one of the many disguises I have been forced to wear over the years. Friends of the Dark pursue me, for I have learned how to defeat the Shadow. I can show you how to defeat him, great lord." "We do as well as men can," Agelmar said dryly. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, but we have fought the Dark One almost since the breaking of the world, without peddlers to teach us how. Great lord, your might is unquestioned, but can it stand against the Dark One forever? Do you not often find yourself pressed to hold? Forgive my temerity, great lord, he will crush you in the end, as you are. I know, believe me, I do. But I can show you how to scour the shadow from the land, great lord." His tone became even more unctuous, though still haughty. "If you but try what I advise, you will see, great lord. You will cleanse the land. You, great lord, can do it, if you direct your might in the right direction. Avoid letting Tar Valon entangle you in its snares, and you can save the world. Great lord, you will be the man remembered through history for bringing final victory to the light." The guards held their places, but their hands shifted on the long shafts of the bills, as if they thought they might have to use them. "He thinks a great deal of himself for a peddler," Agelmar said to Lan over his shoulder. "I think Intar is right. He is mad." Fain's eyes tightened angrily, but his voice remained smooth. "Great lord, I know my words must appear grandiose, but if you will only—" He cut off abruptly, stepping back, as Moiraine rose and started slowly around the table. Only the guards' lowered bills kept Fain from backing right out of the room. Stopping behind Mat's chair, Moiraine put a hand on his shoulder and bent to whisper in his ear. Whatever she said, the tension went out of his face, and he took his hand from under his coat. The Aes Sedai went on until she stood beside Agelmar, confronting Fain. As she came to a halt, the peddler sank into a crouch once more. "I hate him," he whimpered. "I want to be free of him. I want to walk in the light again." His shoulders began to shake, and tears streamed down his face even more heavily than before. "He made me do it. I am afraid he is more than a peddler, Lord Agelmar," Moiraine said. "Less than human, worse than vile, more dangerous than you can imagine. He can be bathed after I have spoken with him. I dare not waste a minute. Come, Lan." An itchy restlessness had Rand pacing beside the dining table. 12 strides. The table was exactly 12 strides long, no matter how many times he stepped it off. Irritably, he made himself stop keeping tally. Stupid thing to be doing. I don't care how long the bloody table is. A few minutes later, he discovered that he was counting the number of trips he made up the table and back. What is he saying to Moiraine and Lan? Does he know why the Dark One is after us? Does he know which of us the Dark One wants? He glanced at his friends. Perrin had crumbled a piece of bread and was idly pushing the crumbs around on the table with one finger. His yellow eyes stared unblinking at the crumbs, but they seemed to see something far off. Mat slouched in his chair, eyes half closed, and the beginnings of a grin on his face. It was a nervous grin, not amusement. Outwardly he looked like the old Mat, but from time to time he unconsciously touched the Shadar-Logoth dagger through his coat. What is Fain telling her? What does he know? Loial, at least, did not look worried. The Ogier was studying the walls. First he had stood in the middle of the room and stared, turning slowly in a circle. Now he was almost pressing his broad nose against the stone, while he gently traced a particular join with fingers thicker than most men's thumbs. Sometimes he closed his eyes, as if the feeling was more important than seeing. His ears gave an occasional twitch, and he muttered to himself in Ogier, appearing to have forgotten anyone else was in the room with him. Lord Agelmar stood talking quietly with Nynaeve and Egwene in front of the long fireplace at the end of the room. He was a good host, adept at making people forget their troubles. Several of his stories had Egwene in giggles. Once even Nynaeve threw back her head and roared with laughter. Rand gave a start at the unexpected sound and jumped again when Mat's chair crashed to the floor. "Blood and ashes," Mat growled, ignoring the way Nynaeve's mouth tightened at his language. "What's taking her so long?" He righted his chair and sat back down without looking at anyone. His hand strayed to his coat. The Lord of Dara looked at Mat disapprovingly. His gaze took in Rand and Perrin without any improvement, then turned back to the women. Rand's pacing had taken him close to them. "My lord," Egwene was saying, as glibly as if she'd been using titles all of her life, "I thought he was a warder, but you call him Daishan and talk about a golden crane banner. And so did those other men. Sometimes you sound almost as if he's a king. I remember once Moiraine called him the last Lord of the Seven Towers. Who is he?" Nynaeve began studying her cup intently, but it was obvious to Rand that abruptly she was listening even more closely than was Egwene. Rand stopped and tried to overhear, without seeming to eavesdrop. "Lord of the Seven Towers," Agelmar said with a frown. "An ancient title, Lady Egwene. Not even the High Lords of Tyr have older, though the Queen of Andor comes close." He heaved a sigh and shook his head. He will not speak of it, yet the story is well known along the border. He is a king, or should have been, or Lan Mandragoran, Lord of the Seven Towers, Lord of the Lakes, crownless king of the Malkiri. His shaven head lifted high, and there was a light in his eye, as if he felt a father's pride. His voice grew stronger, filled with the force of his feeling. The whole room could hear without straining. "We of Shienar call ourselves Bordermen, but fewer than 50 years ago, Shienar was not truly of the Borderlands. North of us, and of Arafel, was Malkia. The lances of Shienar rode north, but it was Malkia that held back the Blight. Malkia, peace favor her memory, and the light illumine her name." "Lan is from Malkia," the wisdom said softly, looking up. She seemed troubled. It was not a question, but Agelmar nodded. "Yes, Lady Nynaeve, he is the son of Al-Akir Mandragoran, last crowned king of the Malkiri." How did he become as he is? The beginning, perhaps, was Lane. On a dare, Lane Mandragoran, the king's brother, led his lances through the Blight to the blasted lands, perhaps to Sheol Ghul itself. Lane's wife Brienne made that dare for the envy that burned her heart, that all Akir had been raised to the throne instead of Lane. The king and Lane were as close as brothers could be, as close as twins even after the royal ale was added to Akir's name, but jealousy racked Brienne. Lane was acclaimed for his deeds, and rightfully so, but not even he could outshine Al-Akir. He was man and king, such as comes once in 100 years, if that. Peace favor him and Eliana. Lane died in the blasted lands with most of those who followed him, men Malkia could ill afford to lose, and Brienne blamed the king, saying that Sheol Ghul itself would have fallen if Al-Akir had led the rest of the Malkiri north with her husband. For revenge, she plotted with Cowin Gamallan, called Cowin Fairheart, to seize the throne for her son Isam. Now Fairheart was a hero almost as well loved as Al-Akir himself, and one of the great lords. But when the great lords had cast the rods for king, only two separated him from Akir, and he never forgot that two men laying a different colour on the crowning stone would have set him on the throne instead. Between them, Cowin and Brienne moved soldiers back from the Blight to seize the Seven Towers, stripping the border forts to bare garrisons. But Cowin's jealousy ran deeper. Disgust tinged Agelmar's voice. Fairheart, the hero whose exploits in the Blight were sung throughout the Borderlands, was a dark friend. With the border forts weakened, Trollocs poured into Malkia like a flood. King Al-Akir and Lane together might have rallied the land. They had done so before, but Lane's doom in the blasted lands had shaken the people, and the Trolloc invasion broke men's spirit and their will to resist. Too many men, Overwhelming numbers pushed the Malkiri back into the heartland. Brienne fled with her infant son Issam, and was run down by Trollocs as she rode south with him. No one knows their fate of a certainty, but it can be guessed. I can find pity only for the boy. When Caemlyn Fairheart's treachery was revealed, and he was taken by young Jane Charon, already called Jane Farstrider. When Fairheart was brought to the Seven Towers in chains, the great lords called for his head on a pike. But because he had been second only to Al-Akir and Lane in the hearts of the people, the king faced him in single combat and slew him. Al-Akir wept when he killed Caemlyn. Some say he wept for a friend who had given himself to the shadow, and some say for Malkia. The Lord of Faldara shook his head sadly. The first peal of the doom of the Seven Towers had been struck. There was no time to gather aid from Shinar or Arafel, and no hope that Malkia could stand alone, with 5,000 of her lances dead in the blasted lands, her border forts overrun. Al-Akir and his queen, Eliana, had land brought to them in his cradle. Into his infant hands they placed the sword of Malkiri kings, the sword he wears today, a weapon made by Aes Sedai during the War of Power, the War of the Shadow that brought down the Age of Legends. They anointed his head with oil, naming him Dai Shan, a diademed battle lord, and consecrated him as the next king of the Malkiri, and in his name they swore the ancient oath of Malkiri kings and queens. Agelmar's face hardened, and he spoke the words as if he too had sworn that oath, or one much similar. To stand against the shadow so long as iron is hard and stone abides. To defend the Malkiri while one drop of blood remains. To avenge what cannot be defended. The words rang in the chamber. Eliana placed a locket around her son's neck for remembrance, and the infant, wrapped in swaddling clothes by the queen's own hand, was given over to 20 chosen from the king's bodyguard, the best swordsmen, the most deadly fighters. Their command to carry the child to Falmoran. Then did Al-Akir and Eliana lead the Malkiri out to face the shadow one last time. There they died, at Herat's crossing, and the Malkiri died, and the Seven Towers were broken. Shinar and Arafel and Kandor met the Halfmen and the Trollocs at the stair of Jehaen, and threw them back, but not as far as they had been. Most of Malkir remained in Trolloc hands, and year by year, mile by mile, the Blight has swallowed it. Agelmar drew a heavy-hearted breath. When he went on, there was a sad pride in his eyes and voice. Only 5 of the bodyguards reached Falmoran alive, every man wounded, but they had the child unharmed. From the cradle they taught him all they knew. He learned weapons as other children learned toys, and the Blight as other children their mother's garden. The oath sworn over his cradle is graven in his mind. There is nothing left to defend, but he can avenge. He denies his titles, yet in the Borderlands he is called the Uncrowned, and if ever he raised the golden crane of Malkir, an army would come to follow. But he will not lead men to their deaths. In the Blight he courts death as a suitor courts a maiden, but he will not lead others to it. If you must enter the Blight, and with only a few, there is no man better to take you there, nor to bring you safely out again. He is the best of the warders, and that means the best of the best. You might as well leave these boys here to gain a little seasoning and put your entire trust in Lan. The Blight is no place for untried boys. Matt opened his mouth and shut it again at a look from Rand. I wish he'd learned to keep it shut. Nynaeve had listened just as wide-eyed as Egwene, but now she was staring into her cup again, her face pale. Egwene put a hand on her arm and gave her a sympathetic look. Moiraine appeared in the doorway, Lan at her heels. Nynaeve turned her back on them. What did he say? Rand demanded. Matt rose, and Perrin too. Country oaf, Agelmar muttered, then raised his voice to a normal tone. Did you learn anything, Aes Sedai? Or is he simply a madman? He is mad, Moiraine said, or close to it, but there is nothing simple about Padan Fain. One of the black and gold liveried servants bowed his way in with a blue wash basin and pitcher, a bar of yellow soap, and a small towel on a silver tray. He looked anxiously at Agelmar. Moiraine directed him to put them on the table. Your pardon for commanding your servants, Lord Agelmar, she said. I took the liberty of asking for this. Agelmar nodded to the servant, who put the tray on the table and left hurriedly. My servants are yours to command, Aes Sedai. The water Moiraine poured into the basin steamed as if only just off the boil. She pushed up her sleeves and began vigorously washing her hands without regard for the heat of the water. I said he was worse than vile, but I did not come close. I do not believe I have ever met someone so abject and debased, yet at the same time so foul. I feel soiled from touching him, and I do not mean for the filth on his skin. Soiled in here. She touched her breast. The degradation of his soul almost makes me doubt he has one. There is something worse to him than a dark friend. He looked so pitiful, Egwene murmured. I remember him arriving in Eamon's Field each spring, always laughing and full of news from outside. Surely there's some hope for him. No man can stand in the shadow so long that he cannot find the light again, she quoted. The Aes Sedai toweled her hands briskly. I have always believed it so, she said. Perhaps Padan Fain can be redeemed, but he has been a dark friend more than 40 years, and what he has done for that, in blood and pain and death, would freeze your heart to hear. Among the least of these, though not small to you, I suspect, he brought the Trollocs to Eamon's Field. Yes, Rand said softly. He heard Egwene gasp. I should have guessed. Burn me, I should have as soon as I recognized him. Did he bring any here? Mat asked. He looked at the stone walls around them and shivered. Rand thought he was remembering the mid-rail more than Trollocs. Walls had not stopped the fate at Belon or at Whitebridge. If he did. Agelmar laughed. They'll break their teeth on the walls of Fal Dara. Many others have before. He was speaking to everyone, but obviously addressing his words to Egwene and Nynaeve from the glances he gave them. And do not worry yourself about half-men either. Mat's face reddened. Every street and alley in Fal Dara is lit by night, and no man may hide his face inside the walls. Why would Master Fain do that? Egwene asked. 3 years ago. Topping Tate, and... With a heavy sigh, Moiraine sat down, folding up as if what she had done with Fain had drained her. 3 years this summer, as far back as that. The light surely favours us, else the father of lies would have triumphed while I still sat planning in Tar Valon. 3 years, Fain has been hunting you for the Dark One. That's crazy, Rand said. He's come into the Two Rivers every spring, as regular as a clock. 3 years? We've been right there in front of him, and he never looked at any of us twice before last year. The Aes Sedai pointed a finger at him, fixing him. Fain told me everything, Rand, or almost everything. I believe he managed to hold back something important, despite all I could do, but he said enough. 3 years ago, a halfman came for him in a town in Murandy. Fain was terrified, of course, but it is considered a very great honor among dark friends to be so summoned. Fain believed he had been chosen for great things, and he had, though not in the manner he believed. He was brought north to the Blight, to the Blasted Lands, to Sheol Gul, where he met a man with eyes of fire who named himself Baalzamon. Mat shifted uneasily, and Rand swallowed hard. It had to have been that way, of course, but that did not make it any easier to accept. Only Perrin looked at the Aes Sedai as if nothing could surprise him any longer. The light protect us, Agelmar said fervently. Fain did not like what was done to him at Sheol Gul, Moiraine continued calmly. While we talked, he screamed often of fire and burning. It almost killed him, bringing it all out from where he had it hidden. Even with my healing, he is a shattered ruin. It would take much to make him whole again. I will make the effort, though, if for no other reason than to learn what more he still hides. He had been chosen because of where he did his peddling. No, she said quickly when they stirred, not the Two Rivers only, not then. The father of Lees knew roughly where to find what he sought, but not much better than we in Tar Valon. Fain said he has been made the Dark One's hound, and in a way he is right. The father of Lees set Fain to hunt, first changing him so he could carry out that hunt. It is the things done to bring about those changes that Fain fears to remember. He hates his master for them as much as he fears him. So Fain was sent sniffing and hunting through all the villages around Belon and all the way to the Mountains of Mist and down to the Tarwin and across into the Two Rivers. 3 springs ago, Perrin said slowly. I remember that spring. Fain came later than usual, but what was strange was that he lingered on. A whole week he remained, idle and gnashing his teeth about laying out money for a room at the Wine Spring Inn. Fain likes his money. I remember now, Mat said. Everybody was wondering, was he sick or had he fallen for a local woman? Not that any of them would marry a peddler, of course. As well marry one of the travelling people. Egwene raised an eyebrow at him, and he shut his mouth. After that, Fain was taken to Sheol Ghul again, and his mind was distilled. Rand's stomach turned over at the tone in the Aes Sedai's voice. It told more of what she meant than the grimace that flashed across her face. What he had, topping tight, end, topping tight, end, sensed, topping tight, end, topping tight, end, was concentrated and fed back. When he entered the two rivers the next year, he was able to choose his targets out more clearly. Indeed, more clearly even than the Dark One had expected. Fain knew for a certainty that the one he sought was one of 3 in Emon's field. Perrin grunted, and Mat began cursing in a soft monotone that even Nynaeve's glare did not stop. Agelmar looked at them curiously. Rand felt only the faintest chill and wondered at it. 3 years the Dark One had been hunting him. Topping tight, end, topping tight, end, hunting them. He was sure it should have made his teeth chatter. Moiraine did not allow Mat to interrupt her. She raised her voice enough to be heard over him. When Fain returned to Lugard, Ba'alzamon came to him in a dream. Fain abased himself and performed rites that would strike you deaf to hear the half of them, binding himself even more tightly to the Dark One. What is done in dreams can be more dangerous than what is done awake. Rand stirred at the sharp, warning look, but she did not pause. He was promised great rewards, power over kingdoms after Ba'alzamon's victory, and told that when he returned to Emon's field, he was to mark the 3 he had found. A halfman would be there waiting for him with Trollocs. We know now how the Trollocs came to the 2 rivers. There must have been an Ogier grove and a Waygate at Manetheren. The most beautiful of all, Loial said, except for Tar Valon. He had been listening as intently as everyone else. Manetheren is remembered fondly by the Ogier. Agelmar formed the name silently, his eyebrows raised in wonder. Manetheren, Lord Agelmar, Moiraine said, I will tell you how to find the Waygate of Mafal Dadaranel. It must be walled up and a guard set, and none allowed near. The half-men have not learned all of the ways yet, but that Waygate is to the south, and only hours from Fal Dara. The Lord of Fal Dara gave himself a shake, as if he were coming out of a trance. South? Peace. We don't need that, the light shine on us. It shall be done. Did Fain follow us through the ways? Perrin asked. He must have done. Moiraine nodded. Fain would follow you 3 into the grave, because he must. When the Myrddraal failed at Emon's field, it brought Fain with the Trollocs on our trail. The Fade would not let Fain ride with him, although he thought he should have the best horse in the 2 rivers and ride at the head of the band. The Myrddraal forced him to run with the Trollocs, and the Trollocs to carry him when his feet gave out. They talked so that he could understand, arguing about the best way to cook him when his usefulness was done. Fain claims he turned against the Dark One before they reached the Tarwin. But sometimes his greed for his promised rewards seeps into the open. When we had escaped across the Tarwin, the Myrddraal took the Trollocs back to the closest Waygate in the Mountains of Mist and sent Fain across alone. He thought he was free then, but before he reached Baerlon, another Fade found him, and that one was not so kind. It made him sleep doubled up on himself in a Trolloc kettle at night to remind him of the price of failure. That one used him as far as Sedai-The. By then, Fain was willing to give the Myrddraal his mother if it would free him. But the Dark One never willingly loosens a hold he has gained. What I did there, sending an illusion of our tracks and smell off toward the mountains, fooled the Myrddraal, but not Fain. The half-men did not believe him. Afterward, they dragged him behind them on a leash. Only when we seemed to keep always just ahead, no matter how hard they pressed, did some begin to credit him. Those were the 4 who returned to Sedai-The. Fain claims it was Ba'alzamon himself who drove the Myrddraal. Agelmar shook his head contemptuously. The Dark One? Pah! The man's lying or mad. If Heartsbane were loose, we'd all of us be dead by now, or worse. Fain spoke the truth as he saw it, Moiraine said. He could not lie to me, though he hid much. His words. Ba'alzamon appeared like a flickering candle flame, vanishing and reappearing, never in the same place twice. His eyes seared the Myrddraal, and the fires of his mouth scourged us. Something, Lan said, drove 4 Fades to where they feared to go, a place they fear almost as much as they fear the wrath of the Dark One. Agelmar grunted as if he had been kicked. He looked sick. It was evil against evil in the ruins of Shadar-Logoth, Moiraine continued, foul fighting vile. When Fain spoke of it, his teeth chattered and he whimpered. Many Trollocs were slain, consumed by Mashadar and other things, including the Trolloc that held Fain's leash. He fled the city as if it were the pit of doom at Sheol Ghul. Fain believed he was free at last. He intended to run until Ba al-Zaman could never find him again, to the ends of the earth if necessary. Imagine his horror when he discovered that the compulsion to hunt did not lessen. Instead, it grew stronger and sharper with every day that passed. He could not eat, except what he could scavenge while he hunted you. Beetles and lizards snatched while he ran, half-rotten refuse dug from midden heaps in the dark of night. Nor could he stop until exhaustion collapsed him like an empty sack. And as soon as he had strength to stand again, he was driven on. By the time he reached Caemlyn, he could feel his quarry even when it was a mile away. Here, in the cells below, he would sometimes look up without realizing what he was doing. He was looking in the direction of this room. Rand had a sudden itch between his shoulder blades. It was as if he could feel Fain's eyes on him then, through the intervening stone. The Aes Sedai noticed his uneasy shrug, but she went on implacably. If Fain was half mad by the time he reached Caemlyn, he sank even further when he realized that only 2 of those he sought were there. He was compelled to find all of you, but he could do no other than follow the 2 who were there either. He spoke of screaming when the Waygate opened in Caemlyn. The knowledge of how to do it was in his mind. He does not know how it came there. His hands moved of their own accord, burning with the fires of Baal-Zamon when he tried to stop them. The owner of the shop, who came to investigate the noise, Fain murdered. Not because he had to, but out of envy that the man could walk freely out of the cellar while his feet carried him inexorably into the ways. Then Fain was the one you sensed following us, Egwene said. Lan nodded. How did he escape the sea, the Eek, topping Tate, and the black wind? Her voice shook. She stopped to swallow. It was right behind us at the Waygate. He escaped, and he did not, Moiraine said. The black wind caught him and he claimed to understand the voices. Some greeted him as light to them, others feared him. No sooner did the wind envelop Fain than it fled. The light preserve us. Loial's whisper rumbled like a giant bumblebee. Pray that it does, Moiraine said. There is much yet hidden about Padan Fain, much I must learn. The evil goes deeper in him, and stronger than in any man I have yet seen. It may be that the Dark One, in doing what he did to Fain, impressed some part of himself on the man, perhaps even unknowing some part of his intent. When I mentioned the Eye of the World, Fain clamped his jaws shut, but I felt something knowing behind the silence. If only I had the time now. But we cannot wait. If this man knows something, Agelmar said, I can get it out of him. His face held no mercy for dark friends. His voice promised no pity for Fain. If you can learn even a part of what you will face in the Blight, it's worth an extra day. Battles have been lost for not knowing what the enemy intends. Moiraine sighed and shook her head ruefully. My lord, if we did not need at least one good night's sleep before facing the Blight, I would ride within the hour, though it meant the risk of meeting a Trolloc raid in the dark. Consider what I did learn from Fain. 3 years ago, the Dark One had to have Fain brought to Sheol Ghul to touch him, despite the fact that Fain is a dark friend dedicated to his marrow. 1 year ago, the Dark One could command Fain, the Dark Friend, through his dreams. This year, Ba-al-Zamon walks in the dreams of those who live in the light, and actually appears, if with difficulty, at Shadar-Logoth. Not in his own body, of course, but even a projection of the Dark One's mind, even a projection that flickers and cannot hold, is more deathly dangerous to the world than all the Trolloc hordes combined. The seals on Sheol Ghul are weakening desperately, Lord Agelmar. There is no time. Agelmar bowed his head in acquiescence, but when he raised it again, there was still a stubborn set to his mouth. Aes Sedai, I can accept that when I lead the Lancers to Tarwin's Gap, we will be no more than a diversion or a skirmish on the outskirts of the real battle. Duty takes men where it will, as surely as does the pattern, and neither promises that what we do will have greatness. But our skirmish will be useless, even should we win, if you lose the battle. If you say your party must be small, I say well and good, but I beg you to make every effort to see that you can win. Leave these young men here, Aes Sedai. I swear to you that I can find 3 experienced men with no thought of glory in their heads to replace them, good swordsmen who are almost as handy in the Blight as Lan. Let me ride to the gap, knowing that I have done what I can to help you be victorious. I must take them and no others, Lord Agelmar, Moiraine said gently. They are the ones who will fight the battle at the eye of the world. Agelmar's jaw dropped, and he stared at Rand and Mat and Perrin. Suddenly the Lord of Faldara took a step back, his hand groping unconsciously for the sword he never wore inside the fortress. They aren't. Topping Tate, end. Topping Tate, end. Topping Tate, end. You are not Red Arja, Moiraine Sedai, but surely not even you would. Topping Tate, end. Topping Tate, end. Sudden sweat glistened on his shaven head. They are Tarwin, Moiraine said soothingly. The pattern weaves itself around them. Already the Dark One has tried to kill each of them more than once. 3 Ta'veren in one place are enough to change the life around them as surely as a whirlpool changes the path of a straw. When the place is the eye of the world, the pattern might weave even the father of lies into itself and make him harmless again. Agelmar stopped trying to find his sword, but he still looked at Rand and the others doubtfully. Moiraine Sedai, if you say they are, then they are, but I cannot see it. Farm boys, are you certain, Aes Sedai? The old blood, Moiraine said, split out like a river breaking into 1,000 times 1,000 streams, but sometimes streams join together to make a river again. The old blood of Manetheren is strong and pure in almost all these young men. Can you doubt the strength of Manetheren's blood, Lord Agelmar? Rand glanced sideways at the Aes Sedai. Almost all. He risked a look at Nynaeve. She had turned back to watch as well as listen, though she still avoided looking at Lan. He caught the Wisdom's eye. She shook her head. She had not told the Aes Sedai that he was not 2 Rivers born. What does Moiraine know? Manetheren, Agelmar said slowly, nodding. I would not doubt that blood. Then, more quickly, the wheel brings strange times. Farm boys carry the honor of Manetheren into the Blight. Yet if any blood can strike a fell blow at the Dark One, it would be the blood of Manetheren. It shall be done as you wish, Aes Sedai. Then let us go to our rooms, Moiraine said. We must leave with the sun, for time grows short. The young men must sleep close to me. Time is too short before the battle to allow the Dark One another strike at them. Too short. Rand felt her eyes on him, studying him and his friends, weighing their strength, and he shivered. Too short. The wind whipped Lan's cloak, sometimes making him hard to see even in the sunlight, and Ingtar and the 100 lances Lord Agelmar had sent to escort them to the border, in case they met a Trolloc raid, made a brave display in double column with their armor and their red pennants and their steel-clad horses led by Ingtar's grey owl banner. They were easily as grand as 100 of the Queen's guards, but it was the towers just in sight ahead of them that Rand studied. He had had all morning to watch the Shienaran lances. Each tower stood tall and solid atop a hill, half a mile from its neighbour. East and west others rose, and more beyond those. A broad, walled ramp spiraled around each stone shaft, winding all the way around by the time it reached the heavy gates halfway to the crenellated top. A sortie from the garrison would be protected by the wall until it reached the ground, but enemies striving to reach the gate would climb under a hail of arrows and stones and hot oil from the big kettles poised on the outward flaring ramparts above. A large steel mirror, carefully turned down, away from the sun now, glittered atop each tower below the high iron cup, where signal fires could be lit when the sun did not shine. The signal would be flashed to towers further from the border and by those to still others, and so relayed to the heartland fortresses from where the lances would ride to turn back the raid. Were times normal, they would. From the 2 nearest tower tops men watched them approach. Just a few men on each, peering curiously through the crenels. In the best of times, the towers were only manned enough for self-defense, depending more on stone walls than strong arms to survive. But every man who could be spared, and more, was riding to Tarwin's Gap. The fall of the towers would not matter if the lances failed to hold the gap. Rand shivered as they rode between the towers. It was almost as if he had ridden through a wall of colder air. This was the border. The land beyond looked no different from Shienar, but out there, somewhere beyond the leafless trees, was the Blight. Ingtar lifted a steel fist to halt the lances short of a plain stone post in sight of the towers, a border post, marking the boundary between Shienar and what once was Malkir. "Your pardon, Moiraine Sedai." "Pardon, Daishan. Pardon, Builder. Lord Agelmar commanded me to go no further." He sounded unhappy about it, disgruntled at life in general. "That is as we planned, Lord Agelmar and I," Moiraine said. Ingtar grunted sourly. "Pardon, Sedai," he apologized, not sounding as if he meant it. "To escort you here means we may not reach the gap before the fighting is done. I am robbed of the chance to stand with the rest, and at the same time I am commanded not to ride one step beyond the border post, as if I had never before been in the Blight. And my Lord Agelmar will not tell me why." Behind the bars of his face guard, his eyes turned the last word into a question to the Aes Sedai. He scorned to look at Rand and the others. He had learned they would accompany Lan into the Blight. "He can have my place," Mat muttered to Rand. Lan gave them both a sharp look. Mat dropped his eyes, his face turning red. "Each of us has his part in the pattern, Ingtar," Moiraine said firmly. "From here we must thread ours alone." Ingtar's bow was stiffer than his armor made it. "As you wish it, Aes Sedai. I must leave you now and ride hard in order to reach Tarwin's Gap. At least I will be. Topping tight, end, topping tight, end, aloud, topping tight, end, topping tight, end, to face Trollocs there." "Are you truly that eager?" Nynaeve asked. "To fight Trollocs?" Ingtar gave her a puzzled look, then glanced at Lan as if the warder might explain. "That is what I do, lady," he said slowly. "That is why I am." He raised a gauntleted hand to Lan, open palm toward the warder. "Suravi nintu manshima taishde, Daishan. Peace favor your sword." Pulling his horse around, Ingtar rode east with his bannermen and his 100 lances. They went at a walk, but a steady pace, as fast as armored horses could manage, with a far distance yet to go. "What a strange thing to say," Egwene said. "Why do they use it like that?" "Peace. When you have never known a thing except a dream," Lan replied, heeling Mandar forward, "it becomes more than a talisman." As Rand followed the warder past the stone border post, he turned in his saddle to look back, watching Ingtar and the lances disappear behind barren trees, and the border post vanish, and last of all the towers on their hilltops, looking over the trees. All too soon they were alone, riding north under the leafless canopy of the forest. Rand sank into watchful silence, and for once even Mat had nothing to say. That morning the gates of Fal Dara had opened with the dawn. Lord Agelmar, armoured and helmeted now like his soldiers, rode with the Black Hawk banner and the 3 foxes from the east gate toward the sun, still only a red sliver above the trees. Like a steel snake undulating to mounted kettle drums, the column wound its way out of the town 4 abreast, Agelmar at its head hidden in the forest before its tail left Fal Dara keep. There were no cheers in the streets to speed them on their way, only their own drums and their pennants cracking in the wind, but their eyes looked toward the rising sun with purpose. Eastward they would join other steel serpents from Fal Moran, behind King Esar himself with his sons at his side, and from Angkor Dale, that held the eastern marches and guarded the spine of the world, from Mos Shirare and Fal Sion and Camron Khan and all the other fortresses in Shienar, great and small. Joined into a greater serpent, they would turn north to Tarwin's Gap. Another exodus had begun at the same time, using the King's Gate that led out on the way to Fal Moran. Carts and wagons, people mounted and people afoot, driving their livestock, carrying children on their backs, faces as long as the morning shadows. Reluctance to leave their homes, perhaps forever, slowed their feet, yet fear of what was coming spurred them, so that they went in bursts, feet dragging, then breaking into a run for a dozen paces, only to fall back, once more, to shuffling through the dust. A few paused outside the town to watch the soldiers' armoured line winding into the forest. Hope blossomed in some eyes, and prayers were muttered, prayers for the soldiers, prayers for themselves, before they turned south again, trudging. The smallest column went out of the Malkia gate. Left behind were a few who would remain, soldiers and a sprinkling of older men, their wives dead and their grown children, making the slow way south. A last handful, so that whatever happened in Tarwin's Gap, Dara would not fall undefended. Ingtar's grey owl led the way, but it was Moiraine who took them north, the most important column of all and the most desperate. For at least an hour after they passed the border post, there was no change in land or forest. The warder kept them at a hard pace, as fast a walk as the horses could maintain, but Rand kept wondering when they would reach the Blight. The hills became a little higher, but the trees and the creepers and the underbrush were no different than what he had seen in Shianar, grey and all but leafless. He began to feel warmer, warm enough to sling his cloak across the pommel of his saddle. "This is the best weather we've seen all year," Egwene said, shrugging out of her own cloak. Nynaeve shook her head, frowning as if listening to the wind. "It feels wrong," Rand nodded. He could feel it too, though he could not say what it was exactly he was feeling. The wrongness went beyond the first warmth he could remember out of doors this year. It was more than the simple fact that it should not be so warm this far north. It must be the Blight. But the land was the same. The sun climbed high, a red ball that could not give so much warmth despite the cloudless sky. A little while later he unbuttoned his coat. Sweat trickled down his face. He was not the only one. Matt took his coat off, openly displaying the gold and ruby dagger, and wiped his face with the end of his scarf. Blinking, he rewound the scarf into a narrow band, low over his eyes. Nynaeve and Egwene fanned themselves. They rode slumped, as if they were wilting. Loial undid his high-collared tunic all the way down, and his shirt as well. The Ogier had a narrow strip of hair up the middle of his chest, as thick as fur. He muttered apologies all around. "You must forgive me. Steading Shangtai is in the mountains, and cool." His broad nostrils flared, drawing in air that was becoming warmer by the minute. "I don't like this heat, and damp." It was damp, Rand realized. It felt like the mire in the depths of summer back in the Two Rivers. In that boggy swamp, every breath came as if through a wool blanket soaked in hot water. There was no soggy ground here, only a few ponds and streams, trickles to someone used to the waterwood, but the air was like that in the mire. Only Perrin, still in his coat, was breathing easily. Perrin and the warder. There were a few leaves now, on trees that were not evergreen. Rand reached out to touch a branch and stopped with his hand short of the leaves. Sickly yellow mottled the red of the new growth, and black flecks like disease. "I told you not to touch anything." The warder's voice was flat. He still wore his shifting cloak, as if heat made no more impression on him than cold. It almost made his angular face seem to float unsupported above Mandarb's back. "Flowers can kill in the Blight, and leaves maim. There's a little thing called a stick that likes to hide where the leaves are thickest, looking like its name, waiting for something to touch it. When something does, it bites. Not poison. The juice begins to digest the stick's prey for it. The only thing that can save you is to cut off the arm or leg that was bitten. But a stick won't bite unless you touch it. Other things in the Blight will." Rand jerked his hand back, leaves untouched, and wiped it on his pants leg. "Then we're in the Blight?" Perrin said. Strangely, he did not sound frightened. "Just the fringe," Lan said grimly. His stallion kept moving forward, and he spoke over his shoulder. "The real Blight still lies ahead. There are things in the Blight that hunt by sound, and some may have wandered this far south. Sometimes they cross the mountains of doom, much worse than Styx. Keep quiet and keep up if you want to stay alive." He continued to set a hard pace, not waiting for an answer. Mile by mile, the corruption of the Blight became more apparent. Leaves covered the trees in ever greater profusion, but stained and spotted with yellow and black, with livid red streaks like blood poisoning. Every leaf and creeper seemed bloated, ready to burst at a touch. Flowers hung on trees and weeds in a parody of spring, sickly pale and pulpy, waxen things that appeared to be rotting while Rand watched. When he breathed through his nose, the sweet stench of decay, heavy and thick, sickened him. When he tried breathing through his mouth, he almost gagged. The air tasted like a mouthful of spoiled meat. The horse's hooves made a soft squishing as rotten ripe things broke open under them. Mat leaned out of his saddle and spewed until his stomach was empty. Rand sought the void, but calmness was little help against the burning bile that kept creeping up his throat. Empty or not, Mat heaved again a mile later, bringing out nothing, and yet again after that. Egwene looked as if she wanted to be sick too, swallowing constantly, and Nynaeve's face was a white mask of determination, her jaw set and her eyes fixed on Moiraine's back. The wisdom would not admit to feeling ill unless the Aes Sedai did first, but Rand did not think she would have to wait long. Moraine's eyes were tight and her lips pale. Despite the heat and damp, Loial wrapped a scarf around his nose and mouth. When he met Rand's gaze, the Ogier's outrage and disgust were plain in his eyes. "I had heard," he began, his voice muffled by the wool, then stopped to clear his throat with a grimace. "Foch, it tastes like topping tate, and topping tate, and topping tate, and foch. I had heard and read about the Blight, but nothing could describe topping tate, and topping tate, and..." His gesture somehow took in the smell, as well as the eye-sickening growth. That even the Dark One should do this to trees. Foch. The warder was not affected, of course, at least not that Rand could see, but to his surprise neither was Perrin. Or rather, not in the way the rest of them were. The big youth glared at the obscene forest through which they rode as he might have at an enemy, or the banner of an enemy. He caressed the axe at his belt as if unaware of what he was doing, and muttered to himself, half growling in a way that made the hair on Rand's neck stir. Even in full sunlight his eyes glowed, golden and fierce. The heat did not abate as the bloody sun fell toward the horizon. In the distance to the north, mountains rose, higher than the mountains of mist, black against the sky. Sometimes an icy wind from the sharp peaks gusted far enough to reach them. The torrid humidity leached away most of the mountain chill, but what remained was winter cold compared to the swelter it replaced, if just for a moment. The sweat on Rand's face seemed to flash into beads of ice. As the wind died, the beads melted again, running angry lines down his cheeks, and the thick heat returned harder than before by comparison. For the instant the wind surrounded them, it swept away the fetor, yet he would have done without that too, if he could have. The cold was the chill of the grave, and it carried the dusty must of an old tomb newly opened. "We cannot reach the mountains by nightfall," Lan said, "and it is dangerous to move at night, even for a warder alone." "There is a place not far off," Moiraine said. "It will be a good omen for us to camp there." The warder gave her a flat look, then nodded reluctantly. "Yes, we must camp somewhere. It might as well be there." "The eye of the world was beyond the high passes when I found it," Moiraine said. "Better to cross the mountains of doom in full daylight, at noon, when the Dark One's powers in this world are weakest. You talk as if the eye isn't always in the same place." Egwene spoke to the Aes Sedai, but it was Loial who answered. "No two among the Ogier have found it in exactly the same place. The Dream Man seems to be found where he is needed. But it has always been beyond the high passes. They are treacherous, the high passes, and haunted by creatures of the Dark One." "We must reach the passes before we need worry about them," Lan said. "Tomorrow we will be truly into the Blight." Rand looked at the forest around him, every leaf and flower diseased, every creeper decaying as it grew, and he could not repress a shudder. If this isn't truly the Blight, what is? Lan turned them westward, at an angle to the sinking sun. The warder maintained the pace he had set before, but there was reluctance in the set of his shoulders. The sun was a sullen red ball just touching the treetops when they crested a hill and the warder drew rein. Beyond them to the west lay a network of lakes, the waters glittering darkly in the slanting sunlight, like beads of random size on a necklace of many strings. In the distance, circled by the lakes, stood jagged-topped hills, thick in the creeping shadows of evening. For one brief instant, the sun's rays caught the shattered tops, and Rand's breath stilled. Not hills, the broken remnants of 7 towers. He was not sure if anyone else had seen it. The sight was gone as quickly as it came. The warder was dismounting, his face as lacking in emotion as a stone. "Couldn't we camp down by the lakes?" Nynaeve asked, patting her face with her kerchief. "It must be cooler down by the water." "Light," Matt said. "I'd just like to stick my head in one of them. I might never take it out." Just then something roiled the waters of the nearest lake, the dark water phosphorescing as a huge body rolled beneath the surface. Length on man. Thick length sent ripples spreading, rolling on and on until at last a tail rose, waving a point like a wasp's stinger for an instant in the twilight, at least 5 spans into the air. All along that length, fat tentacles writhed like monstrous worms, as many as a centipede's legs. It slid slowly beneath the surface and was gone, only the fading ripples to say it had ever been. Rand closed his mouth and exchanged a look with Perrin. Perrin's yellow eyes were as disbelieving as he knew his own must be. Nothing that big could live in a lake that size. Those couldn't have been hands-on, those tentacles. They couldn't have been. "On second thought," Matt said faintly, "I like it right here just fine." "I will set guarding wards around this hill," Moiraine said. She had already dismounted from Aldib. "A true barrier would draw the attention we do not want like flies to honey, but if any creation of the Dark One or anything that serves the Shadow comes within a mile of us, I will know." "I'd be happier with the barrier," Matt said, as his boots touched the ground, "just as long as it kept that topping tight end thing on the other side." "Oh, do be quiet, Matt," Egwene said curtly, at the same time as Nynaeve spoke, "and have them waiting for us when we leave in the morning." "You are a fool, Matrim Corthan." Matt glowered at the 2 women as they climbed down, but he kept his mouth shut. As he took Baela's reins, Rand shared a grin with Perrin. For a moment it was almost like being home, having Matt saying what he should not at the worst possible time. Then the smile faded from Perrin's face. In the twilight his eyes did glow, as if they had a yellow light behind them. Rand's grin slipped away too. It isn't like home at all. Rand and Matt and Perrin helped Lan unsaddle and hobble the horses, while the others began setting up the camp. Loial muttered to himself as he set up the warder's tiny stove, but his thick fingers moved deftly. Egwene was humming as she filled the tea kettle from a bulging water bag. Rand no longer wondered why the warder had insisted on bringing so many full water skins. Setting the bay's saddle in line with the others, he unfastened his saddlebags and blanket roll from the cantle, turned and stopped with a tingle of fear. The Ogier and the women were gone. So was the stove and all the wicker panniers from the packhorse. The hilltop was empty except for evening shadows. With a numb hand, he fumbled for his sword, dimly hearing Matt curse. Perrin had his axe out, his shaggy head swiveling to find the danger. "Sheep-herders," Lamb muttered. Unconcernedly, the warder strode across the hilltop, and at his 3rd step, he vanished. Rand exchanged wide-eyed looks with Matt and Perrin, and then they were all darting for where the warder had disappeared. Abruptly, Rand skidded to a halt, taking another step when Matt ran into his back. Egwene looked up from setting the kettle atop the tiny stove. Nynaeve was closing the mantle on a second lit lantern. They were all there, Moiraine sitting cross-legged, Lan lounging on an elbow, Loial taking a book out of his pack. Cautiously, Rand looked behind him. The hillside was there as it had been, the shadowed trees, the lakes beyond sinking into darkness. He was afraid to step back, afraid they would all disappear again, and perhaps this time he would not be able to find them. Edging carefully around him, Perrin let out a long breath. Moiraine noticed the 3 of them standing there, gaping. Perrin looked abashed and slipped his axe back into the heavy belt loop as if he thought no one might notice. A smile touched her lips. "It is a simple thing," she said, "a bending, so any eye looking at us sees around us instead. We cannot have the eyes that will be out there seeing our lights tonight, and the Blight is no place to be in the dark. Moiraine Sedai says I might be able to do it." Egwene's eyes were bright. "She says I can handle enough of the one power right now." "Not without training, child," Moiraine cautioned. "The simplest matter concerning the one power can be dangerous to the untrained and to those around them." Perrin snorted, and Egwene looked so uncomfortable that Rand wondered if she had already been trying her abilities. Nynaeve set down the lantern. Together with the tiny flame of the stove, the pair of lanterns gave a generous light. "When you go to Tar Valon, Egwene," she said carefully, "perhaps I'll go with you." The look she gave Moiraine was strangely defensive. It will do her good to see a familiar face among strangers. She'll need someone to advise her besides Sedai. Perhaps that would be for the best, Wisdom, Moiraine said simply. Egwene laughed and clapped her hands. Oh, that will be wonderful. And you, Rand. You'll come too, won't you? He paused in the act of sitting across the stove from her, then slowly lowered himself. He thought her eyes had never been bigger, or brighter, or more like pools that he could lose himself in. Spots of colour appeared in her cheeks, and she gave a smaller laugh. Perrin, Mat, you two will come, won't you? We'll all be together. Mat gave a grunt that could have signified anything, and Perrin only shrugged, but she took it for assent. You see, Rand, we'll all be together. Light, but a man could drown in those eyes and be happy doing it. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat. Do they have sheep in Tar Valon? That's all I know, herding sheep and growing tabak. I believe, Moiraine said, that I can find something for you to do in Tar Valon. For all of you. Not herding sheep, perhaps, but something you will find interesting. There, Egwene said, as if it were settled. I know. I will make you my warder when I'm an Aes Sedai. You'd like being a warder, wouldn't you? My warder? She sounded sure, but he saw the question in her eyes. She wanted an answer, needed it. I'd like being your warder, he said. She's not for you, nor you for her. Why did Min have to tell me that? Darkness came down heavily, and everyone was tired. Loial was the first to roll over and ready himself for sleep, but others followed soon after. No one used their blankets except for a pillow. Moiraine had put something in the oil of the lamps that dispelled the stench of the blight from the hilltop, but nothing diminished the heat. The moon gave a wavering, watery light, but the sun might have been at its zenith for all the cool the night had. Rand found sleep impossible, even with the Aes Sedai stretched out not a span away to shield his dreams. It was the thick air that kept him awake. Loial's soft snores were a rumble that made Perrin seem non-existent, but they did not stop weariness from claiming the others. The warder was still awake, seated not far from him with his sword across his knees, watching the night. To Rand's surprise, so was Nynaeve. The Wisdom looked at Lan silently for a long time, then poured a cup of tea and brought it to him. When he reached out with a murmur of thanks, she did not let go right away. I should have known you would be a king, she said quietly. Her eyes were steady on the warder's face, but her voice trembled slightly. Lan looked back at her just as intently. It seemed to Rand that the warder's face actually softened. I am not a king, Nynaeve. Just a man without as much to his name as even the meanest farmer's croft. Nynaeve's voice steadied. Some women don't ask for land or gold, just the man. And the man who would ask her to accept so little would not be worthy of her. You are a remarkable woman, as beautiful as the sunrise, as fierce as a warrior. You are a lioness, Wisdom, a wisdom seldom weds. She paused to take a deep breath, as if steeling herself. But if I go to Tar Valon, it may be that I will be something other than a wisdom. Aes Sedai marry as seldom as wisdoms. Few men can live with so much power in a wife, dimming them by her radiance whether she wishes to or not. Some men are strong enough. I know one such. If there could have been any doubt, her look left none as to whom she meant. All I have is a sword, and a war I cannot win, but can never stop fighting. I've told you I care nothing for that. Light, you've made me say more than is proper already. Will you shame me to the point of asking you? I will never shame you. The gentle tone, like a caress, sounded odd to Rand's ears in the warder's voice, but it made Nynaeve's eyes brighten. I will hate the man you choose because he is not me, and love him if he makes you smile. No woman deserves the sure knowledge of widow's black as her bride price, you least of all. He set the untouched cup on the ground and rose. I must check the horses. Nynaeve remained there, kneeling, after he had gone. Sleep or no, Rand closed his eyes. He did not think the Wisdom would like it if he watched her cry. Dawn woke Rand with a start, the sullen sun pricking his eyelids as it peeked reluctantly over the treetops of the Blight. Even so early, heat covered the spoiled lands in a heavy blanket. He lay on his back with his head pillowed on his blanket roll, staring at the sky. It was still blue, the sky. Even here, that, at least, was untouched. He was surprised to realize that he had slept. For a minute, the dim memory of a conversation overheard seemed like part of some dream. Then he saw Nynaeve's red-rimmed eyes. She had not slept, obviously. Lan's face was harder than ever, as if he had resumed a mask and did not intend to let it slip again. Egwene went over and crouched beside the wisdom, her face concerned. He could not make out what they said. Egwene spoke, and Nynaeve shook her head. Egwene said something else, and the wisdom waved her away dismissively. Instead of going, Egwene bent her head closer, and for a few minutes the two women talked even more softly, with Nynaeve still shaking her head. The wisdom ended it with a laugh, hugging Egwene and, by her expression, making soothing talk. When Egwene stood, though, she glared at the warder. Lan did not seem to notice. He did not look in Nynaeve's direction at all. Shaking his head, Rand gathered his things and gave his hands and face and teeth a hasty wash with the little water Lan allowed for such things. He wondered if women had a way of reading men's minds. It was an unsettling thought. All women are a Sedai. Telling himself he was letting the blight get to him, he rinsed out his mouth and hurried to get the bay saddled. It was more than a little disconcerting, having the campsite disappear before he reached the horses, but by the time his saddle girth was tight, everything on the hill winked back into view. Everyone was hurrying. The 7 towers stood plain in the morning light, distant broken stumps like huge rough hills that merely hinted at grandeur, gone. The 100 lakes were a smooth, unruffled blue. Nothing broke the surface this morning. When he looked at the lakes and the ruined towers, he could almost ignore the sickly things growing around the hill. Lam did not seem to be avoiding looking at the towers any more than he seemed to be avoiding Nynaeve, but somehow he never did as he concentrated on getting them ready to go. After the wicker panniers were fastened on the pack-horse, after every scrap and smudge and track were gone, and everyone else was mounted, the Aes Sedai stood in the middle of the hilltop with her eyes closed, not even seeming to breathe. Nothing happened that Rand could see, except that Nynaeve and Egwene shivered despite the heat and rubbed their arms briskly. Egwene's hand suddenly froze on her arms, and she opened her mouth, staring at the wisdom. Before she could speak, Nynaeve also ceased her rubbing and gave her a sharp look. The two women looked at one another, then Egwene nodded and grinned, and after a moment Nynaeve did too, though her smile was only half-hearted. Rand scrubbed his fingers through his hair, already more damp with sweat than with the water he had splashed in his face. He was sure there was something in the silent exchange that he should understand, but that feather-light brush across his mind vanished before he could grasp it. "What are we waiting for?" Mat demanded, the low band of his scarf across his forehead. He had his bow across the pommel of his saddle with an arrow nocked, and his quiver pulled around on his belt for an easy reach. Moiraine opened her eyes and started down the hill. "For me to remove the last vestige of what I did here last night. The residues would have dissipated on their own in a day, but I will not take any risk I can avoid now. We are too close, and the shadow is too strong here." "Lan?" The warder only waited for her to settle in Aldeep's saddle before he led them north, toward the mountains of doom looming in the near distance. Even under the sunrise, the peaks rose black and lifeless, like jagged teeth. In a wall they stretched, east and west as far as the eye could see. "Will we reach the eye today, Moiraine Sedai?" Egwene asked. The Aes Sedai gave Loial a sidelong look. "I hope that we will. When I found it before, it was just the other side of the mountains, at the foot of the high passes." "He says it moves," Mat said, nodding at Loial. "What if it isn't where you expect? Then we will continue to hunt until we do find it. The green man senses need, and there can be no need greater than ours. Our need is the hope of the world." As the mountains drew closer, so did the true blight. Where a leaf had been spotted black and mottled yellow before, now foliage fell wetly while he watched, breaking apart from the weight of its own corruption. The trees themselves were tortured, crippled things, twisted branches clawing at the sky as if begging mercy from some power that refused to hear. Ooze slid like pus from bark cracked and split. As if nothing truly solid was left to them, the trees seemed to tremble from the passage of the horses over the ground. "Look as if they want to grab us," Mat said nervously. Nynaeve gave him an exasperated, scornful look, and he added fiercely, "Well, they do look it. And some of them do want it," the Aes Sedai said. Her eyes over her shoulder were harder than Lan's for an instant. "But they want no part of what I am, and my presence protects you." Mat laughed uneasily, as if he thought it a joke on her part. Rand was not so sure. This was the blight after all. But trees don't move. Why would a tree grab a man, even if it could? We're imagining things, and she's just trying to keep us alert. Abruptly, he stared off to his left, into the forest. That tree, not 20 paces away, had trembled, and it was none of his imagination. He could not say what kind it was, or had been, so gnarled and tormented was its shape. As he watched, the tree suddenly whipped back and forth again, then bent down, flailing at the ground. Something screamed, shrill and piercing. The tree sprang back straight, its limbs entwined around a dark mass that writhed and spat and screamed. He swallowed hard and tried to edge Red away, but trees stood on every side and trembled. The Bay rolled his eyes, white showing all the way around. Rand found himself in a solid knot of horseflesh as everyone else tried to do the same as he. "Keep moving," Lan commanded, drawing his sword. The warder wore steel-backed gauntlets now and his grey-green scale tunic. "Stay with Moiraine Sedai." He pulled Mandab around, not toward the tree and its prey, but in the other direction. With his color-shifting cloak, he was swallowed by the Blight before the black stallion was out of sight. "Close," Moiraine urged. She did not slow her white mare, but she motioned the others to huddle nearer to her. "Stay as close as you can." A roar sprang up from the direction the warder had gone. It beat at the air, and the trees quivered from it, and when it faded away, it seemed to echo still. Again the roar came, filled with rage and death. "Lan," Nynaeve said. "He!" The awful sound cut her off, but there was a new note in it, fear. Abruptly it was gone. "Lamb can look after himself," Moiraine said. "Ride wisdom." From out of the trees the warder appeared, holding his sword well clear of himself and his mount. Black blood stained the blade, and steam rose from it. Carefully, Lan wiped the blade clean with a cloth he took from his saddlebags, examining the steel to make sure he had gotten every spot. When he dropped the cloth, it fell apart before it reached the ground, even the fragments dissolving. Silently, a massive body leaped out of the trees at them. The warder spun Mandab, but even as the warhorse reared, ready to strike with steel-shod hooves, Mat's arrow flashed, piercing the one eye in a head that seemed mostly mouth and teeth. Kicking and screaming, the thing fell, one bound short of them. Rand stared as they hurried past. Stiff hair like long bristles covered it, and it had too many legs, joining a body as big as a bear at odd angles. Some of them, at least, those coming out of its back, had to be useless for walking, but the finger-long claws at their ends tore the earth in its death agony. "Good shooting, sheepherder." Lan's eyes had already forgotten what was dying behind them and were searching the forest. Moiraine shook her head. "It should not have been willing to come so close to one who touches the true source." Agelmar said, "The Blight stirs," Lan said. "Perhaps the Blight also knows a web is forming in the pattern." "Hurry!" Moiraine dug her heels into Aulib's flanks. "We must get over the high passes quickly." But even as she spoke, the Blight rose against them. Trees whipped in, reaching for them, not caring if Moiraine touched the true source or not. Rand's sword was in his hand. He did not remember unsheathing it. He struck out again and again, the heron-marked blade slicing through corrupted limbs. Hungry branches jerked back, severed writhing stumps. He almost thought he heard them scream. But always more came, wriggling like snakes, attempting to snare his arms, his waist, his neck. Teeth bared in a rictus snarl, he sought the void, and found it in the stony, stubborn soil of the two rivers. "Manetheren," he screamed back at the trees till his throat ached. The heron-mark steel flashed in the strength of the sunlight. "Manetheren, Manetheren." Standing in his stirrups, Mat sent arrow after arrow flashing into the forest, striking at deformed shapes that snarled and gnashed uncounted teeth on the shafts that killed them, bit at the clawed forms fighting to get over them, to reach the mounted figures. Mat, too, was lost to the present. "Karayan Kaldazar," he shouted, as he drew fletchings to cheek and loosed. "Kalayan Elisande, al Elisande, modero dagain, pastuente quebiar. Al Elisande." Perrin also stood in his stirrups, silent and grim. He had taken the lead, and his axe hewed a path through forest and foul flesh alike, whichever came before him. Flailing trees and howling things shied from the stocky axeman, shying as much from the fierce golden eyes as from the whistling axe. He forced his horse forward, step by determined step. Fireballs streaked from Moiraine's hands, and where they struck, a writhing tree became a torch. A toothed shape shrieked and beat with human hands, rent its own flaming flesh with fierce claws until it died. Again and again the warder took Mandab into the trees, his blade and gauntlets dripping with blood that bubbled and steamed. When he came back now, more often than not, there were gashes in his armor, bleeding gashes in his flesh, and his warhorse stumbled and bled too. Each time the Sedai paused to lay her hands on the wounds, and when she took them away, only the blood was left on unmarked flesh. "I light signal fires for the half-men," she said bitterly. "Press on. Press on!" They made their way one slow pace at a time. If the trees had not struck into the mass of attacking flesh as much as if the humans, if the creatures, no two alike, had not fought the trees and one another as much as to reach them, Rand was sure they would have been overwhelmed. He was not certain it would not happen still. Then a fluting cry arose behind them. Distant and thin, it cut through the snarling from the denizens of the Blight around them. In an instant the snarling ceased, as if it had been sliced off with a knife. The attacking shapes froze, the trees went still. As suddenly as the things with legs had appeared, they melted away, vanishing into the twisted forest. The reedy shrill came again, like a cracked shepherd's pipes, and was answered in kind by a chorus. Half a dozen, singing among themselves, far behind. "Worms," Lan said grimly, bringing a moan from Loial. "They've given us a respite, if we have time to use it." His eyes were measuring the distance yet to the mountains. Few things in the Blights will face a worm. Can it be avoided? He dug his heels into Mandab's flanks. "Ride!" The whole party plunged after him through a Blight that suddenly seemed truly dead, except for the piping behind. "They were scared off by worms?" Matt said incredulously. He was bouncing in his saddle, trying to sling his bow across his back. A worm. There was a sharp difference in the way the warder said it from the way Matt had. "Can kill a Fade, if the Fade hasn't the Dark One's own luck with it. We have an entire pack on our trail. Ride, ride." The dark peaks were closer now. An hour, Rand estimated, at the pace the warder was setting. "Won't the worms follow us into the mountains?" Egwene asked breathlessly, and Lan gave a sharp laugh. "They won't. Worms are afraid of what lives in the high passes," Loial moaned again. Rand wished the Ogier would stop doing that. He was well aware that Loial knew more about the Blight than any of them except Lan, even if it was from reading books in the safety of a steading. "But why does he have to keep reminding me that there's worse yet than we've seen?" The Blight flowed past, weeds and grasses splashing rotten under galloping hooves. Trees of the kinds that had earlier attacked did not so much as twitch, even when they rode directly under the twisted branches. The mountains of doom filled the sky ahead, black and bleak, and almost near enough to touch, it seemed. The piping came both sharp and clear, and there were squishing sounds behind them, louder than the things crushed under hooves. Too loud, as if half-decayed trees were being crushed by huge bodies slithering over them. Too near. Rand looked over his shoulder. Back there treetops whipped and went down like grass. The land began sloping upward toward the mountains, tilting enough so that he knew they were climbing. "We're not going to make it," Lan announced. He did not slow Mandab's gallop, but his sword was suddenly in his hand again. "Watch yourself in the high passes, Moiraine, and you'll get through." "No, Lan," Nynaeve called. "Be quiet, girl. Lan, even you, cannot stop a worm pack." "I will not have it. I will need you for the eye." "Arrows," Matt called breathlessly. "The worms wouldn't even feel them," the warder shouted. "They must be cut to pieces. Don't feel much, but hunger. Sometimes fear." Clinging to his saddle with a death grip, Rand shrugged, trying to loosen the tightness in his shoulders. His whole chest felt tight until he could hardly breathe, and his skin stung in hot pinpricks. The Blight had turned to foothills. He could see the route they must climb once they reached the mountains, the twisting path of the high pass beyond, like an axe blow cleaving into the black stone. Light. What's up ahead that can scare what's behind? Light, help me. I've never been so afraid. I didn't want to go any further. No further. Seeking the flame and the void, he railed at himself. "Fool. You frightened, cowardly fool. You can't stay here, and you can't go back. Are you going to leave Egwene to face it alone?" The void eluded him, forming, then shivering into 1,000 points of light, reforming and shattering again, each point burning into his bones, until he quivered with the pain and thought he must burst open. Light, help me, I can't go on. Light, help me. He was gathering the bay's reins to turn back, to face the worms or anything rather than what lay ahead, when the nature of the land changed. Between one slope of a hill and the next, between crest and peak, the blight was gone. Green leaves covered peacefully spreading branches. Wildflowers made a carpet of bright patches in grasses stirred by a sweet spring breeze. Butterflies fluttered from blossom to blossom, with buzzing bees, and birds trilled their songs. Gaping, he galloped on until he suddenly realized that Moiraine and Lan and Loial had stopped. The others, too. Slowly he drew rein, his face frozen in astonishment. Egwene's eyes were about to come out of her head, and Nynaeve's jaw had dropped. "We have reached safety," Moiraine said. "This is the Green Man's place, and the Eye of the World is here. Nothing of the Blight can enter here." "I thought it was on the other side of the mountains," Rand mumbled. He could still see the peaks filling the northern horizon and the high passes. "You said it was always beyond the passes." "This place," said a deep voice from the trees, "is always where it is. All that changes is where those who need it are." A figure stepped out of the foliage, a man-shape as much bigger than Loial as the Ogier was bigger than Rand. A man-shape of woven vines and leaves, green and growing. His hair was grass, flowing to his shoulders, his eyes, huge hazelnuts, his fingernails, acorns. Green leaves made his tunic and trousers, seamless bark, his boots. Butterflies swirled around him, lighting on his fingers, his shoulders, his face. Only one thing spoiled the verdant perfection. A deep fissure ran up his cheek and temple across the top of his head, and in that the vines were brown and withered. "The Green Man," Egwene whispered, and the scarred face smiled. For a moment it seemed as if the birds sang louder. "Of course I am. Who else would be here?" The hazelnut eyes regarded Loial. "It is good to see you, little brother. In the past, many of you came to visit me, but few of recent days." Loial scrambled down from his big horse and bowed formally. "You honor me, tree brother. Chingle ma choshi, Tingshan." Smiling, the Green Man put an arm around the Ogier's shoulders. Alongside Loial, he looked like a man beside a boy. "There is no honoring, little brother. We will sing tree songs together and remember the great trees and the steading and hold the longing at bay." He studied the others just now getting down from their horses, and his eyes lit on Perrin. "A wolf brother. Do the old times truly walk again then?" Rand stared at Perrin. For his part, Perrin turned his horse so it was between him and the Green Man and bent to check the girth. Rand was sure he just wanted to avoid the Green Man's searching gaze. Suddenly, the Green Man spoke to Rand. "Strange clothes you wear, child of the dragon. As the wheel turns so far, do the people of the dragon return to the first covenant? But you wear a sword. That is neither now nor then." Rand had to work moisture in his mouth before he could speak. "I don't know what you're talking about." "What do you mean?" The Green Man touched the brown scar across his head. For a moment he seemed confused. "I, topping tight, and topping tight, and cannot say. My memories are torn and often fleeting, and much of what remains is like leaves visited by caterpillars. Yet I am sure, topping tight, and topping tight, and topping tight, and no, it is gone. But you are welcome here. You, Moiraine Sedai, are more than a surprise. When this place was made, it was made so that none could find it twice. How have you come here?" "Need," Moiraine replied. "My need, the world's need, most of all, is the world's need. We have come to see the Eye of the World." The Green Man sighed, the wind sighing through thick-leafed branches. "Then it has come again. That memory remains whole. The Dark One stirs. I have feared it. Every turning of years, the Blight strives harder to come inside, and this turn, the struggle to keep it out, has been greater than ever since the beginning. Come, I will take you." Leading the bay, Rand followed the Green Man with the other Emond's fielders, all staring as if they could not decide whether to look at the Green Man or the forest. The Green Man was a legend, of course, with stories told about him and the Tree of Life in front of every fireplace in the two rivers, and not just for the children. But after the Blight, the trees and flowers would have been a wonder of normality, even if the rest of the world was not still trapped in winter. Perrin hung a little to the rear. When Rand glanced back, the big, curly-haired youth looked as if he did not want to hear anything else the Green Man had to say. He could understand that. Child of the Dragon. Warily he watched the Green Man, walking ahead with Moiraine and Lan, butterflies surrounding him in a cloud of yellows and reds. What did he mean? No, I don't want to know. Even so, his step fell lighter, his legs springier. The uneasiness still lay in his gut, churning his stomach, but the fear had become so diffuse it might as well be gone. He did not think he could expect more, not with the Blight half a mile away, even if Moiraine was right about nothing from the Blight being able to enter here. The thousands of burning points piercing his bones had winked out. At the very moment he came within the Green Man's domain, he was sure. It's him that winked them out, he thought, the Green Man and this place. Egwene felt it, and Nynaeve too, the soothing peace, the calm of beauty. He could tell. They wore small, serene smiles, and brushed flowers with their fingers, pausing to smell and breathing deep. When the Green Man noticed, he said, "Flowers are meant to adorn. The plants, or humans, it is much the same. None mind, so long as you don't take too many." And he began plucking one from this plant and one from that, never more than two from any. Soon Nynaeve and Egwene wore caps of blossoms in their hair, pink wild rose and yellow bell and white morning star. The wisdom's braid seemed a garden of pink and white to her waist. Even Moiraine received a pale garland of morning star on her brow, woven so deftly that the flowers still seemed to be growing. Rand was not sure they were not growing. The Green Man tended his forest garden as he walked, while he talked softly to Moiraine, taking care of whatever needed care without really thinking about it. His hazelnut eyes caught a crooked limb on a climbing wild rose, forced into an awkward angle by the blossom-covered limb of an apple tree, and he paused, still talking, to run his hand along the bend. Rand was not sure if his eyes were playing tricks, or if thorns actually did bend out of the way so as not to prick those green fingers. When the towering shape of the Green Man moved on, the limb ran straight and true, spreading red petals among the white of apple blossoms. He bent to cup one huge hand around a tiny seed lying on a patch of pebbles, and when he straightened, a small shoot had roots through the rocks to good soil. All things must grow where they are, according to the pattern, he explained over his shoulder, as if apologizing, and face the turning of the wheel, but the Creator will not mind if I give just a little help. Rand led Red around the shoot, careful not to let the bay's hooves crush it. It did not seem right to destroy what the Green Man had done just to avoid an extra step. Egwene smiled at him, one of her secret smiles, and touched his arm. She was so pretty, with her unbound hair full of flowers, that he smiled back at her until she blushed and lowered her eyes. "I will protect you," he thought. "Whatever else happens, I will see you safe, I swear it." Into the heart of the spring forest the Green Man took them, to an arched opening in the side of a hill. It was a simple stone arch, tall and white, and on the keystone was a circle halved by a sinuous line, one half rough, the other smooth, the ancient symbol of Aes Sedai. The opening itself was shadowed. For a moment everyone simply looked in silence. Then Moiraine removed the garland from her hair and gently hung it on the limb of a sweetberry bush beside the arch. It was as if her movement restored speech. "It's in there?" Nynaeve asked. "What we've come for. I'd really like to see the Tree of Life," Matt said, not taking his eyes off the halved circle above them. "We can wait that long, can't we?" The Green Man gave Rand an odd look, then shook his head. "Avendazora is not here. I have not rested beneath its ungentle branches in 2,000 years." "The Tree of Life is not why we came," Moiraine said firmly. She gestured to the arch. "In there is. I will not go in with you," the Green Man said. The butterflies around him swirled, as if they shared some agitation. "I was set to guard it long, long ago, but it makes me uneasy to come too close. I feel myself being unmade. My end is linked with it somehow. I remember the making of it. Some of the making. Some." His hazelnut eyes stared, lost in memory, and he fingered his scar. It was the first days of the breaking of the world, when the joy of victory over the Dark One turned bitter with the knowledge that all might yet be shattered by the weight of the shadow. 100 of them made it, men and women together. The greatest Aes Sedai works were always done so, joining Sedin and Sedar as the true source is joined. They died, all to make it pure, while the world was torn around them. Knowing they would die, they charged me to guard it against the need to come. It was not what I was made for, but all was breaking apart, and they were alone, and I was all they had. It was not what I was made for, but I have kept the faith. He looked down at Moiraine, nodding to himself. I have kept faith until it was needed, and now it ends. You have kept the faith better than most of us who gave you the charge, the Aes Sedai said. Perhaps it will not come as badly as you fear. The scarred, leafy head shook slowly from side to side. I know an ending when it comes, Aes Sedai. I will find another place to make things grow. Nut-brown eyes swept sadly over the green forest. Another place, perhaps. When you come out, I will see you again, if there is time. With that he strode away, trailing butterflies, becoming one with the forest more completely than Lan's cloak ever could. What did he mean? Mat demanded. If there's time, come, Moiraine said, and she stepped through the arch. Lan went at her heels. Rand was not sure what he expected when he followed. The hair stirred uneasily on his arms and rose on the back of his neck, but it was only a corridor, its polished walls rounded overhead like the arch, winding gently downward. There was headroom enough, and to spare for Loial, there would have been room enough for the green man. The smooth floor, slick to the eye like oiled slate, yet somehow gave a sure footing. Seamless, white walls glittered with uncounted flecks in untold colors, giving a low, soft light even after the sunlit archway vanished around a curve behind. He was sure the light was no natural thing, but he sensed it was benign too. Then why is your skin still crawling? Down they went, and down. There, Moiraine said at last, pointing. Ahead. And the corridor opened into a vast, domed space, the rough, living rock of its ceiling dotted with clumps of glowing crystals. Below it, a pool took up the entire cavern, except for the walkway around it, perhaps 5 paces wide. In the oval shape of an eye, the pool was lined about its rim with a low, flat edging of crystals that glowed with a duller, yet fiercer light than those above. Its surface was as smooth as glass and as clear as the wine-spring water. Rand felt as if his eyes could penetrate it forever, but he could not see any bottom to it. The eye of the world, Moiraine said softly beside him. As he looked around in wonder, he realized that the long years since the making, 3,000 of them, had worked their way while no one came. Not all the crystals in the dome glowed with the same intensity. Some were stronger, some weaker, some flickered, and others were only faceted lumps to sparkle in a captured light. Had all shone, the dome would have been as bright as noonday, but they made it only late afternoon now. Dust coated the walkway, and bits of stone and even crystal. Long years waiting, while the wheel turned and ground. But what is it? Mat asked uneasily. That doesn't look like any water I ever saw. He kicked a lump of dark stone the size of his fist over the edge. It. The stone struck the glassy surface and slid into the pool without a splash, or so much as a ripple. As it sank, the rock began to swell, growing ever larger, larger and more attenuated, a blob the size of his head that Rand could almost see through, a faint blur as wide as his arm was long. Then it was gone. He thought his skin would creep right off his body. "What is it?" he demanded, and was shocked at the hoarse harshness of his own voice. It might be called the essence of Sedin. The Aes Sedai's words echoed round the dome. The essence of the male half of the true source, the pure essence of the power wielded by men before the time of madness, the power to mend the seal on the Dark One's prison or to break it open completely. "The light shine on us and protect us," Nynaeve whispered. Egwene clutched her, as if she wanted to hide behind the wisdom. Even Lan stirred uneasily, though there was no surprise in his eyes. Stone thudded into Rand's shoulders, and he realized he had backed as far as the wall, as far from the eye of the world as he could get. He would have pushed himself right through the wall, if he could have. Mat, too, was splayed out against the stone, as flat as he could make himself. Perrin was staring at the pool with his axe half drawn. His eyes shone yellow and fierce. I always wondered, Loial said uneasily. When I read about it, I always wondered what it was. Why? Why did they do it? And how? No one living knows. Moiraine no longer looked at the pool. She was watching Rand and his two friends, studying them, her eyes weighing. Neither the how, nor more of the why, than that it would be needed one day, and that need would be the greatest and most desperate the world had faced to that time. Perhaps ever would face. Many in Tar Valon have attempted to find a way to use this power, but it is as untouchable for any woman as the moon is for a cat. Only a man could channel it, but the last male Aes Sedai is nearly 3,000 years gone. Yet the need they saw was a desperate one. They worked through the taint of the Dark One on Sedin to make it pure, knowing that doing so would kill them all. Male Aes Sedai and female together. The Green Man spoke true. The greatest wonders of the Age of Legends were done in that way, Sedin and Sedar together. All the women in Tar Valon, all the Aes Sedai in all the courts and cities, even with those in the lands beyond the waste, even counting those who may still live beyond the Erith Ocean, could not fill a spoon with the power, lacking men to work with them. Rand's throat rasped as if he had been screaming. Why did you bring us here? Because you are Tar Valon. The Aes Sedai's face was unreadable. Her eyes shimmered and seemed to pull at him. Because the Dark One's power will strike here, and because it must be confronted and stopped, or the shadow will cover the world. There is no need greater than that. Let us go out into the sunlight again, while there is yet time. Without waiting to see if they would follow, she started back up the corridor with Lan, who stepped perhaps a bit more quickly than usual for him. Egwene and Nynaeve hurried behind her. Rand edged along the wall. He could not make himself get even one step closer to what the pool was, and scrambled into the corridor in a tangle with Mat and Perrin. He would have run if it had not meant trampling Egwene and Nynaeve, Moiraine and Lan. He could not stop shaking, even when he was back outside. I do not like this, Moiraine, Nynaeve said angrily when the sun shone on them again. I believe the danger is as great as you say, or I would not be here, but this is. I have found you at last. Rand jerked as if a rope had tightened around his neck. The words, the voice, topping tight, end, topping tight, end. For a moment he believed it was Baalzamon, but the two men who walked out of the trees, faces hidden by their cowls, did not wear cloaks the color of dried blood. One cloak was a dark grey, the other almost as dark a green, and they seemed musty even in the open air. And the men were not fades. The breeze stirred their cloaks. Who are you? Lan's stance was cautious, his hand on his sword hilt. How did you come here? If you are seeking the Green Man, he guided us. The hand that pointed to Mat was old and shriveled to scarcely human, lacking a fingernail and with knuckles gnarled like knots in a piece of rope. Mat took a step back, eyes widening. An old thing, an old friend, an old enemy. But he is not the one we seek, the green-cloaked man finished. The other man stood as if he would never speak. Moiraine straightened to her full height, no more than shoulder-high to any man there, but suddenly seeming as tall as the hills. Her voice rang like a bell, demanding, "Who are you?" Hands pushed back hoods and Rand goggled. The old man was older than old. He made Sen Bouye look like a child in the bloom of health. The skin of his face was like crazed parchment drawn tight over a skull, then pulled tighter still. Wispy tufts of brittle hair stood at odd places on his scabrous scalp. His ears were withered bits like scraps of ancient leather, his eyes sunken, peering out of his head as if from the ends of tunnels. Yet the other was worse. A tight, black leather carapace covered that one's head and face completely, but the front of it was worked into a perfect face, a young man's face, laughing wildly, laughing insanely, frozen forever. What is he hiding if the other shows what he shows? Then even thought froze in his head, shattered to dust and blew away. I am called Aginor, the old one said, and he is Balthamel. He no longer speaks with his tongue. The wheel grinds exceedingly fine, over 3,000 years imprisoned. His sunken eyes slid to the arch. Balthamel leaned forward, his mask's eyes on the white stone opening, as if he wanted to go straight in. So long without, Aginor said softly. So long. The light protect, Loial began, his voice shaking, and cut off abruptly when Aginor looked at him. "The Forsaken," Mat said hoarsely, "are bound in Sheol Ghul. Were bound." Aginor smiled. His yellow teeth had the look of fangs. "Some of us are bound no longer. The seals weaken, as Sedai. Like Ishamel, we walk the world again, and soon the rest of us will come. I was too close to this world in my captivity. I and Balthamel, too close to the grinding of the wheel. But soon the great Lord of the Dark will be free, and give us new flesh, and the world will be ours once more. You will have no Luz Therin Kinslayer this time. No Lord of the Morning to save you. We know the one we seek now, and there is no more need for the rest of you." Lan's sword sprang from its scabbard too fast for Rand's eye to follow. Yet the warder hesitated, eyes flickering to Moiraine, to Nynaeve. The two women stood well apart. To put himself between either of them, and the Forsaken would put him further from the other. Only for a heartbeat the hesitation lasted, but as the warder's feet moved, Aginor raised his hand. It was a scornful gesture, a flipping of his gnarled fingers as if to shoo away a fly. The warder flew backwards through the air, as though a huge fist had caught him. With a dull thud, Lan struck the stone arch, hanging there for an instant before dropping in a flaccid heap, his sword lying near his outstretched hand. "No!" Nynaeve screamed. "Be still," Moiraine commanded. But before anyone else could move, the Wisdom's knife had left her belt, and she was running toward the Forsaken, her small blade upraised. "The light blind you," she cried, striking at Aginor's chest. The other Forsaken moved like a viper. While her blow still fell, Balthamel's leather-cased hand darted out to seize her chin, fingers sinking into one cheek, while thumb dug into the other, driving the blood out with their pressure and raising the flesh in pale ridges. A convulsion racked Nynaeve from head to toe, as if she had been cracked like a whip. Her knife dropped uselessly from dangling fingers as Balthamel lifted her by his grip, brought her up to where the leather mask stared into her still quivering face. Her toes spasmed a foot above the ground. Flowers rained from her hair. "I've almost forgotten the pleasures of the flesh." Aginor's tongue crossed his withered lips, sounding like stone on rough leather. But Balthamel remembers much. The laughter of the mask seemed to grow wilder, and the wail that left Nynaeve burned Rand's ears like despair ripped from her living heart. Suddenly Egwene moved, and Rand saw that she was going to help Nynaeve. "Egwene, no!" he shouted. But she did not stop. His hand had gone to his sword at Nynaeve's cry, but now he abandoned it and threw himself at Egwene. He thudded into her before she took her third step, carrying them both to the ground. Egwene landed under him with a gasp, immediately thrashing to get free. Others were moving too, he realized. Perrin's axe whirled into his hands, and his eyes glowed golden and fierce. "Wisdom," Mat howled, the dagger from Shadar Logoth in his fist. "No!" Rand called. "You can't fight the Forsaken." But they ran past him as if they had not heard, their eyes on Nynaeve and the two Forsaken. Aginor glanced at them, unconcernedly, topping tight, and smiled. Rand felt the air stir above him like the crack of a giant's whip. Mat and Perrin, not even halfway to the Forsaken, stopped as if they had run into a wall, bounced back to sprawl on the ground. "Good," Aginor said. "A fitting place for you. If you learn to abase yourself properly in worship of us, I might let you live." Hastily, Rand scrambled to his feet. Perhaps he could not fight the Forsaken, no ordinary human could, but he would not let them believe for a minute that he was groveling before them. He tried to help Egwene up, but she slapped his hands away and stood by herself, angrily brushing off her dress. Mat and Perrin had also stubbornly pushed themselves unsteadily erect. "You will learn," Aginor said, "if you want to live. Now that I have found what I need," his eyes went to the stone archway, "I may take the time to teach you." "This shall not be." The green man strode out of the trees with a voice like lightning striking an ancient oak. "You do not belong here." Aginor spared him a brief, contemptuous glance. "Begone. Your time is ended, all your kind, but you long since dust. Live what life is left to you, and be glad you are beneath our notice." "This is my place," the green man said, "and you shall hurt no living thing here." Balthamel tossed Nynaeve aside like a rag, and like a crumpled rag she fell, eyes staring, limp as if all her bones had melted. One leather-clad hand lifted, and the green man roared as smoke rose from the vines that wove him. The wind in the trees echoed his pain. Aginor turned back to Rand and the others, as if the green man had been dealt with, but one long stride and massive leafy arms wrapped themselves around Balthamel, raising him high, crushing him against a chest of thick creepers, black leather mask laughing into hazelnut eyes dark with anger. Like serpents, Balthamel's arms writhed free, his gloved hands grasping the green man's head as though he would wrench it off. Flames shot up where those hands touched, vines withering, leaves falling. The green man bellowed as thick, dark smoke poured out between the vines of his body. On and on he roared, as if all of him were coming out of his mouth with the smoke that billowed between his lips. Suddenly, Balthamel jerked in the green man's grasp. The Forsaken's hands tried to push him away instead of clutching him. One gloved hand flung wide, topping tight, end, topping tight, end, and a tiny creeper burst through the black leather. A fungus, such as rings trees in the deep shadows of the forest, ringed his arm, sprang from nowhere to full grown, swelling to cover the length of it. Balthamel thrashed, and a shoot of stinkweed ripped open his carapace. Lichens dug in their roots and split tiny cracks across the leather of his face. Nettles broke the eyes of his mask. Death's head mushrooms tore open the mouth. The green man threw the Forsaken down. Balthamel twisted and jerked as all the things that grew in the dark places, all the things with spores, all the things that loved the dank, swelled and grew, tore cloth and leather and flesh. Was it flesh, seen in that brief moment of verdant rage? To tattered shreds and covered him until only a mound remained, indistinguishable from many in the shaded depths of the green forest, and the mound moved no more than they. With a groan like a limb breaking under too great a weight, the green man crashed to the ground. Half his head was charred black. Tendrils of smoke still rose from him like grey creepers. Burned leaves fell from his arm as he painfully stretched out his blackened hand to gently cup an acorn. The earth rumbled as an oak seedling pushed up between his fingers. The green man's head fell, but the seedling reached for the sun, straining. Roots shot out and thickened, delved beneath the ground and rose again, thickened more as they sank. The trunk broadened and stretched upward, bark turning grey and fissured and ancient. Limbs spread and grew heavy as big as arms, as big as men, and lifted to caress the sky, thick with green leaves, dense with acorns. The massive web of roots turned the earth like ploughs as it spread. The already huge trunk shivered, grew wider, round as a house. Stillness came, and an oak that could have stood 500 years covered the spot where the green man had been, marking the tomb of a legend. Nynaeve lay on the gnarled roots, grown curved to her shape, to make a bed for her to rest upon. The wind sighed through the oak's branches. It seemed to murmur farewell. Even Aginor seemed stunned. Then his head lifted, cavernous eyes burning with hate. Enough. It is past time to end this. Yes, Forsaken, Moiraine said, her voice as cold as deep winter ice. Past time. The Aes Sedai's hand rose, and the ground fell away beneath Aginor's feet. Flame roared from the chasm, whipped to a frenzy by wind howling in from every direction, sucking a maelstrom of leaves into the fire, which seemed to solidify into a red-streaked yellow jelly of pure heat. In the middle of it, Aginor stood, his feet supported only by air. The Forsaken looked startled, but then he smiled and took a step forward. It was a slow step, as if the fire tried to root him to the spot, but he took it, and then another. Run, Moiraine commanded. Her face was white with strain. All of you, run! Aginor stepped across the air toward the edge of the flames. Rand was aware of others moving, Mat and Perrin dashing away at the edge of his vision, Loial's long legs carrying him into the trees, but all he could really see was Egwene. She stood there rigid, face pale and eyes closed. It was not fear that held her, he realized. She was trying to throw her puny, untrained wielding of the power against the Forsaken. Roughly he grabbed her arm and pulled her around to face him. Run, he shouted at her. Her eyes opened, staring at him, angry with him for interfering, liquid with hate for Aginor, with fear of the Forsaken. Run, he said, pushing her toward the trees hard enough to start her. Run. Once started, she did run. But Aginor's withered face turned toward him, toward the running Egwene behind him, as the Forsaken walked through the flames, as if what the Aes Sedai was doing did not concern Aginor at all. Toward Egwene. "Not her," Rand shouted. "The light burn you, not her." He snatched up a rock and threw it, meaning to draw Aginor's attention. Halfway to the Forsaken's face, the stone turned to a handful of dust. He hesitated only a moment, long enough to glance over his shoulder and see that Egwene was hidden in the trees. The flames still surrounded Aginor, patches of his cloak smouldering, but he walked as if he had all the time in the world, and the fire's rim was near. Rand turned and ran. Behind him he heard Moiraine begin to scream. The land tended upward the way Rand went, but fear lent his legs strength, and they ate ground in long strides, tearing his way through flowering bushes and tangles of wild rose, scattering petals, not caring if thorns ripped his clothes or even his flesh. Moiraine had stopped screaming. It seemed as if the shrieks had gone on forever, each one more throat-wrenching than the last, but he knew they had lasted only moments altogether. Moments before Aginor would be on his trail. He knew it would be him that Aginor followed. He had seen the certainty in the Forsaken's hollow eyes, in that last second before terror whipped his feet to run. The land grew ever steeper, but he scrambled on, pulling himself forward by handfuls of undergrowth, rocks and dirt and leaves, spilling down the slope from under his feet, finally crawling on hands and knees when the slant became too great. Ahead, above, it leveled out a little. Panting, he scrabbled his way the last few spans, got to his feet and stopped, wanting to howl aloud. 10 paces in front of him, the hilltop dropped away sharply. He knew what he would see before he reached it, but he took the steps anyway, each heavier than the one before, hoping there might be some track, a goat path, anything. At the edge he looked down a sheer 100-foot drop, a stone wall as smooth as planed timber. There has to be some way. I'll go back and find a way around. Go back and... When he turned, Aginor was there, just reaching the crest. The Forsaken topped the hill without any difficulty, walking up the steep slope as if it were level ground. Deep sunken eyes burned at him from that drawn parchment face. Somehow it seemed less withered than before, more fleshed, as if Aginor had fed well on something. Those eyes were fixed on him, yet when Aginor spoke, it was almost to himself. Ba-Alzamon will give rewards beyond mortal dreaming for the one who brings you to Sheol Ghul. Yet my dreams have always been beyond those of other men, and I left mortality behind millennia ago. What difference if you serve the great Lord of the Dark alive or dead? None to the spread of the shadow. Why should I share power with you? Why should I bend knee to you? I who faced Luz Therin Telamon in the Hall of the Servants itself. I, who threw my might against the Lord of the Morning and met him, stroke for stroke. I think not. Rand's mouth dried like dust, his tongue felt as shriveled as Aginor. The edge of the precipice grated under his heels, stone falling away. He did not dare look back, but he heard the rocks bounding and rebounding from the sheer wall, just as his body would if he moved another inch. It was the first he knew that he had been backing up, away from the Forsaken. His skin crawled until he thought he must see it writhing if he looked, if he could only take his eyes off the Forsaken. There has to be some way to get away from him, some way to escape. There has to be, some way. Suddenly he felt something, saw it, though he knew it was not there to see. A glowing rope ran off from Aginor behind him, white like sunlight seen through the purest cloud, heavier than a blacksmith's arm, lighter than air, connecting the Forsaken to something distant, beyond knowing, something within the touch of Rand's hand. The rope pulsed, and with every throb Aginor grew stronger, more fully fleshed, a man as tall and strong as himself, a man harder than the Warder, more deadly than the Blight. Yet beside that shining cord, the Forsaken seemed almost not to exist. The cord was all. It hummed. It sang. It called Rand so. One bright finger strand lifted away, drifted, touched him, and he gasped. Light filled him, and heat that should have burned yet only warmed, as if it took the chill of the grave from his bones. The strand thickened. I have to get away. No, Aginor shouted. You shall not have it. It is mine. Rand did not move, and neither did the Forsaken, yet they fought as surely as if they grappled in the dust. Sweat beaded on Aginor's face, no longer withered, no longer old, that of a strong man in his prime. Rand pulsed with the beating in the cord like the heartbeat of the world. It filled his being. Light filled his mind, till only a corner was left for what was himself. He wrapped the void around that nook, sheltered in emptiness. Away. Mine, Aginor cried. Mine. Warmth built in Rand, the warmth of the sun, the radiance of the sun, bursting, the awful radiance of the light. Away. Mine. Flame shot from Aginor's mouth, broke through his eyes like spears of fire, and he screamed. Away. And Rand was no longer on the hilltop. He quivered with the light that suffused him. His mind would not work. Light and heat blinded it. The light. In the midst of the void, the light blinded his mind, stunned him with awe. He stood in a broad mountain pass, surrounded by jagged black peaks like the teeth of the Dark One. It was real. He was there. He felt the rocks under his boots, the icy breeze on his face. Battle surrounded him, or the tail end of battle. Armored men on armored horses, shining steel dusty now, slashed and stabbed at snarling Trollocs wielding spiked axes and scythe-like swords. Some men fought afoot, their horses down, and barded horses galloped through the fight with empty saddles. Fades moved among them all, night-black cloaks hanging still, however their dark mounts galloped, and wherever their light-eating swords swung, men died. Sound beat at Rand, beat at him, and bounced from the strangeness that had him by the throat. The clash of steel against steel, the panting and grunting of men and Trollocs striving, the screams of men and Trollocs dying. Over the din, banners waved in dust-filled air, the black hawk of foul Dara, the white heart of Shin, others, and Trolloc banners. In just the little space around him, he saw the horned skull of the Davol, the blood-red trident of the Kobal, the iron fist of the Daimon. Yet it was indeed the tail end of battle. A pausing, as humans and Trollocs alike fell back to regroup. None seemed to notice Rand as they paid a few last strokes and broke away, galloping or running in a stagger, to the ends of the pass. Rand found himself facing the end of the pass, where the humans were reforming, pennants stirring beneath gleaming lancer points. Wounded men wavered in their saddles. Riderless horses reared and galloped. Plainly they could not stand another meeting, yet just as plainly they readied themselves for one final charge. Some of them saw him now. Men stood in their stirrups to point at him. Their shouts came to him as tiny piping. Staggering, he turned. The forces of the Dark One filled the other end of the pass, bristling black pikes and spear points, swelling up onto mountain slopes, made blacker still by the great mass of Trollocs that dwarfed the army of Shienar. Fades in hundreds rode across the front of the horde, the fierce, muzzled faces of Trollocs turning away in fear as they passed, huge bodies pulling back to make way. Overhead, Drugcar wheeled on leathery pinions, shrieks challenging the wind. Halfman saw him now too, pointed, and Dragcar spun and dove. 2, 3, 6 of them, crying shrilly as they plummeted toward him. He stared at them. Heat filled him, the burning heat of the touched sun. He could see the Dragcar clearly, soulless eyes in pale men's faces on winged bodies that had nothing of humanity about them. Terrible heat, crackling heat. From the clear sky lightning came, each bolt crisp and sharp, searing his eyes, each bolt striking a winged black shape. Hunting cries became shrieks of death, and charred forms fell to lead the sky clean again. The heat, the terrible heat of the light. He fell to his knees. He thought he could hear his tears sizzling on his cheeks. No! He clutched at tufts of wiry grass for some hold on reality. The grass burst in flame. Please, no! The wind rose with his voice, howled with his voice, roared with his voice down the pass, whipping the flames to a wall of fire that sped away from him and toward the Trolloc host, faster than a horse could run. Fire burned into the Trollocs, and the mountains trembled with their screams, screams almost as loud as the wind and his voice. It has to end. He beat at the ground with his fist, and the earth tolled like a gong. He bruised his hands on stony soil, and the earth trembled. Ripples ran through the ground ahead of him in ever-rising waves, waves of dirt and rock towering over Trollocs and Fades, breaking over them as the mountains shattered under their hooved feet. A boiling mass of flesh and rubble churned across the Trolloc army. What was left standing was still a mighty host, but now no more than twice the human army in numbers, and milling in fright and confusion. The wind died. The screams died. The earth was still. Dust and smoke swirled back down the pass to surround him. The light blind you, Baalzamon? This has to end? IT is not here. It was not Ram's thought, making his skull vibrate. I will take no part. Only the chosen one can do what must be done, if he will. Where? He did not want to say it, but he could not stop himself. Where? The haze surrounding him parted, leaving a dome of clear, clean air, 10 spans high, walled by billowing smoke and dust. Steps rose before him, each standing alone and unsupported, stretching up into the murk that obscured the sun. Not here. Through the mist, as from the far end of the earth, came a cry. The light wills it. The ground rumbled with the thunder of hooves as the forces of humankind launched their last charge. Within the void, his mind knew a moment of panic. The charging horsemen could not see him in the dust. Their charge would trample right over him. The greater part of him ignored the shaking ground as a petty thing beneath concern. Dull anger driving his feet, he mounted the first steps. It has to be ended. Darkness surrounded him, the utter blackness of total nothing. The steps were still there, hanging in the black, under his feet and ahead. When he looked back, those behind were gone, faded away to nothing, into the nothingness around him. But the cord was yet there, stretching behind him, the glowing line dwindling and vanishing into the distance. It was not so thick as before, but it still pulsed, pumping strength into him, pumping life, filling him with the light. He climbed. It seemed forever that he climbed, forever and minutes. Time stood still in nothingness. Time ran faster. He climbed until suddenly a door stood before him, its surface rough and splintered and old, a door well remembered. He touched it, and it burst to fragments. While they still fell, he stepped through, bits of shattered wood falling from his shoulders. The chamber, too, was as he remembered, the mad, striated sky beyond the balcony, the melted walls, the polished table, the terrible fireplace with its roaring, heatless flames. Some of those faces that made the fireplace, writhing in torment, shrieking in silence, tugged at his memory as if he knew them. But he held the void close, floated within himself in emptiness. He was alone. When he looked at the mirror on the wall, his face was there, as clear as if it was him. There is calm in the void. Yes, Baalzamon said from in front of the fireplace. I thought Aginor's greed would overcome him, but it makes no difference in the end. A long search, but ended now. You are here, and I know you. In the midst of the light the void drifted, and in the midst of the void floated Rammed. He reached for the soil of his home, and felt hard rock, unyielding and dry, stone without pity, where only the strong could survive, only those as hard as the mountains. I am tired of running. He could not believe his voice was so calm. Tired of you threatening my friends. I will run no more. Baalzamon had a cord too, he saw. A black cord, thicker by far than his own, so wide it should have dwarfed the human body, yet dwarfed by Baalzamon instead. Each pulse along that black vein ate light. You think it makes any difference whether you run or stay? The flames of Baalzamon's mouth laughed. The faces in the hearth wept at their master's mirth. You have fled from me many times, and each time I run you down and make you eat your pride with snivelling tears for spice. Many times you have stood and fought, then grovelled in defeat, begging mercy. You have this choice, worm, and this choice only. Kneel at my feet and serve me well, and I will give you power above thrones, or be Tar Valon's puppet fool and scream while you are ground into the dust of time. Rand shifted, glancing back through the door as if seeking a way to escape. Let the Dark One think that. Beyond the doorway was still the black of nothing, split by the shining thread that ran from his body. And out there, Baalzamon's heavier cord ran as well, so black that it stood out in the dark, as if against snow. The two cords beat like heart veins in countertime against each other, the light barely resisting the waves of dark. There are other choices, Ram said. The wheel weaves the pattern, not you. Every trap you've laid for me, I have escaped. I've escaped your Fades and Trollocs, escaped your dark friends. I tracked you here and destroyed your army on the way. You do not weave the pattern." Baal-Zamon's eyes roared like two furnaces. His lips did not move, but Rand thought he heard a curse screamed at Aginor. Then the fires died, and that ordinary human face smiled at him in a way that chilled even through the warmth of the light. "Other armies can be raised? Fool. Armies you have not dreamed of will yet come. And you tracked me? You slug under a rock. Track me? I began the setting of your path, the day you were born, a path to lead you to your grave, or here, I'll allow to flee and one to live, to speak the words that would echo down the years. Jane Fairstrider, a hero, he twisted the word to a sneer, whom I painted like a fool and sent to the Ogier thinking he was free of me. The black Ogier, wriggling like worms on their bellies across the world to search you out. I pull the strings, and the Amelin seat dances and thinks she controls events." The void trembled. Hastily, Rand firmed it again. He knows it all. He could have done. It could be the way he says. The light warmed the void. Doubt cried out and was stilled till only the seed remained. He struggled, not knowing whether he wanted to bury the seed or make it grow. The void steadied, smaller than before, and he floated in calm. Baal-Zamon seemed to notice nothing. "It matters little if I have you alive or dead, except to you, and to what power you might have. You will serve me, or your soul will, but I would rather have you kneel to me alive than dead. A single fist of Trollocs sent to your village when I could have sent 1,000. One dark friend to face you where 100 could come on you asleep. And you, fool, you don't even know them all, neither those ahead, nor those behind, nor those by your side. You are mine, have always been mine, my dog on a leash, and I brought you here to kneel to your master or die and let your soul kneel. I deny you. You have no power over me, and I will not kneel to you, alive or dead." "Look," Baal-Zamon said. "Look." Unwilling, Rand yet turned his head. Egwene stood there, and Nynaeve, pale and frightened, with flowers in their hair. And another woman, little older than the Wisdom, grey-eyed and beautiful, clothed in a Two Rivers dress, bright blossoms embroidered round the neck. "Mother," he breathed, and she smiled a hopeless smile, his mother's smile. "No, my mother is dead, and the other two are safe away from here. I deny you." Egwene and Nynaeve blurred, became wafting mist, dissipated. Cariel Thor still stood there, her eyes big with fear. "She, at least," Baal-Zamon said, "is mine to do with as I will." Rand shook his head. "I deny you." He had to force the words out. "She is dead, and safe from you in the light." His mother's lips trembled. Tears trickled down her cheeks, each one burned him like acid. "The Lord of the Grave is stronger than he once was, my son," she said. "His reach is longer. The Father of Lies has a honeyed tongue for unwary souls. My son, my only darling son, I would spare you if I could, but he is my master now, his whim, the law of my existence. I can but obey him and grovel for his favor. Only you can free me. Please, my son, please help me. Help me, help me, please." The wail ripped out of her as barefaced fades, pale and eyeless, closed round. Her clothes ripped away in their bloodless hands, hands that wielded pincers and clamps, and things that stung and burned and whipped against her naked flesh. Her scream would not end. Rand's scream echoed hers. The void boiled in his mind. His sword was in his hand, not the heron-marked blade, but a blade of light, a blade of the light. Even as he raised it, a fiery white bolt shot from the point, as if the blade itself had reached out. It touched the nearest fade, and blinding incandescence filled the chamber, shining through the half-men like a candle through paper, burning through them, blinding his eyes to the scene. From the midst of the brilliance he heard a whisper. "Thank you, my son. The light, the blessed light." The flash faded, and he was alone in the chamber with Baal-Zamon. Baal-Zamon's eyes burned like the pit of doom, but he shied back from the sword as if it truly were the light itself. "Fool. You will destroy yourself. You cannot wield it so, not yet. Not until I teach you." "It is ended," Rand said, and he swung the sword at Baal-Zamon's black cord. Baal-Zamon screamed as the sword fell, screamed till the stone walls trembled, and the endless howl redoubled as the blade of light severed the cord. The cut ends rebounded apart as if they had been under tension. The end, stretching into the nothingness outside, began to shrivel as it sprang away. The other whipped back into Baal-Zamon, hurling him against the fireplace. There was silent laughter in the soundless shrieks of the tortured faces. The walls shivered and cracked, the floor heaved, and chunks of stone crashed to the floor from the ceiling. As all broke apart around him, Rand pointed the sword at Baal-Zamon's heart. "It is ended." Light lanced from the blade, coruscating in a shower of fiery sparks like droplets of molten white metal. Wailing, Baal-Zamon threw up his arms in a vain effort to shield himself. Flames shrieked in his eyes, joining with other flames as the stone ignited, the stone of the cracking walls, the stone of the pitching floor, the stone showering from the ceiling. Rand felt the bright thread attached to him thinning, till only the glow itself remained. But he strained harder, not knowing what he did or how, only that this had to be ended. It has to be ended. Fire filled the chamber, a solid flame. He could see Baal-Zamon withering like a leaf, hear him howling, feel the shrieks grating on his bones. The flame became pure white light, brighter than the sun. Then the last flicker of the thread was gone, and he was falling through endless black and Baal-Zamon's fading howl. Something struck him with tremendous force, turning him to jelly, and the jelly shook and screamed from the fire raging inside, the hungry cold burning without end. He became aware of the sun, first, moving across a cloudless sky, filling his unblinking eyes. It seemed to go by fits and starts, standing still for days, then darting ahead in a streak of light, jerking toward the far horizon, day falling with it. Light. That should mean something. Thought was a new thing. I can think. I means me. Pain came next, the memory of raging fever, the bruises where shaking chills had thrown him around like a rag doll. And a stink. A greasy, burned smell filling his nostrils and his head. With aching muscles, he heaved himself over, pushed up to hands and knees. Uncomprehending, he stared at the oily ashes in which he had been lying, ashes scattered and smeared over the stone of the hilltop. Bits of dark green cloth lay mixed in the char, edge-blackened scraps that had escaped the flames. Aginor. His stomach heaved and twisted. Trying to brush black streaks of ash from his clothes, he lurched away from the remains of the Forsaken. His hands flapped feebly, not making much headway. He tried to use both hands and fell forward. A sheer drop loomed under his face, a smooth rock wall spinning in his eyes, depth pulling him. His head swum, and he vomited over the edge of the cliff. Trembling, he crawled backwards on his belly until there was solid stone under his eyes, then flopped over onto his back, panting for breath. With an effort he fumbled his sword from its scabbard. Only a few ashes remained from the red cloth. His hands shook when he held it up in front of his face. It took both hands. It was a heron-mark blade. Heron-mark? Yes, Tam, my father, but only steel for that. He needed 3 wavering tries to sheathe it again. It had been something else, or there was another sword. "My name," he said after a while, "is Rand al'Thor." More memory crashed back into his head like a lead ball, and he groaned. "The Dark One," he whispered to himself. "The Dark One is dead." There was no more need for caution. Shaitan is dead. The world seemed to lurch. He shook in silent mirth until tears poured from his eyes. "Shaitan is dead," he laughed at the sky. Other memories. Egwene. That name meant something important. Painfully he got to his feet, wavering like a willow in a high wind, and staggered past Aginor's ashes without looking at them. Not important anymore. He fell more than climbed down that first steep part of the slope, tumbling and sliding from bush to bush. By the time he reached more level ground, his bruises ached twice as much, but he found strength enough to stand, barely. Egwene. He broke into a shambling run. Leaves and flower petals showered around him as he blundered through the undergrowth. Have to find her. Who is she? His arms and legs seemed to flail about more like long blades of grass than go as he wanted them to. Tottering, he fell against a tree, slamming against the trunk so hard that he grunted. Foliage rained on his head while he pressed his face to the rough bark, clutching to keep from falling. Egwene. He pushed himself away from the tree and hurried on. Almost immediately he tilted again, falling, but he forced his legs to work faster, to run into the fall, so that he was staggering along at a good clip, all the while one step from falling flat on his face. Moving made his legs begin to obey him more. Slowly he found himself running upright, arms pumping, long legs pulling him down the slope in leaps. He bounded into the clearing, half filled now by the great oak marking the green man's grave. There was the white stone arch marked with the ancient symbol of the Sedai, and the blackened, gaping pit where fire and wind had tried to trap Aginor and failed. Egwene. Egwene, where are you? A pretty girl looked up with big eyes from where she knelt beneath the spreading branches, flowers in her hair, and brown oak leaves. She was slender and young and frightened. Yes, that's who she is. Of course. Egwene, thank the light, you're all right. There were two other women with her, one with haunted eyes and a long braid, still decorated with a few white morning stars. The other lay outstretched, her head pillowed on folded cloaks, her own sky-blue cloak not quite hiding her tattered dress. Charred spots and tears in the rich cloth showed, and her face was pale, but her eyes were open. Moiraine. Yes, the Sedai, and the wisdom Nynaeve. All three women looked at him, unblinking and intent. You are all right, aren't you, Egwene? He didn't harm you. He could walk without stumbling now. The sight of her made him feel like dancing, bruises and all, but it still felt good to drop down cross-legged beside them. I never even saw him after you pushed. Her eyes were uncertain on his face. What about you, Rand? I'm fine, he laughed. He touched her cheek and wondered if he had imagined a slight pulling away. A little rest, and I'll be new maid. Nynaeve? Moiraine Sedai? The names felt new in his mouth. The wisdom's eyes were old, ancient in her young face, but she shook her head. A little bruised, she said, still watching him. Moiraine is the only, Gully, the only one of us who was really hurt. I suffered more injury to my pride than anything else, the Aes Sedai said irritably, plucking at her cloak blanket. She looked as if she had been a long time ill or hard used, but despite the dark circles under them, her eyes were sharp and full of power. Aginor was surprised and angry that I held him as long as I did, but fortunately he had no time to spare for me. I'm surprised myself that I held him so long. In the Age of Legends, Aginor was close behind the Kinslayer and Ishamael in power. The Dark One and all the Forsaken, Egwene quoted in a faint, unsteady voice, are bound in Sheol Ghul, bound by the Creator. Gully. She drew a shuddering breath. Aginor and Balthamel must have been trapped near the surface. Moiraine sounded as if she had already explained this, impatient at doing so again. The patch on the Dark One's prison weakened enough to free them. Let us be thankful no more of the Forsaken were freed. If they had been, we would have seen them. It doesn't matter, Rand said. Aginor and Balthamel are dead, and so is Shai. The Dark One, the Aes Sedai, cut him off. Ill or not, her voice was firm, and her dark eyes commanding. Best we still call him the Dark One, or Ba'alzamon at least. He shrugged. As you wish, but he's dead. The Dark One's dead. I killed him. I burned him with Gully. The rest of memory flooded back then, leaving his mouth hanging open. The one power. I wielded the one power. No man can. Gully. He licked lips that were suddenly dry. A gust of wind swirled fallen and falling leaves around them, but it was no colder than his heart. They were looking at him, the three of them, watching, not even blinking. He reached out to Egwene, and there was no imagination in her drawing back this time. Egwene? She turned her face away, and he let his hand drop. Abruptly, she flung her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. I'm sorry, Rand. I'm sorry. I don't care. Truly, I don't. Her shoulders shook. He thought she was crying. Awkwardly patting her hair, he looked at the other two women over the top of her head. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Nynaeve said slowly, but you are still Rand al'Thor of Eamon's Field. But the light help me, the light help us all. You are too dangerous, Rand. He flinched from the wisdom's eyes, sad, regretting, and already accepting loss. What happened? Moiraine said. Tell me everything, and with her eyes on him, compelling, he did. He wanted to turn away, to make it short, leave things out, but the Aes Sedai's eyes drew everything from him. Tears ran down his face when he came to Kari al'Thor. His mother, he emphasized that. He had my mother. My mother? There was sympathy and pain on Nynaeve's face, but the Aes Sedai's eyes drove him on, to the Sword of Light, to severing the black cord, and the flames consuming Baalzamon. Egwene's arms tightened around him, as if she would pull him back from what had happened. "But it wasn't me," he finished. "The light. Glee, pulled me along. It wasn't really me." "Doesn't that make any difference?" "I had suspicions from the first," Moiraine said. "Suspicions are not proof, though. After I gave you the token, the coin, and made that bonding, you should have been willing to fall in with whatever I wanted. But you resisted, questioned. That told me something, but not enough. Manetheren blood was always stubborn, and more so after Aemon died and Eldrin's heart was shattered. Then there was Bella." "Bella," he said. "Nothing makes any difference." The Aes Sedai nodded. "At Watch Hill, Bella had no need of me to cleanse her of tiredness. Someone had already done it. She could have outrun Mandab that night. I should have thought of who Bella carried. With Trollocs on our heels, a Dradcar overhead, and a Halfman the Light alone knew how you must have feared that Egwene would be left behind. You needed something more than you had ever needed anything before in your life, and you reached out to the one thing that could give it to you." Saidin. He shivered. He felt so cold his fingers hurt. "If I never do it again, if I never touch it again, I won't." Glee. He could not say it. Go mad. Turn the land and people around him to madness. Die, rotting while he still lived. "Perhaps," Moiraine said, "it would be much easier if there was someone to teach you, but it might be done with a supreme effort of will. You can teach me. Surely you." He stopped when the Aes Sedai shook her head. "Can a cat teach a dog to climb trees, Rand? Can a fish teach a bird to swim? I know Sedar, but I can teach you nothing of Sedin. Those who could are 3,000 years dead. Perhaps you are stubborn enough, though. Perhaps your will is strong enough." Egwene straightened, wiping reddened eyes with the back of her hand. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, nothing came out. "At least she isn't pulling away. At least she can look at me without screaming." "The others?" he said. "Lan took them into the cavern," Nynaeve said. "The eye is gone, but there's something in the middle of the pool, a crystal column and steps to reach it. Mat and Perrin wanted to look for you first. Loial did too, but Moiraine said, 'Glee.'" She glanced at the Aes Sedai, troubled. Moiraine returned her look calmly. "She said we mustn't disturb you while you were." Glee. His throat constricted until he could hardly breathe. "Will they turn their faces the way Egwene did? Will they scream and run away like I'm afraid?" Moiraine spoke as if she did not notice the blood draining from his face. There was a vast amount of the one power in the eye. Even in the Age of Legends, few could have channeled so much unaided without being destroyed. "Very few, you told them," he said hoarsely. "If everybody knows." Glee. "Only Lan," Moiraine said gently. "He must know, and Nynaeve and Egwene, for what they are and what they will become. The others have no need yet." "Why not?" The rasp in his throat made his voice harsh. "You will be wanting to gentle me, won't you? Isn't that what Aes Sedai do to men who can wield the power? Change them so they can't. Make them safe? Tom said, men who have been gentled die because they stop wanting to live. Why aren't you talking about taking me to Tar Valon to be gentled?" "You are Tavera," Moiraine replied. "Perhaps the pattern has not finished with you." Rand sat up straight. "In the dreams, Baalzamon said Tar Valon and the Amelin seat would try to use me. He named names, and I remember them now. Rowlin Darksbane and Gwaia Amalasan, Urian Stonebow, Davian, Logain." The last was the hardest of all to say. Nynaeve went pale and Egwene gasped, but he pressed on angrily. "Everyone a false dragon. Don't try to deny it. Well, I won't be used. I am not a tool you can throw on the midden heap when it's worn out. A tool made for a purpose is not demeaned by being used for that purpose." Moraine's voice was as harsh as his own. "But a man who believes the father of lies demeans himself. You say you will not be used, and then you let the Dark One set your path, like a hound sent after a rabbit by his master." His fists clenched, and he turned his head away. It was too close to the things Baalzamon had said. "I am no one's hound. Do you hear me? No one's." Loial and the others appeared in the arch, and Ram scrambled to his feet, looking at Moiraine. "They will not know. the Aes Sedai said, "until the pattern makes it so." Then his friends were coming close. Lan led the way, looking as hard as ever, but still somewhat the worse for wear. He had one of Nynaeve's bandages around his temples and a stiff-backed way of walking. Behind him, Loial carried a large gold chest, ornately worked and chased with silver. No one but an Ogier could have lifted it unaided. Perrin had his arms wrapped around a big bundle of folded white cloth, and Mat was cupping what appeared to be fragments of pottery in his two hands. "So, you're alive after all," Mat laughed. His face darkened, and he jerked his head at Moiraine. "She wouldn't let us look for you. Said we had to find out what the eye was hiding. I'd have gone anyway, but Nynaeve and Egwene sided with her and almost threw me through the arch." "You're here now," Perrin said, "and not too badly beaten about by the look of you." His eyes did not glow, but the irises were all yellow now. "That's the important thing. You're here, and we're done with what we came for, whatever it was. Moiraine Sedai says we're done, and we can go. Home, Rand. The light burned me, but I want to go home." "Good to see you alive, sheepherder," Lan said gruffly. "I see you hung onto your sword. Maybe you'll learn to use it now." Rand felt a sudden burst of affection for the warder. Lan knew, but on the surface at least, nothing had changed. He thought that perhaps for Lan, nothing had changed inside either. "I must say," Loial said, setting the chest down, "that traveling with Tarwin has turned out to be even more interesting than I expected." His ears twitched violently. "If it becomes any more interesting, I will go back to Stitting Shangtai immediately, confess everything to Elder Haman, and never leave my books again." Suddenly, the Ogier grinned, that wide mouth splitting his face in two. "It is so good to see you, Randall Thor. The warder is the only one of these three who cares much at all for books, and he won't talk. What happened to you? We all ran off and hid in the woods until Moiraine Sedai sent Lan to find us, but she would not let us look for you. Why were you gone so long, Rand?" "I ran and ran," he said slowly, "until I fell down a hill and hit my head on a rock. I think I hit every rock on the way down. That should explain his bruises." He tried to watch the Aes Sedai and Nynaeve and Egwene too, but their faces never changed. "When I came to, I was lost, and finally I stumbled back here. I think Aginor is dead, burned. I found some ashes and pieces of his cloak." The lies sounded hollow in his ears. He could not understand why they did not laugh with scorn and demand the truth, but his friends nodded, accepting, and made sympathetic sounds as they gathered around the Aes Sedai to show her what they had found. "Help me up," Moiraine said. Nynaeve and Egwene lifted her until she was sitting. They had to support her even then. "How could these things be inside the eye," Mat asked, "without being destroyed like that rock?" "They were not put there to be destroyed," the Aes Sedai said curtly, and frowned away their questions while she took the pottery fragments, black and white and shiny, from Mat. They seemed like rubble to Rand, but she fitted them together deftly on the ground beside her, making a perfect circle the size of a man's hand. The ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai, the flame of Tar Valon, joined with the dragon's fang, black siding white. For a moment, Moiraine only looked at it, her face unreadable. Then she took the knife from her belt and handed it to Lan, nodding to the circle. The warder separated out the largest piece, then raised the knife high and brought it down with all his might. A spark flew, the fragment leaped with the force of the blow, and the blade snapped with a sharp crack. He examined the stump left attached to the hilt, then tossed it aside. "The best steel from Tyr," he said dryly. Mat snatched the fragment up and grunted, then showed it around. There was no mark on it. "Quendila," Moiraine said. "Heartstone. No one has been able to make it since the Age of Legends, and even then it was made only for the greatest purpose. Once made, nothing can break it. Not the one power itself wielded by the greatest Aes Sedai who ever lived, aided by the most powerful sa'angreal ever made. Any power directed against Heartstone only makes it stronger." "Then how?" Gully. Mat's gesture with the piece he held took in the other bits on the ground. "This was one of the 7 seals on the Dark One's prison," Moiraine said. Mat dropped the piece as if it had become white hot. For a moment Perrin's eyes seemed to glow again. The Aes Sedai calmly began gathering the fragments. "It doesn't matter anymore," Rand said. His friends looked at him oddly, and he wished he had kept his mouth shut. "Of course," Moiraine replied, but she carefully put all the pieces into her pouch. "Bring me the chest." Loial lifted it closer. The flattened cube of gold and silver appeared to be solid, but the Aes Sedai's fingers felt across the intricate work, pressing, and with a sudden click, a top flung back as if on springs. A curled gold horn nestled within. Despite its gleam, it seemed plain beside the chest that held it. The only markings were a line of silver script inlaid around the mouth of the bell. Moiraine lifted the horn out as if lifting a babe. "This must be carried to Ilion," she said softly. "Ilion," Perrin growled. "That's almost to the Sea of Storms, nearly as far south of home as we are north now." "Is it? Gully, Gully." Loial stopped to catch his breath. "Can it be? Gully, Gully. You can read the old tongue?" Moiraine asked, and when he nodded, she handed him the horn. The Ogier took it as gently as she had, delicately tracing the script with one broad finger. His eyes went wider and wider, and his ears stood up straight. "Tia mi avan moridin izan de vadin," he whispered. "The grave is no bar to my call, the horn of Valere." For once, the warder appeared truly shaken. There was a touch of awe in his voice. At the same time, Nynaeve said in a shaky voice, "To call the heroes of the ages back from the dead to fight the Dark One." "Burn me," Mat breathed. Loial reverently laid the horn back in its golden nest. "I begin to wonder," Moiraine said. "The eye of the world was made against the greatest need the world would ever face, but what it made for the use to which Gully, we Gully put it, or to guard these things. Quickly the last, show it to me." After the first two, Rand could understand Perrin's reluctance. Lan and the Ogier took the bundle of white cloth from him when he hesitated and unfolded it between them. A long, white banner spread out, lifting on the air. Rand could only stare. The whole thing seemed of a piece, neither woven, nor dyed, nor painted. A figure like a serpent, scaled in scarlet and gold, ran the entire length, but it had scaled legs and feet with 5 long golden claws on each, and a great head with a golden mane and eyes like the sun. The stirring of the banner made it seem to move, scales glittering like precious metals and gems, alive, and he almost thought he could hear it roar defiance. "What is it?" he said. Moiraine answered slowly, "The banner of the Lord of the Morning, when he led the forces of light against the shadow. The banner of Luz Therin Telamon, the banner of the dragon." Loial almost dropped his end. "Burn me," Mat said faintly. "We will take these things with us when we go," Moiraine said. "They were not put here by chance, and I must know more." Her fingers brushed her pouch, where the pieces of the shattered seal were. "It is too late in the day for starting now. We will rest and eat, but we will leave early. The Blight is all around here, not as along the border, and strong. Without the Green Man, this place cannot hold long. Let me down," she told Nynaeve and Egwene. "I must rest." Rand became aware of what he had been seeing all along, but not noticing. Dead, brown leaves falling from the great oak. Dead leaves rustling thick on the ground in the breeze, brown mixed with petals dropped from thousands of flowers. The Green Man had held back the Blight, but already the Blight was killing what he had made. "It is done, isn't it?" he asked Moiraine. "It is finished." The Aes Sedai turned her head on its pillow of cloaks. Her eyes seemed as deep as the eye of the world. "We have done what we came here to do. From here you may live your life as the pattern weaves. Eat, then sleep, Ramdal Thor. Sleep and dream of home." Dawn revealed devastation in the Green Man's garden. The ground was thick with fallen leaves, almost knee-deep in places. All the flowers were gone except a few clinging desperately to the edge of the clearing. Little could grow in the soil under an oak, but a thin circle of flowers and grass centered on the thick trunk above the Green Man's grave. The oak itself retained only half its leaves, and that was far more than any other tree had, as if some remnant of the Green Man still fought to hold there. The cool breezes had died, replaced by a growing, sticky heat. The butterflies were gone, the birds silent. It was a silent group who prepared to leave. Rand climbed into the bay's saddle with a sense of loss. It shouldn't be this way. Blood and ashes, we won. "I wish he had found his other place," Egwene said as she mounted Baela. A litter, fashioned by Lan, was slung between the shaggy mare and Old Deeb. To carry Moiraine, Nynaeve would ride beside with the white mare's reins. The wisdom dropped her eyes whenever she saw Lan glance at her, avoiding his gaze. The warder looked at her whenever her eyes were averted, but he would not speak to her. No one had to ask who Egwene meant. "It is not right," Loial said, staring at the oak. The Ogier was the only one still not mounted. "It is not right that Tree Brother should fall to the Blight." He handed the reins of his big horse to Rand. "Not right." Lan opened his mouth as the Ogier walked to the great oak. Moiraine, lying on the litter, weakly raised her hand, and the warder said nothing. Before the oak, Loial knelt, closing his eyes and stretching out his arms. The tufts on his ears stood straight as he lifted his face to the sky. And he sang. Rand could not say if there were words or if it was pure song. In that rumbling voice it was as if the earth sang, yet he was sure he heard the birds trilling again, and spring breezes sighing softly, and the sound of butterfly wings. Lost in the song, he thought it lasted only minutes, but when Loial lowered his arms and opened his eyes, he was surprised to see the sun stood well above the horizon. It had been touching the trees when the Ogier began. The leaves still on the oak seemed greener and more firmly attached than before. The flowers encircling it stood straighter, the morning stars white and fresh, the lovers' knots a strong crimson. Mopping sweat from his broad face, Loial rose and took his reins from Rand. His long eyebrows drooped, abashed as if they might think he had been showing off. "I've never sung so hard before. I could not have done it if something of Tree Brother was not still there. My tree songs do not have his power." When he settled himself in his saddle, there was satisfaction in the look he gave the oak and the flowers. "This little space, at least, will not sink into the Blight. The Blight will not have Tree Brother." "You are a good man, Ogier," Lan said. Loial grinned. "We'll—" "I will take that as a compliment, but I do not know what Elder Haman would say." They rode in a single file, with Mat behind the warder where he could use his bow to effect if needed, and Perrin bringing up the rear with his axe across the pommel of his saddle. They crested a hill, and in an eye blink the Blight was all around them, twisted and rotted in virulent rainbow hues. Rand looked over his shoulder, but the Green Man's garden was nowhere to be seen. Only the Blight stretching behind them as before. Yet he thought, just for a moment, that he saw the towering top of the oak tree, green and lush, before it shimmered and was gone. Then there was only the Blight. He half expected they would have to fight their way out as they fought their way in, but the Blight was as quiet and still as death. Not a single branch trembled as if to lash at them, nothing screamed or howled, neither nearby nor in the distance. The Blight seemed to crouch, not to pounce, but as if it had been struck a great blow and waited for the next to fall. Even the sun was less red. When they passed the necklace of lakes, the sun hung not far past its zenith. Lan kept them well away from the lakes and did not even look at them, but Rand thought the seven towers seemed taller than when he first saw them. He was sure the jagged tops were further from the ground, and above them something almost seen, seamless towers gleaming in the sun, and banners with golden cranes flying on the wind. He blinked and stared, but the towers refused to vanish completely. They were there at the edge of vision until the Blight hid the lakes once more. Before sunset, the warder chose a campsite, and Moiraine had Nynaeve and Egwene help her up to set wards. The Aes Sedai whispered in the other women's ears before she began. Nynaeve hesitated, but when Moiraine closed her eyes, all three women did so together. Rand saw Mat and Perrin staring, and wondered how they could be surprised. Every woman is an Aes Sedai, he thought mirthlessly. The light held me, so am I. Bleakness held his tongue. "Why is it so different?" Perrin asked as Egwene and the Wisdom helped Moiraine to her bed. "It feels, gully. His thick shoulders shrugged, as if he could not find the word. "We struck a mighty blow at the Dark One," Moiraine replied, settling herself with a sigh. "The shadow will be a long time recovering." "How?" Mat demanded. "What did we do?" "Sleep," Moiraine said. "We are not out of the Blight yet." But the next morning, still nothing changed that Rand could see. The Blight faded as they rode south, of course. Twisted trees were replaced by straight. The stifling heat diminished. Rotting foliage gave way to the merely diseased. And then, not diseased, he realized. The forest around them became red with new growth, thick on the branches. Buds sprouted on the undergrowth, creepers covered the rocks with green, and new wildflowers dotted the grass as thick and bright as where the Green Man walked. It was as if spring, so long held back by winter, now raced to catch up to where it should be. He was not the only one who stared. "A mighty blow," Moiraine murmured, and would say no more. Climbing wildrose entwined the stone column marking the border. Men came out of the watchtowers to greet them. There was a stunned quality to their laughter, and their eyes shone with amaze, as if they could not believe the new grass under their steel-clad feet. The light has conquered the shadow, a great victory in Tarwin's Gap. We have had the message. Victory. The light blesses us again. King Isa is strong in the light, Lan replied to all their shouts. The watchman wanted to tend Moiraine, or at least send an escort with them, but she refused it all. Even flat on her back on a litter, the Aes Sedai's presence was such that the armoured men fell back, bowing and acceding to her wishes. Their laughter followed as Rand and the others rode on. In the late afternoon they reached Dara to find the grim-walled city ringing with celebration. Ringing in truth. Rand doubted if there could be a bell in the city not clanging, from the tiniest silver-harnessed chime to great bronze gongs in their tower tops. The gates stood wide open, and men ran laughing and singing in the streets, flowers stuck in their topknots and the crevices of their armour. The common people of the town had not yet returned from Fal Moran, but the soldiers were newly come from Tarwin's Gap, and their joy was enough to fill the streets. Victory in the Gap. We won. A miracle in the Gap. The age of legends has come back. Spring! A grizzled old soldier laughed as he hung a garland of morning stars around Rand's neck. His own topknot was a white cluster of them. The light blesses us with spring once more. Learning, they wanted to go to the keep. A circle of men clad in steel and flowers surrounded them, running to clear a way through the celebration. Ingtar's was the first face Rand saw that was not smiling. "I was too late," Ingtar told Lan with a sour grimness. "Too late by an hour to see. Peace." His teeth ground audibly, but then his expression became contrite. "Forgive me. Grief makes me forget my duties. Welcome, Builder. Welcome to you all. It is good to see you safely out of the Blight. I will bring the healer to Moiraine Sedai in her chambers and inform Lord Agelmar." "Take me to Lord Agelmar," Moiraine commanded. "Take us all." Ingtar opened his mouth to protest and bowed under the force of her eyes. Agelmar was in his study, with his swords and armour back on their racks, and his was the second face that did not smile. He wore a troubled frown that deepened when he saw Moiraine carried in on her litter by liveried servants. Women in the black and gold fluttered over, bringing the Aes Sedai to him without a chance to freshen herself or be brought to the healer. Loial carried the gold chest. The pieces of the seal were still in Moraine's pouch. Luz Therin Kinslayer's banner was wrapped in her blanket roll and still tied behind Oldib's saddle. The groom who had led the white mare away had received the strictest orders to see the blanket roll was placed untouched in the chambers assigned to the Aes Sedai. "Peace," the Lord of Dara muttered. "Are you injured, Moiraine Sedai?" "Ingtar, why have you not seen the Aes Sedai to her bed and brought the healer to her?" "Be still, Lord Agelmar," Moiraine said. "Ingtar has done as I commanded him. I am not so frail as everyone here seems to think." She motioned two of the women to help her to a chair. For a moment they clasped their hands, exclaiming that she was too weak, that she should be in a warm bed and the healer brought, and a hot bath. Moraine's eyebrows lifted. The women shut their mouths abruptly and hurried to aid her into the chair. As soon as she was settled, she waved them away irritably. "I would speak with you, Lord Agelmar." Agelmar nodded, and Ingtar waved the servants from the room. The Lord of Dara eyed those who remained expectantly, especially, Rand thought, Loial and the golden chest. "We hear," Moiraine said as soon as the door shut behind Ingtar, "that you won a great victory in Tarwin's Gap." "Yes," Agelmar said slowly, his troubled frown returning. "Yes, Aes Sedai, and no. The half-men and their trollocs were destroyed to the last, but we barely fought. A miracle, my men call it. The earth swallowed them, the mountains buried them. Only a few Dradkar were left, too frightened to do else but fly north as fast as they could." "A miracle indeed," Moiraine said. "And spring has come again." "A miracle," Agelmar said, shaking his head. "But, Gully, Moiraine Sedai, men say many things about what happened in the Gap." that the light took on flesh and fought for us, that the Creator walked in the gap to strike at the shadow. But I saw a man, Moiraine Sedai. I saw a man, and what he did cannot be, must not be. The wheel weaves as the wheel wheels, Lord of foul Dara. As you say, Moiraine Sedai. And Padan Fain, he is secure. I must speak with him when I am rested. He is held as you commanded, Aes Sedai, whining at his guards half the time and trying to command them the rest. But, Gully, peace, Moiraine Sedai, what of you in the Blight? You found the green man? I see his hand in the new things growing. We found him, she said flatly. The green man is dead, Lord Agelmar, and the eye of the world is gone. There will be no more quests by young men seeking glory. The Lord of Fal Dara frowned, shaking his head in confusion. Dead? The green man? He cannot be. Gully. Then you were defeated? But the flowers, and the growing things. We won, Lord Agelmar. We won, and the land freed from winter is the proof. But I fear the last battle has not yet been fought. Rand stirred, but the Aes Sedai gave him a sharp look, and he stood still again. The Blight still stands, and the forges of Takanda still work below Sheol Ghul. There are many halfmen yet, and countless trollocs. Never think the need for watchfulness in the Borderlands is gone. I do not think it so, Aes Sedai, he said stiffly. Moiraine motioned for Loial to set the gold chest at her feet, and when he did, she opened it, revealing the horn. The horn of Valere, she said, and Agelmar gasped. Rand almost thought the man would kneel. With that, Moiraine Sedai, it matters not how many half-men or trollocs remain. With the heroes of old come back from the tomb, we will march to the blasted lands and level Sheol Ghul. No! Agelmar's mouth fell open in surprise, but Moiraine continued calmly. I did not show it to you to taunt you, but so that you will know that in whatever battles yet come, our might will be as great as that of the shadow. Its place is not here. The horn must be carried to Ilion. It is there, if fresh battles threaten, that it must rally the forces of the light. I will ask an escort of your best men to see that it reaches Ilion safely. There are dark friends still, as well as halfmen and trollocs, and those who come to the horn will follow whoever winds it. It must reach Ilion. It shall be as you say, Aes Sedai. But when the lid of the chest closed, the Lord of Fal Dara looked like a man being denied his last glimpse of the light. 7 days later, bells still rang in Fal Dara. The people had returned from Fal Moran, adding their celebration to that of the soldiers, and shouts and singing blended with the pealing of the bells on the long balcony where Rand stood. The balcony overlooked Agelmar's private gardens, green and flowering, but he did not give them a second look. Despite the sun high in the sky, spring in Shi'Nar was cooler than he was used to, yet sweat glistened on his bare chest and shoulders as he swung the heron-marked blade, each move precise yet distant from where he floated in the void. Even there he wondered how much joy there would be in the town if they knew of the banner Moiraine still kept hidden. Good sheepherder. Leaning against the railing with his arms folded across his chest, the warder watched him critically. You're doing well, but don't push so hard. You can't become a blade master in a few weeks. The void vanished like a pricked bubble. I don't care about being a blade master. It's a blade master's blade, sheepherder. I just want my father to be proud of me. His hand tightened on the rough leather of the hilt. I just want Tam to be my father. He slammed the sword into its scabbard. Anyway, I don't have a few weeks. Then you've not changed your mind, would you? Land's expression had not altered. The flat planes of his face looked as if they could not change. You won't try to stop me, or Moiraine Sedai. You can do as you will, sheepherder, or as the pattern weaves for you. The warder straightened. I'll leave you now. Rand turned to watch Lan go, and found Egwene standing there. Changed your mind about what, Rand? He snatched up his shirt and coat, suddenly feeling the cool. I'm going away, Egwene. Where? Somewhere. I don't know. He did not want to meet her eyes, but he could not stop looking at her. She wore fed wild roses twined in her hair, flowing about her shoulders. She held her cloak close, dark blue and embroidered along the edge, with a thin line of white flowers in the Shi'Naran fashion, and the blossoms made a line straight up to her face. They were no paler than her cheeks. Her eyes seemed so large and dark. Away. I'm sure Moiraine Sedai will not like you just going off, after Gully. After what you've done, you deserve some reward. Moiraine does not know I am alive. I have done what she wanted, and that's an end to it. She doesn't even speak to me when I go to her. Not that I've tried to stay close to her, but she's avoided me. She won't care if I go, and I don't care if she does. Moiraine is still not completely well, Rand. She hesitated. I have to go to Tar Valon for my training. Nynaeve is coming too, and Mat still needs to be healed of whatever binds him to that dagger, and Perrin wants to see Tar Valon before he goes. Gully, wherever. You could come with us, and wait for some Aes Sedai besides Moiraine to find out what I am and gentle me. His voice was rough, almost a sneer. He could not change it. Is that what you want? No. He knew he would never be able to tell her how grateful he was that she had not hesitated before answering. Rand, you aren't afraid. Gully. They were alone, but she looked around and still lowered her voice. Moiraine Sedai says you don't have to touch the true source. If you don't touch Sedin, if you don't try to wield the power, you'll be safe. Oh, I won't ever touch it again. Not if I have to cut my hand off first. What if I can't stop? I never tried to wield it, not even at the eye. What if I can't stop? Will you go home, Rand? Your father must be dying to see you. Even Mat's father must be dying to see him by now. I'll be coming back to Eamon's Field next year. For a little while at least. He rubbed his palm over the hilt of his sword, feeling the bronze heron. My father. Home. Light. How I want to see. Gully. Not home. Some place where there aren't any people to hurt if I can't stop myself. Somewhere alone. Suddenly it felt as cold as snow on the balcony. I'm going away, but not home. Egwene, why did you have to be one of those? Gully, go. He put his arms around her and whispered into her hair. Not ever home. In Agelmar's private garden, under a thick bower dotted with white blossoms, Moiraine shifted on her bedchair. The fragments of the seal lay on her lap, and the small gem she sometimes wore in her hair spun and glittered on its gold chain from the ends of her fingers. The faint blue glow faded from the stone, and a smile touched her lips. It had no power in itself, the stone, but the first use she'd ever learned of the one power, as a girl in the royal palace in Caerhien, was using the stone to listen to people when they thought they were too far off to be overheard. The prophecies will be fulfilled, the Aes Sedai whispered. The dragon is reborn.